British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826. We are professionals. Still with division of labor and cooperation, Alan Wilson talked with Rahman Mahdi, while the Sudanese commissioner went to deal with the other one. Although there are inevitably some differences in the way we look at the problem, Mr. Rahman, we are not without common language. What you hope for is Sudan's independence, not the so-called common development with Egypt, right? Facing the descendants of the enemy who once attacked the British Expeditionary Force, Alan Wilson still maintained a good self-restraint. I have never denied that Sudan and Britain also have a common language in some places. Rahman Mahdi nodded. He is actually very old now. At this age, he has nothing to pursue. Historically, Sudan and Britain have had a grudge. His father led Sudan to fight against Britain. But don't forget that Sudan and Egypt are not without hatred. They also have hatred. Like South Sudan's concerns, Rahman Mahdi's faction's ideas are similar to those of South Sudan's black leader Joseph Agu. Joseph Agu is worried about the Arabs in Sudan. Rahman Mahdi is worried about the Egyptians, although in a broad sense, everyone is an Arab. In the eyes of Rahman Mahdi, Egypt is Egypt and Sudan is Sudan. Ali Pasha is a national hero to Egypt and a representative of modern Egypt's efforts. However, this kind of historical figure has always been a matter of bitterness. To Sudan, especially to Rahman Mahdi, there is no essential difference between Ali Pasha and Britain. This will not change, because both sides believe in the same religion. The Egyptian invasion of Sudan was originally a war launched to plunder enough mineral resources. However, many minerals cannot be mined due to insufficient technical level. The new army built by Muhammad Ali is also injured in meaningless consumption. Because it cannot generate enough income, it adopts violent plundering to recover costs. Many Sudanese people who cannot pay taxes are forced to become slaves. In addition, the Egyptian army also actively plunders slaves and returns home, and a lot of bloodshed breaks out. In order to maintain its rule, Egypt can only continue to increase its troops, and finally can only rely on gradual massacres to establish its rule in Sudan. Sudan lost a large number of people, its wealth was squeezed out, and its infrastructure was destroyed by rebellion. The Egyptian military fortress at that time even became Khartoum, the capital of Sudan today. It can be seen how terrible the invasion and rule of Egypt caused to Sudan. Next, the British, who are welcome to see, came on stage. In the late period of Ali Pasha, Egypt had been exhausted by the long-term war. In the end, Ali Pasha's reforms failed. Britain seized the opportunity and turned Egypt and Sudan into colonies. Alan Wilson was very happy. Rahman Mahdi was a 70-year-old man. Even if he could rule Sudan after independence, how many years of independence could he have? He remembered that Sudan entered the established path of general African countries within a few years of independence, from one coup to another. It would be best if Sudan was in chaos before Joseph Agu and South Sudan became independent, so that he could continue to fight for South Sudan and maintain Britain's presence in South Sudan. Rahman Mahdi didn't know that the British in front of him were looking forward to his early death. Sudan quickly entered the daily orbit of African countries in the political chaos. The constitution of the Fourth Republic of France also served this purpose. At this time, he was still thinking about how to avoid Egypt's influence on Sudan after Britain left. After all, among the two major parties in Sudan, Ismail Azari's Brotherhood Party was closer to Egypt than his National People's Party. This is not to say that once Ismail Azari came to power, Sudan would definitely merge with Egypt, but there was this possibility, so he spoke again to confirm. I don't know if the previous guarantee still counts. Look at what Mr. Rahman said. Of course it counts. Alan Wilson said with a wronged look. We British have always attached great importance to contracts, but because of the current situation in South Sudan, there may be some variables in some details. Rational people know that there is only a small hope of persuading Britain to accept Egypt's full sovereignty over Sudan, and the Egyptian public now believes that this is Egypt's right. So when the colony grows, this kind of thing will happen. Britain's attitude in Sudan may not necessarily be favorable to Egypt. The plan that Sudan can accept may be offensive to the Egyptians. It would be fine if Britain only had interests in one of them, but the problem is that Britain has both Egypt and Sudan. Alan Wilson had to come to Sudan. He believed that, if this matter was handled well, it would be a very positive example for the thorny problems that Britain faced in the entire colonial issue. Now it depends on whether the two colonial commissioners who have witnessed the independence of British India can have the skills of a clown and figure out the clown ball in their hands, so that the United States can shut up and not express its position, and passively wait to be dragged into the water by Britain. Basically, there will be no problem. Now it is to muddy the water, and not offend any party on major issues, including Egypt, which seems to have nothing to do with it. At this time, Alan Wilson had long forgotten the bold words in the Cairo embassy, that a new country will be born with a stroke of the pen. Only when you really start to do it will you know how thorny these things are. After Joseph Agu quelled the protest march of black people in South Sudan, the international community already knew that the black people in South Sudan publicly declared that they did not want to live in the same country with Arabs because of the slave trade in the 19th century. Because of the slave trade, the United States and the Soviet Union remained silent. Because of its dark history, the United States could not express its position on this. The Soviet Union's idea was simpler. This was a problem of offending people. Whether it's supported or not would offend one of them, so it was better to pretend not to see it. After a chaotic report in public opinion, it was enough to let all countries know the problem. Anyway, this was just an excuse to ask South Sudan for a big price. With the media heat, the protest was over, and it became a natural thing to hold talks again. This time, the talks were still hosted by John, the Sudanese commissioner, and Alan Wilson was still hiding somewhere else pretending to be dead. Before the meeting began, John explained London's attitude and said to several leaders of different forces, Prime Minister Adley has authorized me to make the following assurances to the Sudanese people. The constitution and powers of the Sudanese government have not changed due to the recent negotiations. The Sudanese government is actively engaged in the task of preparing for the Sudanese people to be autonomous and preparing for the Sudanese people to freely choose their future status. Her Majesty's government will never allow anything to happen that will cause the Sudanese government to deviate from its mission. This official article is of course not binding on the representatives of all parties. The only binding force is that Britain has not left yet. You can make as much noise as you want, but you must not solve the problem on the battlefield. Darfur is inhabited by many blacks. They are not Arabs. After the attitude of the British government was conveyed, Joseph Agu started the negotiations and started blackmailing directly, saying that not only South Sudan would be separated from Khartoum's jurisdiction, but the entire Darfur had nothing to do with Khartoum. Joseph Agu's opening was a heavy blow, which directly confused Rahman Mahdi and Ismail Azari. Neither of them expected to be involved in Darfur. But immediately, the two party leaders retorted angrily and had a fierce quarrel with Joseph Agu. The whole of Darfur occupies 1/5 of the whole Sudan. If South Sudan and Darfur are separated from Sudan, Sudan will immediately lose half of its land. With the small number of blacks in two places, they want to take half of the land from the Arabs, who occupy the majority of the population. This is not just a matter of provocation, but a negotiation with life. This negotiation is more tense than the last time, and the dialogue between Arabs and blacks is full of gunpowder. Even York Kidston, who appeared in the talks again, seemed to be not participating in an independent talk, but two enemies giving each other an ultimatum. Rahman Mahdi and Ismail Azari could not accept Joseph Agu's unreasonable demands. If they accepted them, they would definitely be eliminated as traitors when they returned. As expected, this time the talks ended in a dismal way without any results. At this time, Sudanese Commissioner John found York Kidston again, not to communicate, but to complain. The blacks in the south should be blackmailing. It can be seen that the hatred between the two sides is indeed irreconcilable. 2 days later, at the junction of South and North Sudan, a bloody incident shocked the representatives of all parties in Juba. 2 Arab settlement villages were massacred, hundreds of people were killed, and the houses, where the victims lived, were set on fire. According to the survivors who survived by chance, it was a group of blacks holding weapons who carried out the massacre. The incident was first reported to Khartoum, and then to Juba. Juba was negotiating a matter of great importance. The Sudanese British Army immediately rushed to the massacre site to investigate. At the same time, this incident also complicated the talks. Rahman Mahdi and Ismail Azari both angrily stated that they were not prepared to negotiate and were still trying to solve the problem on the battlefield, but in the end, under the pressure of representatives from Britain and the United States, they did not take action. Joseph, how could you do this? Alan Wilson accused Joseph Agu. Don't tell me it has nothing to do with you, or that you can't control the South Sudanese army. Joseph Agu opened his mouth and finally said, I must investigate this matter thoroughly. After Joseph Agu left, Alan Wilson said to himself, nothing will go wrong, right? Don't worry, absolutely not. Grace replied calmly, we are quite professional in this kind of thing. Chapter 827 Similar Flowers. But you still have black people under your command? Alan Wilson clapped his hands and said, this is surprising. I borrowed them from Rhodesia, but it's not that there are no black people in northern Rhodesia. It's just that we ignore them, you know, we don't contact them at all, and we isolate them from anything after the 18th century. Grace said in a flat tone, things like using black people to suppress black people, only Rhodesians can do it. Alan Wilson has been to northern Rhodesia. It can be said that, if there are black people there, it is exactly the same as the primitive tribes in ancient times. The Slavs have taken the opportunity to eliminate or drive away all the tribes with a little civilization. Strictly control the materials entering northern Rhodesia, especially medicines, and never let the medicines stay outside their control. Otherwise, if it were originally a drug testing site, the suitable places in the world would be Africa and India. Alan Wilson's relationship with the Slavs can completely use the Ustasha and Chetnik organizations to make every link of the whole process clear, without having to bow and scrape to the governments of various parts of India. The problem is that northern Rhodesia isolates any civilization from any contact with black people, even for drug experiments. As for the Rhodesian black armed forces who acted as white gloves this time, if nothing unexpected happens, they will be killed and silenced immediately. Maybe it has already started. Then Grace said that she would disappear for a few days. Alan Wilson guessed that she was going to kill people in person. At this point, he didn't say anything. He could only wish the other party a safe journey. What could he do? He was also desperate. North and South Sudan had entered the prelude of mutual hostility and even mutual hatred, which made John, the genuine Sudanese commissioner, very busy, although he didn't know why it was so coincidental that the border cleansing happened. So he could only appease North and South Sudan on the one hand, and promise North Sudan that he would never let the black lion open his mouth. Joseph Agu said that he would run for the division. In the report to London, as his good friend, Alan Wilson suggested adopting the narrative approach of I'm weak, but I'm right, showing the gap between blacks and Arabs, emphasizing the harm of the slave trade, and finally making the division a matter of course. With the genuine Sudanese commissioner busying around, Alan Wilson continued to hide in a safe place and maintain information exchanges with various places. He should not lack knowledge of the rest of the world just because he was in Africa. There was a lot of news from the Malayan colony, but not much important, except that some rallies were hit hard by anti-British element, and then the colonial government showed its generosity and forgave the majority of ignorant people. It was nothing more than a major safety accident somewhere, and an ethnic conflict somewhere, which was basically not a big deal. They had all been dealt with. What major safety accident lowered the death toll to below the visual warning line? The same was true for ethnic conflicts. In the final analysis, it was not important to the colonial government. The rest of the things included the Royal Navy's warning design for Indonesian gunboats entering local waters, which caused protests from Jakarta, etc. Why didn't you sink it? Alan Wilson put down the telegram. His face changed slightly, and he looked very disappointed. The most important thing was that Baode, the emperor of South Vietnam, was driven out by Wu Tingan in the referendum to change the national system, and South Vietnam also completed the journey of changing fathers from France to the United States. Baode was also straightforward. He knew that the times had changed, and that Ngo Dinh was more supported by the Americans than he was. He left Saigon with his cronies, and settled in British Malaya. In Alice's telegram, she said that she was creating a feeling of home for Bayo Day and asked where it would be more appropriate to arrange for him to settle. Of course, it was the Isthmus of Crap. The ethnic composition of the local area was relatively complex, and it was also under agricultural development by the Mountbatten group. There were both the original population of British Burma and the peaceful Christians and Buddhists in southern Thailand. A banner of reactionary forces was needed to suppress the local area. Bayo Day was an outsider, so it was more appropriate for him to settle there. With Alan Wilson's idea of making friends with various reactionaries, there were not enough reactionary forces in the Malayan colony. It was definitely not too little. Hedy Lama looked at the man disappointedly after he finished his work and then asked in a low voice, "You are so concerned about Malaya here. Are you worried about something happening there? Are you worried that the Chinese will resist British rule?" "Yes, I'm worried, but not about the Chinese. Many Asian colleagues have a wrong view and are too afraid of China. It makes some sense in Hong Kong, but in Malaya? In fact, I have always regarded the Chinese, a large ethnic group in Southeast Asia, as a vulnerable group." Alan Wilson collected the telegrams that he was going to send tomorrow through the garrison and said with a smile, "The bamboo curtain threat mentioned by Washington? It's okay for them to think so, and it can't interfere with my judgment." "You are confident?" Hedy Lama pursed her lips, not knowing where to put her hands. She also admitted in her heart that this young man was very charming sometimes. It sounds a bit arrogant, but it is also true. Ancient civilizations like India and China are just a culture spread in one region compared to the current mainstream world. The Chinese color of Japan and South Korea is decreasing every moment. The fact is that now the entire socialist camp has put together, and in an instant, all differences have been abandoned, and all potential has been exerted. They only have an advantage in Eurasia. In the whole world, the power of the free world is far greater than that of the other side. It is true that the free world cannot do anything to them at present. But if they can be replaced by the other side, excluding the war option, and fighting in the Cold War mode, the free world will also win. Unfortunately, the leader of the free world is the United States, which has few ways to deal with the Soviet Union, and has a good grasp of the wisdom of Britain and France. It was beaten seriously by Vietnam, and laid mines for Britain and France. In the 1980s, Reagan had a 7-injury punch. If the Soviet Union had resisted, no one knew what would happen to the United States next. The final result was that the free world should have won, but it almost lost because of the boss's incompetence. The consequence of winning is that Britain and France were weakened to the starting point. If there is another round of opponents, it will be simply for the United States to deal with it alone. Britain and France can't help. In Alan Wilson's eyes, the Cold War is actually that with the colonies and influence currently retained by Britain and France, the cooperation of the United States, Britain and France is a sure win for the entire socialist camp, and it can completely solve the biggest enemy. Let's see what to do next. But while the United States was fighting the Soviet Union, it was also constantly weakening Britain and France, which led to the late Cold War, when the United States and the Soviet Union became a one-on-one confrontation, and the sure win situation became a dual situation. The entire free world is much stronger than the entire Soviet bloc, and this is true in terms of land and population indicators. But from a comparison of one country alone, the United States is not necessarily much stronger than the Soviet Union, not to mention that the Soviet Union has a geographical advantage and can radiate in all directions of the Eurasian continent. So Alan Wilson was also desperate. He couldn't put his hopes on the United States. What if the United States lost confidence one day? Britain must maintain sufficient strength to respond. The Sudanese commissioner has been busy during this period, forming alliances with various parties in London, Khartoum, and Juba, and solemnly making many unfulfilled promises in the name of the British Empire. It is full of sincerity and reasoning, indicating that it is not that Britain wants to stick to South Sudan. Instead, the division between North and South Sudan has become a foregone conclusion. At present, all Khartoum can strive for is to preserve its sovereignty over Darfur. Alan Wilson, who was not aware of the great efforts made by his old colleague, was still at the military base to see if the British military could find out about the previous massacre. After a few days of observation, He made a judgment that nothing could be found. Let's make this an ironclad case. This is the best outcome for all parties. The truth or not is not important. What is important is that it is beneficial to the British Empire. Even if some people have doubts, what can they do? Who dares to blame us? Alan Wilson, who was possessed by the Changsha judge, was determined to settle this matter. How could the iconic event of provoking Arabs and blacks result in calming down the anger? Otherwise, Grace and the others would have come in vain. They had come all the way from northern Rhodesia, and they just came here to shoot and kill hundreds of people out of nothing. This was too much of a disdain for the Ustasha and the Chetniks, who had their own aspirations. Before the Sudan partition plan, Alan Wilson, who came here as a wingman, finally helped his old colleague accomplish the last thing on the garrison side, confirming that the massacre at the border between North and South Sudan was indeed a bloody massacre of innocent and kind Arab civilians by a small group of South Sudanese armed forces, and they were announced first, creating a fait accompli. The major newspapers that Britain still controlled began to report the results of the investigation in Sudan. For a time, the whole Sudan was indignant, and many bloody conflicts occurred in various places. Different ethnic groups and tribes were shocked. Should we draw the line with more bias towards South Sudan? When meeting his old colleague again, Alan Wilson, who seemed to be fine, remembered the conflict over the division of India and Pakistan due to the line, and wanted to relive the glorious history. The effect is not great. Sudan has a small population. Now, in addition to being seen as intentional, it is estimated that the Sudanese population will expand to a certain extent before it can be effective. John shook his head and disagreed with Alan Wilson's view. With the population of British India, if the line was deviated a little, it would be a melee involving millions of people. How many people are there in the whole Sudan? If too many are drawn, Britain will be embarrassed, and if too few are drawn, it will be useless. It is better not to do it. You are right. Alan Wilson is very self-reflective and decisively admits mistakes. He cannot fall into the quagmire of empiricism. There are two similar flowers in the world, but they are not the same after all. Chapter 828 Non-Aggression Treaty. In fact, as the Sudanese commissioner, John knows more about Sudan than the parachuted Alan Wilson. Sudan has an area of 2.5 million square kilometers and a total population of only more than 7 million. In this case, it is meaningless to rely on the bias in the line to create greater conflicts. No matter which side is North or South Sudan, it is not like India, where a single disturbance will affect a population of millions. Once both sides accept the partition plan, what will happen to the rest? Alan Wilson asked. Starting from the day the partition plan is announced, a general election will be held in North Sudan 1 year later. John said without hiding anything. This has been recognized by the cabinet and Whitehall. Alan Wilson tilted his head to look at the calendar. Today next year. June 21st, 1956. The date is not very important. The official announcement date is not necessarily tomorrow. It is June next year. In other words, Britain still has 1 year to stay in North Sudan. In theory, it can stay in South Sudan for another 5 years. Once the North is independent first, it can be confirmed that the partition of Sudan has been successful. What we need to prevent after that is the merger of South Sudan and Uganda into one country. Alan Wilson has not worked in Africa for a long time, but he also knows the relationship between South Sudan and Uganda. Although the names of Sudan and South Sudan are similar, Sudan is actually closer to Egypt and has many differences with South Sudan. South Sudan and Uganda are more like a family in culture and geography. The area of Uganda's colony is not large, and even if it is merged with South Sudan, the area is less than 1 million. However, by now, Alan Wilson has reached the point where he does not consider merging any colonies, and when he went to Uganda before, he had promised the king of Uganda that he would try to establish a monarchy. After the last discussion, John said that he would hold the last Juba conference to announce the partition plan. Alan Wilson certainly agreed and nodded. Finally this day has come, and the hard work has finally paid off. John felt the same way, and also said, although I experienced it once, when I was in British India, it is different after I take charge. Maybe you will encounter similar problems in the future. It's better not to. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and answered straightforwardly. Once the Malayan colony he managed was lost, with the current development momentum of British Malaya, Britain would definitely pay a heavy price. In the textile and toy industries, Malayan products have flooded the British market, causing a huge impact on the British textile industry. Although Whitehall understood it, it also took advantage of the influx of cheap goods in the framework of the European community to pour into the European market. The biggest benefit of doing so is that the effect of the Marshall Plan is not so obvious, impacting the countries in post-war Europe that were hit hard by the war and slowing down the pace of development of these countries. On the contrary, although Britain was also affected, it was also adjusting its industries and abandoning some industries that were really unprofitable. The influx of cheap goods from Malaya was a mixed blessing for Britain. Pressure made Britain stop protecting some industries that were not worth continuing to develop, and the negative impact on other countries that had just recovered from the war was even greater. But in any case, Malaya played an indispensable role in maintaining Britain's position in Europe, and Malaya could be even stronger, providing important raw materials. It can be said that without this colony, the settlement share of the pound would decline much faster than it is now worldwide. Until the 1970s, Ireland, Iceland, Maldives, Kuwait, Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Yemen, Sierra Leone and other countries used the pound as the base currency. The exchange rates of various currencies were based on the pound, and they were freely convertible, and trade and credit were all settled in pounds. The pound zone should be stronger now. Alan Wilson asked his old colleague, didn't Whitehall mention the issue of the pound? It was mentioned. One of the conditions for independence is to settle Sudan's imports and exports in pounds. Use the pound as the base currency. John replied immediately, we all know that this must be fought for. This was also the condition that the London government and Nehru negotiated when India gained independence. At least it is still valid. However, Alan Wilson didn't know when India completely gave up the pound as the base currency. He had no relevant memory in his mind. He could only say that even a master of keyboard politics had not read all the information. The next day, Alan Wilson's old colleague really didn't waste a day. He directly announced in the former South Sudan governor's office under the witness of York Kidston, an American, that the final result of London's comprehensive consideration was to divide the current areas dominated by Arabs and blacks, excluding the Darfur region, and all bordering tribes were not allowed to migrate. Britain would draw a non-interference border within the next year. Obviously, as the Sudanese commissioner, he had also been slack in dealing with the affairs of Sudan's independence. He did not want to waste even a day talking to the relevant parties, so he directly announced that within a year, Britain would formulate a constitution in Khartoum to defend democracy and guarantee the democratic rights of the Sudanese people. A year later, Khartoum will hold a general election, and the British army will withdraw from Sudan. Joseph Agu certainly had no objection to this. This was what he had been striving for. His job for a period of time in the future was to emphasize the victory of separation from the Arabs. As for the existence of the British, he would try to appease them. Some were happy and some were sad. Rahman Mahdi and Ismail Azari were in a complicated mood. Before coming to Juba, the two leaders who had great influence among the Arabs would not have thought of such a result today. But the changes in things are often unexpected and dazzling. Even the two of them had the illusion of dreaming. It's not over yet. Under the auspices of Sudanese Commissioner John and American Representative York Kidston, the non-aggression treaty that had been prepared long ago was taken out. The agreement stipulated that both sides would respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and not invade each other. Because of the war between India and Pakistan, London has to think more about the issue of colonial independence. John looked at the representatives of all parties with a smile. It is Britain's responsibility to stop the outbreak of war. Once any country takes aggressive measures after the partition, Britain has the obligation to come back and restore local order. I believe everyone will not disagree, right? I fully agree with the responsible actions of the London government. This is also a fact that Washington is happy to see. York Kidston agreed with satisfaction. The United States hopes that in the new era, no place will be entangled in past hatreds and concentrate on enjoying prosperity. South Sudan is not only small in area, but also has a much smaller population than the Arabs in the north. Joseph Agu is of course happy to sign this agreement to preserve the security of South Sudan. Rahman Mahdi and Ismail Azari shook their heads secretly. South Sudan is about to become independent, and signing an agreement to ensure non-aggression against South Sudan is already a small problem. The main content of the non-aggression treaty between North and South Sudan is that the contracting parties guarantee not to use force, aggression, or attack each other alone, or in conjunction with other countries. If one of the contracting parties goes to war with a third country, the other contracting party shall not give any support to the third country. The contracting parties shall not participate in any group of countries that directly or indirectly oppose the other contracting party. The two parties shall resolve all disputes between the contracting parties in a peaceful manner. Amid the sound of camera shutters, the Sudanese commissioner and the American representative witnessed the birth of this peace treaty. York Kidston praised Britain's efforts to pursue peace, and he was honored to witness this scene on behalf of the United States. Why do I feel that? It seems familiar. Hedy Lamarr packed her suitcase and muttered softly. Does it sound like the Soviet-German non-aggression pact? Alan Wilson smiled and explained. Indeed, it just changed the name of the country. Similar treaties are all similar. It's not shameful to copy it. Legally, the partition of Sudan has become a foregone conclusion, and it was witnessed by the United States, and someone helped Britain to share the responsibility. The remaining things are just to formulate the constitution of the new country and confirm the border issues, which are not considered major. Alan Wilson no longer had to stay. If there was anything that was still relevant to him, he should tell his wife to send an exploration team to find the existing oil and gas resources in South Sudan. Alan Wilson, who came to help, was leaving. John came to see him off and expressed his gratitude outside the plane in northern Rhodesia. Actually, I may not be able to take over Sir Baron's position. It's a pity. As a friend, I can help ask after I return to London. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and said reservedly, John, you know, this matter is very complicated, even more complicated than Sudan's independence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 Colonial Division of Labor. If his old colleague is interested in the position of Persian Gulf Commissioner, he feels obliged to help. Anyone can see the influence of the Persian Gulf and its importance to Britain. The Persian Gulf Commissioner is based in Aden and has to take care of the Suez Canal issue. Alan Wilson is of course inclined to have a familiar and reliable colleague there, so that communication is easier. It will take some time for the plane to take off. The main reason is that Alan Wilson has a good relationship with people. He needs to take away the gifts he brought to Sudan. He can't refuse people who are so kind. During this time, the two had a discussion about the possible impact of Sudan's independence on the situation in Africa. John shook his head and smiled bitterly. The French are very dissatisfied now. They think that Britain is irresponsible for allowing Sudan to become independent. I have received hints from many French African officials. There are indeed not many ways to solve the Sudan problem. This is not just a Sudan problem. Sudan is special because there is also the Egyptian factor. Alan Wilson spread his hands, indicating that he had no choice. If Egypt was like Algeria, with millions of British immigrants who could act as internal support, the probability of Britain taking action would not be less than that of the French. But now, none of the colonies in Britain have the foundation of Algeria. Even the stability of Malaya requires the Commonwealth framework, with the help of Australia and New Zealand. Emphasizing Sudan's special nature means that Britain will not allow African territories to continue to be independent in the short term. But we also have our own requirements, hinting to the French that the victory or failure of the Algerian war will determine the future choices of the two countries, not France alone. Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and said to his old colleague, I believe that as fellow colonizers, the French must understand our underlying meaning. My God, are you really afraid that the French will not be ruthless enough? John grinned after hearing this. This is simply a borrowed knife to kill. It's better for them to do it than for us. With France's attitude at this stage, we should cherish it. Alan Wilson laughed and sighed. There is no one else here. If I tell you the truth, our situation is a little more difficult than the French. Even at this time, the stalls spread out by Britain are much larger than those of France, and it is more difficult to shrink than the French. Does France still have interests in the Far East now? The three countries in the Indochina Peninsula have all become independent, and French influence has declined in the Far East. But Hong Kong and Malaya have not yet gained independence, so Britain must continue to invest in the Far East. Does France have influence in the Persian Gulf? Not to say that it has no influence at all, but basically no influence. But Britain does. Britain has a bunch of protectorates in the Persian Gulf, which are small in size but very valuable. Even in Africa, even if Sudan has become independent, Britain's business is not even a little smaller than France's. Although France was the second most powerful country in the colonial era, it cannot be compared with the British Empire. The sun never sets. So the question is, France can already shrink its tentacles around the world and concentrate on achieving its goal in Algeria. Britain cannot do this, and Britain still has to continue its policy of orderly withdrawal, leaving tentacles that can be intervened, and focusing on operating a few colonies, such as waiting for his flight to northern Rhodesia, is one of the options. Soon, the harvest of the trip to Sudan had been transported. Grace came over with a group of Northern Rhodesian assistants. Alan Wilson could only say goodbye to his colleagues. Then our cooperation this time ends here. Sudan's institutional design and the status of the pound are up to you. We may have opportunities for cooperation in the future. It's touching that you can come to help this time. John glanced at Grace and nodded, stretched out his hand and shook it with Alan Wilson, saying, "Then I wish you a happy performance. Goodbye." Alan Wilson nodded, waved, and boarded the plane. A few minutes later, the Comet airliner took off and disappeared over Juba. A few hours later, Alan Wilson had arrived in northern Rhodesia. This was not his first time here. This time he came here to get the agricultural information here, to talk about his wife Pamela Mountbatten's road to becoming a grain merchant, and how northern Rhodesia could achieve a win-win situation. Alan Wilson felt that, if the Confederate States of America that once existed were alive today, it would be like northern Rhodesia. But after thinking about it, it was still closer to the Rhodesian model. These ruthless people from the Balkans, as soon as they arrived in northern Rhodesia, took advantage of the Indian tragedy to wipe out the blacks in one fell swoop. What is more rare than the exquisiteness of the operation is their courage. The current situation is already very clear. The ruthless actions at that time have eliminated the possibility of the blacks turning the tables. Alan Wilson feels that the Slavs living in northern Rhodesia now live very close to a collection of armed farmers. Northern Rhodesia already has the ability to manufacture light weapons, and minefields are set up on the east and west borders. If it weren't for the railway and animal migration, it is estimated that northern Rhodesia could be surrounded by minefields. Mihajlovic is still alive, but he is indeed in old age, and not as strong as when they first met, but his health is still good. Obviously, he is quite satisfied with the life in northern Rhodesia. In fact, after several years of observation, we have blocked the gap in the north, while the animals were migrating. The migration of animals in East Africa only affects a small area in the northeast of northern Rhodesia, and those animals can no longer come back. Mihajlovic said happily, "The barbed wire plus the minefield. This World War I arrangement makes me feel very safe. It seems that you are almost half closed. You have to live behind closed doors. However, you have been constantly inciting Yugoslavs to flee on the border between Italy and Yugoslavia, resulting in the delay in repairing the relationship between Britain and Yugoslavia." Alan Wilson said with a look of deep hatred, "How to compensate for the losses caused? Isn't it enough that northern Rhodesia does not pursue independence? Didn't Newfoundland become a royal territory? We are not opposed to the monarchy, and we can do this." Mihajlovic solemnly assured, "I heard from Grace that Sudan has entered the track of independence, and I don't believe that Britain seems to be showing that it doesn't care. How could it not care? Wait for the next Sudan, then wait." Alan Wilson secretly complained, turned his head, and looked at the endless farmland. "I can still help the development of northern Rhodesia. In fact, the route of agricultural power is a good choice for northern Rhodesia, which does not have a large population. Many of the fruits and vegetables supplied by the UK still rely on Spain. You know, the climate in the UK can still cope with growing food, but there are too many other things. I'd like to hear what the commissioner wants to say, but I still remember the scene at the seaside. I never thought in my life that there would be such a day, with hundreds of thousands of followers, like pigs to be put on the shelf. Mahajlovic paused and changed the subject. I don't mean anything else. I just want to show that both sides understand each other. Mahajlovic knew the Zalpaopi style of the person in front of him, and Zalpaopi in his eyes was also not timid at all. Both sides have handles in each other's hands, which is very equal. According to the altitude, most of northern Rhodesia is plateau, but plateaus are different. The plateau in northern Rhodesia is just high in altitude, and the agricultural conditions are still quite good, not like the King Haiti-Bet plateau. There are many rivers and vast forests in northern Rhodesia. It is rich in hydropower and forestry resources. Hydropower accounts for 99% of the total power generation, and the forest coverage rate is 70%. At the junction of northern Rhodesia and Rhodesia, there is the world-famous Victoria Falls, and the forestry distribution is relatively concentrated. With the current population base of northern Rhodesia and more than 700,000 square kilometers of land, Mahajlovic and his men simply cannot develop all of them. But even so, these bore conversions of the fish that slip through the net are not going to be cheap to the blacks. They use minefields and barbed wire to seal off the undevelopable land to prevent loopholes. There is no doubt that Alan Wilson once again stood in the position of helping the evil, so that the road of the grain merchants of the Mountbatten Group, which has passed the startup period, will be smoother. Northern Rhodesia needs to give full play to its agricultural potential. The headquarters of the Mountbatten Agricultural Group can be set up in Lusaka. What do you think? Alan Wilson suggested, the market exists objectively, for reliability reasons. Britain needs colonies like Northern Rhodesia to shoulder the responsibility in the agricultural field. Sounds good. Mahajlovic took a sip of black tea, and unknowingly he began to have some British habits. The most important thing is standardization, and agriculture and animal husbandry must also be standardized. Alan Wilson looked sincere, and his heart was equally sincere, showing his sincerity in cooperation. Standardized agriculture will defeat small farmers, and this is not only seen in food with huge output, it can also appear in the niche market. Take tea, for example. Everyone knows that China is the hometown of tea, but the world's largest tea is Lipton. Lipton's tea may not be as good as China's top tea, but so what? Tea of the same price must be of inferior quality to Lipton's products. As for tea that can beat Lipton, the price is shockingly high. Alan Wilson's idea was to make Newfoundland a financial offshore center, Northern Rhodesia an agricultural and animal husbandry center, British Malaya mainly develop industry and necessary agriculture, and the British garrison in the Persian Gulf to ensure energy. The remaining colonial task was to scrape as much land as possible before independence, which would be considered a complete contraction. If successful, even if France really turned Algeria into a desert French land, Britain could still maintain its advantage over France. Chapter 830 Back to Bonn. Now the boundary between the two Rhodesias is quite clear, and there is no possibility of any merger. Rhodesia's population is far greater than Northern Rhodesia, but there are more Slavs in Northern Rhodesia than white immigrants in Southern Rhodesia. 2 days later, Alan Wilson met Johnston, the High Commissioner of Southern Rhodesia. Johnston represented the symbol of British rule in Rhodesia. Like Alan Wilson in the British Malaya colony, Johnston also lived in the administrative office. There is a voice in Southern Rhodesia that wants to merge with Northern Rhodesia. Johnston was very happy to see Alan Wilson, and then revealed the news. It may not be easy. Alan Wilson replied slowly, the problem is not you and me, it's that the people of Northern Rhodesia don't want to merge with Rhodesia. To be honest, he heard Mahajlovic talk about this matter, and his attitude was also very clear, that merger was impossible. The white population in Southern Rhodesia is an absolute minority, and the black population is not only large, but the proportion is also rising. In the eyes of these Balkan people, Southern Rhodesia will sooner or later be in trouble. There is no benefit of merging. Instead, it will bury the stability of Northern Rhodesia. This is something that these battle-hardened Slavs will never accept. Sure enough, after meeting Johnston, Alan Wilson told Grace about this. We will never agree. Grace sneered. We thank Southern Rhodesia for its help when we first came. If one day Southern Rhodesia is caught in a war, we will definitely provide refuge for white people. Don't think about the rest. There is no second Indian community to give us an excuse to raid. Grace still firmly believes that Southern Rhodesia is a colony sitting on the crater of a volcano. Even South Africa is like this. Don't look at South Africa, which seems to be doing well now. It's only a matter of time before it will overturn. Alan Wilson lamented that these Slavs who have been involuntarily in the Balkans for hundreds of years have a much clearer understanding of this aspect than the original immigrants. Rhodesia and South Africa did collapse later. I thought you would envy the lives of the Southern Rhodesians. They have the labor force, but you have to do everything by yourselves. Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, there are still many people in this world who like to take shortcuts. Our life experience tells us that life is more important. If you lose your life, all wealth will be gone in the blink of an eye. Grace tilted her head and glanced at Alan Wilson. Dear Commissioner, your teachings on the German coast are still fresh in our memory, and we dare not forget them every moment. But my father and I also know very well that there is nothing wrong with what you did. Although you stripped us of everything, you saved our lives. Life is very important. Alan Wilson was not embarrassed and said in the other party's tone, I hope you won't hate me. That will never happen. You are our benefactor. Grace said nonchalantly, I know very well which is more important. I'll pretend that I don't know what you did to Nyasaland. Alan Wilson snorted and pouted, you robbed the land of Nyasaland, and the Nyasaland commissioner also talked about this. How do you calculate this? We did it, but for the water source of Lake Nyasa. And we were very restrained. If we really wanted to do something ruthless, Nyasaland would have lost at least half of its area. And we only control 1/6 of the land near Lake Nyasa. Grace did not deny it, saying that there was indeed a piece of Nyasaland land under the control of Northern Rhodesia. And Grace and his team had already established a relationship with the Nyasaland commissioner and turned a blind eye to the fact that Nyasaland only had that piece of land on the map. Alan Wilson estimated that these Slavs must have done a lot of things, and 20,000 square kilometers of land was a big deal. The entire colony of Nyasaland was a narrow strip of land next to Lake Nyasa, which was incomparable to Rhodesia and Northern Rhodesia in terms of area. The colony was divided into 3 parts. Grace and other armed farmers robbed a piece of land in the northern area so that they could get close to Lake Nyasa and use this famous large lake in Africa. Northern Rhodesia could not reach Lake Victoria, which was more than 60,000 square kilometers, so they could only think of a way to deal with this half-small lake. Alan Wilson could understand that, if he put himself in Grace's shoes, he would not be indifferent to the large lake that was so close, but separated by a narrow colony. The area of Lake Nyasa was already 10 times that of King Hay Lake, and it was also well known in the world. Alan Wilson pretended not to know about the newly discovered situation in Africa in order to maintain the face of the 3 major British Central African colonial commissioners, and of course he would not take the initiative to help cover it up. Necessary disputes would help Northern Rhodesia's dependence on Britain in the future. He could almost conclude that Lake Nyasa would definitely cause disputes among neighboring countries in the future. The water source of a large lake in Africa was too important. Southern Africa was better. If it was North Africa, the fact that Egypt would get angry if anyone dared to touch the upper reaches of the Nile River was enough to prove it. There was also Lake Chad, which was almost dried up after a few decades, and it had reached the point of threatening the existence of the country of Chad. Across Lake Nyasa was Tanzania, which was originally a German colony. Britain had signed a treaty with Germany on the ownership of the lake, and the entire lake belonged to Britain. But later, Germany was defeated, and Tanzania became a British colony again. Lake Nyasa also borders Portugal's Mozambique. Once Mozambique becomes independent, it will certainly not admit that such a large lake has nothing to do with itself. These are potential minefields. On the second day, Alan Wilson and the commissioners of the 3 colonies, including Johnston, hinted that he had known about this matter, but he could pretend not to see it. Several people expressed their understanding and sent a local specialty. As an imperial servant, he naturally would not want it, but Hedy Lamarr had been with him in Africa for so long, and she had no merit but hard work, so in the end he could only adopt a flexible attitude to deal with it. Why can't I control this hand? Alan Wilson clapped one of his hands hard in front of Hedy Lamarr, his mouth full of anger. Okay, just think of it as me who made you fall. Hedy Lamarr rolled her eyes at the imperial servant. Of course, she knew it was a performance, but the man did not leave any gains in Africa, and gave them all to her. I said your wife is so high in status, how can she not withstand your offensive? Hedy Lamarr now understood what it meant to give too much. She couldn't resist it either. These are external things. They are mainly moved by my sincerity. Alan Wilson waved his hand, boasting of his extraordinary charm. Thanks to the warming relationship with the people of Northern Rhodesia, with the care of Mahaj Lovick and his son, he still embarked on the journey back to Europe, ending his mission to help in Africa. After staying in Paris for 2 days, he went directly to Germany, to continue to shoulder the responsibility of coordinating overseas assets. At the Hermann Manor in Bonn, Anna walked to the window from time to time to see if a lover had come. After every disappointed look from afar, she couldn't help but sigh secretly. This scene fell into Bokina's eyes, and she couldn't help shaking her head. Only God knew how Anna was chosen. Was it because she was stupid enough? While thinking this, Anna suddenly stood up, and said in a low voice, "He's here." Really? Bokina also stood up, and ran to the window to look around. "Where is he? So you are anxious too?" Anna's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. "Aren't you a strong woman? Do you need a man too?" Before arriving at the Hermann Manor, Alan Wilson dressed up in a rare new way and sprayed perfume sold in Paris just to support the industry of the movie queens. But he didn't know that the manor had already played the wolf. After the West Berlin incident, he set foot in Germany for the first time. The Dragoon sisters were extremely excited and jumped for joy at the man's visit. "Don't mind, I'm just a humble social tool, and I really don't have much money." Holding the wildflowers picked on the road, Alan Wilson expressed his loyalty in front of the Bokina sisters. "It's good that you came." Anna coaxed her eyes, moved by the worthless gift. She felt that Alan Wilson's coming to Bonn was a complete forgetfulness of the previous things. "It still has some influence, because I know you have been spies. Now I have some doubts whether your tears are real." Alan Wilson, holding wildflowers, teased the little girl, looking very serious. "Hateful." Anna patted the man. "When you leave Bonn, I will beat Hans's ass." It is estimated that the future German Koch brothers will be indignant when they hear their mother say this. Although Bokina didn't say anything, she was also happy about the man's arrival. She was busy running around with her short golden hair flying. After filling her stomach, Anna asked with an interested look, "I heard that there was a controversial case in your UK. The subway incident?" Alan Wilson was a little surprised. How come Germany knew about it? Seeing the two sisters nodding, he said, "There's nothing to say. The trial is about to start. The heat will die down after that. Do you have any opinions?" Anna was about to say something, but Bokina said, "No, Germany doesn't know much. It's just an anecdote. I thought you had something to say. After all, the women's movement in many countries is supported by the Soviet Union behind the scenes." Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "Don't be dissatisfied. The top leaders of all countries know that this is a fact. Aren't you also role models for German women?" "I would rather not be a role model. The consequences of the large number of German men killed in battle will not be felt by other countries." Bokina said without thinking, "I would rather have more men as workers. Indeed, from the perspective of exploitation, men are more valuable." Alan Wilson agreed. Chapter 831 Second Child Plan. Today, the two sisters, Bokina, had long understood the difference between men and women. The saying that women can only be used as men, while men can be used as animals, is the essence of the value of men and women. In fact, the German dragoons are relatively useful. The environment in which a large number of German men died in battles made German women unqualified to fight. The treatment they want can be achieved in the current Germany. Men swing hoes, and women swing them as well. Men work as construction workers, and women do the same. Gender equality has been achieved in advance in Germany because of the gap in men. It's just that German women don't like it. Decades later, any book related to the post-war period emphasizes that German women are under tremendous survival pressure under this objective gender equality. The Hermann family discovered that women are far less useful than men in production. Men can withstand continuous high-intensity work, but women cannot achieve the same effects due to physical reasons. Now there is a shortage of labor, but there are voices to introduce immigrants. Bochner is the representative of the Hermann family in public. What place is this? Bonn, the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany. With Alan Wilson, the biggest funnel in the free world, the Bochner sisters had accumulated a lot of land in Bonn. Their base camp was close to the capital, so they could naturally understand the movements of the German government. If it weren't for the West Berlin incident, Alan Wilson knew that there were Soviet spies around him. If the two sisters were not discovered, they would have been able to sift through Germany in the next few decades. Immigration? Alan Wilson was startled and suddenly thought of the Turks and said, "The commissioner in Germany will object. Jared Edward is a former commissioner of Malaya, and I have a good relationship with him." The two sisters were very surprised, and then they heard Alan Wilson continue, "I dare not say it is absolutely correct, but the benefits of banning immigration are still great. The most important thing is that Britain does not want to see European countries introduce immigrants." After the war, due to the sharp decline in the population of Germany and the need for labor for reconstruction, it was very difficult for Germany to rebuild at that time. Faced with the dilemma of labor shortage, Germany had to introduce labor from abroad, and at this time Turkey's labor force was relatively abundant, so a large number of Turks were introduced to help Germany rebuild. Since then, nearly 1 million Turks have stayed in Germany. Nearly 1 million Turks lived in Germany, and a few decades later, the number became 3 million. The original intention of introducing immigrants was because Germany lacked labor. After these Turks entered Germany, they did help Germany create a lot of value, which cannot be considered all bad. But Alan Wilson is British, and he sees only bad things. If he introduces immigrants to Germany's economic development, wouldn't it make Britain seem less successful? This will damage the national pride of the British. After fighting 2 world wars with Germany, Germany developed better than Britain. The United States pays more attention to Germany. Now because of him, the labor gap in the Federal Republic of Germany is much more serious than in the original history. Although many Germans who were expelled from Eastern Europe ran over, most of them were intercepted by the Soviet Union. As a result, the current population of Germany is only 50 million, which is more than the population of France, but slightly less than the population of Britain, which is just over 50 million. Now it seems that the German government has also noticed this problem and wants to solve the population problem, but since Alan Wilson knows it, he can't let the Germans get what they want. It's better for everyone if Germany is weaker. There is a big labor shortage now, and you don't help. Anna said angrily, "You just like to see Germany develop badly, right? You British are the worst. If there is a big population shortage, you can give birth to your own children. Didn't I help?" Alan Wilson was unhappy when he heard it. He stretched out his hand to hug Anna in his arms and said with a sly smile, "Didn't I give birth to 2 children with you sisters? Isn't this a contribution to Germany? They are 2 boys, which will help protect Germany in the future." Anna blushed and spat lightly. She knew that this was a man's dark psychology, but she didn't care. 2. It may not be enough, at least I don't think it is enough. Bochner frowned slightly and changed the subject. The introduction of immigrants is still because of the objective existence of the labor shortage. The problem is where to introduce them. There are not many people in nearby countries. Germany has only one choice, which is Turkey, which has a good relationship with Germany in both world wars. Alan Wilson curled his lips and said, "With me here, Britain will definitely oppose it. Turkey is not without advantages. In later generations, it is a well-known TV drama powerhouse, and it is very influential with the United States, Mexico, and Brazil. As for Korean dramas, they are all exaggerated, and their influence is far behind. Even Korean dramas have no influence, let alone other East Asian countries. Although the British occupied zone no longer exists, Germany is still a place worth remembering for Alan Wilson. By the way, talk to colleagues in Germany. The ambassador to Germany is still very powerful at the moment, and the German government is also influenced by Britain, the United States and France. Do you really want to have a baby? At the Herman Manor, Pokina glanced at her sister with a cold look. At this time, you are having a baby. How will you explain it in the future? Who is the father of the child? It's not you who gave birth. You are the strong woman who is in the spotlight in this family. Anna pouted disapprovingly. If I give birth to a child for my man, do I have to submit a report like Libianca for approval? She felt that one son was not enough, and she also hoped to have a child to accompany her, so that the relationship could be completely bridged. She didn't ask Pokina to have one, but the other party interfered. It's obvious that she is afraid that her 2 children will occupy a dominant position in the Herman family's industry. Why are you so inconsiderate when doing things? Pokina was furious. It was okay to create a persona. After all, the ratio of men to women in Germany was not harmonious. But what excuse could Anna have for giving birth to her child? If she gave birth to another child, how could she make up for the previous lie? Alan Wilson and Jared Edward had a very successful exchange on how to interfere with Germany's introduction of immigrants and put pressure on other countries. Originally, Germany and Britain were relatives. In the field of assimilation, the world today is divided into 3 levels. Peace Church is the only one, India and China, etc., relying on the home advantage of large numbers, can also be regarded as self-protection. It is precisely the Germans like Britain and Germany who have a terrible assimilation ability. The white people in the United States, who account for 93%, cannot digest the blacks. Later generations of British and Germans are all heading for half of them. Although interfering with Germany's introduction of immigrants will lead to difficulties in Germany's economy, and many single women are destined to die alone. But it can ensure that Germany is free from many conflicts, and it's okay to make the people suffer first. Alan Wilson felt no guilt at all. As far as he knew, there were more than 100,000 marriages between Britain and Germany. He could let the British who married the dragoons work harder. Didn't you see that he did it? After talking to the German commissioner, Alan Wilson returned to Herman Manor leisurely. The next stop would be to return to London. He would stay there for a few days and then talk about it. Dear, I have collected a gift that you will definitely like, Anna whispered mysteriously, creating a sense of mystery. What is it? Mysterious? Alan Wilson asked with great interest. Wait, I'll get it, Anna said, and walked out of the room. A moment later, she took a box and returned. After creating enough mystery, Anna opened the box. I heard that you are an expert in Oriental studies and now you are a specialist in Malaya. Take a look at this knife. I got it from a German collector. Huh. Alan Wilson took a quick look and then squinted his eyes to see it clearly. Number 17. Proton. Oh my god. Alan Wilson pulled out the blade and it shone with cold light. If you look at it carefully, your eyes will feel stinging. What a good thing. Alan Wilson couldn't let it go and exclaimed. Isn't this a walking 50 million? Unexpectedly, this precious sword that set an auction record fell into Anna's hands and now it is given to him. Do you like it, dear? Anna smiled. Seeing Alan Wilson happy, she was also happy. I knew you would like this. Men like to fight and kill. Sheathing the knife, Alan Wilson sighed. This knife belongs to a very powerful monarch. It may be very valuable in the future, but I will definitely not sell it. A very powerful monarch? Who is it? It was really difficult for Anna to know an Oriental monarch. She just felt that Alan Wilson could deal with Oriental issues and must have an understanding of local culture. It doesn't matter who it is. His reputation is very complicated. Alan Wilson was not good at judging Qian Long's life. If Qian Long had been an emperor in an era when the West was not dominating the world, his reputation would have been much better. If he had been a different ethnic group, he would have been famous in any dynasty with his achievements. The problem was that in Qian Long's era, the West was indeed invincible on the earth, and one civilization after another fell under its feet. Qian Long was born in a minority ethnic group, so there was nothing he could do. So there were ridiculous remarks that Yang Guang was the emperor and Qian Long was a prodigal son. Alan Wilson rarely accepted gifts from women. His mouth was almost grinning behind his ears. He held Anna tightly and refused to let go. Dear, tell me what you want. As long as there is something in this world, I can find a way. I want a child. Anna kissed the man and whispered, but my sister said that, if the child is born, we can't explain who the father is. Identity is a problem. We can't say that it is adopted, right? Alan Wilson frowned and said, there is indeed this problem. Her worry is not unreasonable. If you don't mind, there is actually a person who likes children very much, but she can't have children. She always thinks it is a pity. You want me to give birth to the child as a sample? Anna fell into thought. Tell me who it is first, and I will talk to her. Do you really want to talk? Alan Wilson was shocked. He thought that he was just talking casually. He was not prepared for Anna's reaction. Let's talk about it, and clarify what we need between the two of us, Anna said firmly. For the second child plan, she also tried her best. The identity issue will be discussed later. Give birth to the child first. Chapter 832. Anna is eager to try. That woman is already very old. Alan Wilson was about to say something. He wondered if this idea was reliable. Just tell me who it is, Anna asked relentlessly. She must complete the 2:1 lead over Bokina. Pauline Goddard. She has always regretted not being able to have children. I stayed in Paris for a few days before I came here, and he is filming the second part of 007, Casino Royale. The entangled Alan Wilson told the truth. At present, Woodpecker Pictures has 3 projects in preparation: the feminist film masterpiece Resident Evil, the sequel to 007, Casino Royale, and the movie Time Machine involving time and space. The third movie is based on the film version of a British novel, telling the story of a time traveler inventing a machine that can freely travel in the past and future in the time dimension. When he rode the machine to 800,000 AD, what appeared in front of him was a strange and terrifying scene. Human beings were divided into 2 races, the Eloi and the Morlocks. The former were delicate and beautiful, and had lost their ability to work. The latter had hideous faces, worked all day, and were used to living a damp and dark life underground. They fattened up the Eloi people, and at night they preyed on them everywhere. Pauline Goddard was selecting scripts. Lana Turner and Joan Bennett were also in Paris. I wonder if they have chosen the scripts they need. Is it her? You are really not picky. Anna glanced at Alan Wilson. I admit that she is very beautiful, but she seems to be in her 40s. Even if she takes good care of herself as a star, how many years can she maintain her beauty? What are you thinking? Alan Wilson denied it flatly. In the past few years, he would rather kill 3,000 people by mistake, and never cared about age, as long as she was beautiful. But now it is different. He is only willing to provide some help, based on the original relationship. Anna did not comment, and was very dissatisfied with Alan Wilson's central air conditioning style. I will go to Paris, to talk to her in person. Does she really like children? That's absolutely right. She has always said that not having her own children is a regret in her life. Alan Wilson swore. That's good. Anna was eager to try, and she wished she could take the chromosomes out of the man's body right now. Alan Wilson couldn't understand. They both had a child. Why did Xiaomi still have such a strong desire to give birth? He didn't know this. Anna felt that it was not advantageous to compete with Bogina's child for the family property, so she wanted to increase her own strength. However, at the current time, she really couldn't explain the identity of the child. It would be better if another woman could help. For example, Pauline Goddard couldn't have children. In Anna's opinion, she was a good foster object. Isn't it the relationship between biological mother and adoptive mother? It was very common in post-war Germany. She had seen many examples. There were many complicated relationships, and the British garrison also contributed to some of them. Alan Wilson's life was simple. He played with cultural relics during the day, and played with Maomui at night. He was going to take this Qian Lang sword away. It was indeed something a man liked. I don't pay attention to its value. The main thing is to experience the heavy sense of history. Holding the Qian Lang sword, Alan Wilson thought that, if he was not afraid of damage, he could consider taking it back to Malaya, and try to chop off a few heads to open it. Bokina looked jealous. Anna once again launched a fierce attack on the man's weak spot. How could this sister find it so accurately? Is she gifted in dealing with men? You are very interested in China. What do you think of this country? What do you think? Isn't it an ally of your Soviet Union? There are not many idiots in this world, and they are all concentrated in the Soviet camp. You will see that the harder the Soviet Union supports it today, the more regret it will have in the future. Alan Wilson sheathed his knife again and said nonchalantly, "You ask me what I think of China? If we talk about strength, your two countries tied together are far less powerful than the entire free world. The current threat of the Soviet Union to the free world is greater, not because of national strength, but because the Soviet Union is the first socialist country." Bokina felt a little unhappy. Although Alan Wilson was praising her, this kind of sarcastic praise sounded uncomfortable. She said dissatisfiedly, "You are very confident? It's impossible not to be confident. If you, the Soviet Union, were really confident in your national strength, you would not increase foreign aid to this level. Isn't it subconsciously known that facing NATO, the Soviet Union can't lead the Eastern European countries wearing open crotch pants?" Alan Wilson counted on his fingers. The manpower of one Germany is equivalent to that of East Germany, Poland, and Yugoslavia. One Italy is equivalent to the remaining countries. I'm not counting Belgium, the Netherlands, and the Soviet Union. They have to fight against Britain, the United States and France at the same time. The Soviet Union's technology is backward, and even its manpower is not good. If it were not for its powerful system, this confrontation would be completely impossible. The Soviet Union might win against the United States alone, but if it brought a group of poor brothers, it would be better to fight alone. This also applies to China in the 21st century. It is possible to win against a single country, but there is no possibility of winning if it forms an alliance. China's manpower is originally a major advantage. The pressure is shared by 1.3 billion individuals, which is equivalent to the Soviet Union relying on its huge land area to resist. But Alan Wilson knows that the population has collapsed, but the huge resources of the Five Eyes Alliance are still there. From this point of view, the threat is far less than that of the Soviet Union, and the choice of confrontation is correct. If the Five Eyes are biting the old Europe and really promoting the old Europe to stand on the side of the United States, it can already consider when to lose. Losing is certain, and the difference is nothing more than time. Bokina still had patriotism. Even though he had made a choice, he still didn't want to see a man say bad things about the Soviet Union. Only Britain wants to fight the Soviet Union. You'd better figure out the Malayan colony. Don't be infiltrated. A bunch of countries around are not much stronger than India, and they still want to infiltrate Malaya. They can't even infiltrate Thailand. Alan Wilson replied contemptuously, "The Soviet Union has infiltrated Western Europe for 10 years since the war. Has it worked? In addition to funding some women's movements, there are some effects. I won't talk to you. These things have nothing to do with me." Bokina ended the argument. In fact, she couldn't argue anymore. The Soviet Union's infiltration of Western Europe was indeed ineffective. The fact is that Eastern Europe is much poorer than Western Europe. The Soviet Union has huge land resources to share the pressure, but other Eastern European countries don't have them. Not to mention, compared with the old imperialism, they are far behind Portugal. In the future world, per capita output value cannot represent everything. The pensions of the richest countries in Eastern Europe cannot catch up with Portugal. For non-European and American countries, Portugal is already the upper limit of the living standard of ordinary people. Even when Japan's economy was the strongest, Americans who went to Japan also commented after returning home. The wages of ordinary people in Japan seem good, but the overall price level will be much worse. Spending the same money, the quality of life is far inferior to that of Europe and the United States. Even Japan, the richest country in Asia, is like this, and so is South Korea. However, compared with South Asia, which is the benchmark of involution, East Asia is still okay, much better than some parallel countries that are not worthy of their names, such as Eastern Europe, which is not poor on paper, and far exceeds Latin American countries. The standard set by Alan Wilson for Malaya is to catch up with Portugal, and even this may not be achieved. If it is really achieved, with the proportion of Malaya's population and resources, it should be better than Japan. After completing the work in Germany, Anna insisted on going to Paris, and Bokina thought about it for a long time, and decided to go. What about Alan Wilson? He could only make a round trip, to avoid the trial, that was criticized by the women's movement, and only contacted Maggins through telegrams. The respected Lord Sheffield had made all the necessary preparations. After all, the subway had been damaged that day, and the arresting police and witnesses were already in place. He was confident that he would definitely be promoted to the London boxing champion this time. He could only wish his friend all the best in the telegram, and said that, if nothing unexpected happened, he would return to London after the trial had a result. As for why he had to have a result before he could return, the Lord didn't need to know. Alan Wilson, who stayed in the headquarters building, was leisurely, and even Ingrid Bergman didn't object. It was not the turn of other demons and monsters to object. However, there was a price to pay for going back, and Ingrid Bergman was not easy to manipulate. Not long after, Pauline Goddard walked into the office absent-mindedly, looking at Alan Wilson thoughtfully, and finally found an opportunity to ask, "Do you know about this?" "This, you can refuse. You are a free individual. But I see that you really like children, so I revealed this." Alan Wilson said politely, "Pauline, I won't force you to make a choice. I just feel very complicated. When the child grows up, will he recognize me as a mother?" Pauline Goddard said uncertainly. At this time, Pauline Goddard needed support, and Alan Wilson took the lead and hugged her in his arms. "I really envy that child. It is a great fortune to be raised by two such excellent mothers. What else can you complain about?" Pauline Goddard was still hesitating, but Alan Wilson's subtext settled the matter. She was dizzy in the warm embrace, but she didn't notice this. "It seems that I came at the wrong time." Anna's figure appeared, and Bokina's face behind her was even more unfriendly. Alan Wilson was not afraid at all, and stretched out his other hand and said, "You came at the right time. I'm going to live in Malaya." Anna, who came over, directly expressed her thoughts. She had been there several times, and did not feel any repulsion. "It's more private this way. I'm fine." Alan Wilson's mouth was harder than a cooked duck. In wartime, he was a martyr who was not afraid of torture. "Dear, I hope it's really okay," Anna said while Bokina was watching. "I gave birth to my first child earlier than Pamela, and now I'm giving birth to my second child earlier than her. What's the comparison?" Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. "What's the point of such a comparison?" Chapter 833 Malaya Second 5-Year Plan. Anna wanted to live in Malaya, which was fine, since Vivian Leigh lived there too. If she wanted to live in London, the Imperial Commissioner would be in a cold sweat. He didn't have the courage to brazenly compare himself to God in London. Alan Wilson had great respect for the actresses of the Paris group. As long as they had contact with him, he would be willing to help them when they encountered difficulties. For example, when Lana Turner and Joan Bennett were not doing well in their careers, he was willing to provide scripts so that these actresses at the end of their golden age could give it another try. With this central air conditioning feature, even actresses who didn't have much contact with him later still maintain a good relationship with Alan Wilson today, and they can smile at each other when they meet again. For Paulette Goddard, it has been 3 years since she made a big screen film. Although she tried her best to maintain her condition, she was already in a stage where she was not invested in, just like the female stars in later generations who could only play mothers in their 30s. Alan Wilson proved with practical actions that he was not only good at writing the conspiracy theory World Unsolved Mysteries series. You can also identify good scripts from various scripts, and they are also very innovative. In addition to the sequel to 007, biochemical movies and time travel movies are considered new types in this era. I wish the respected ladies to continue to shine. At a private cocktail party hosted by Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, Alan Wilson raised his glass to express his respect for the members of the Girlfriends group. "Thank you, Mr. Wilson." Lana Turner, Joan Bennett and others responded with moving smiles. A group of beautiful women were very pleasing to the eye. Alan Wilson drank 2 cups casually and left the space for them. He walked to the window to look at the scenery of Paris in the distance. The light footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Anna came over and looked into the distance along the man's line of sight. "What is there to see? It's just average. I'm just relaxing." Alan Wilson smiled and shook his head. "You don't know how busy I am. I have already wasted a lot of time." "Are you busy?" While talking, Anna turned around and looked around like a thief. Her other hand accurately grasped the handle and smiled evilly. "I think you are obviously not as busy as your brother. Dear, you are not like this before." Alan Wilson was helpless. How could she become like this when she was such a good girl before? After preparing the report materials, Alan Wilson would return to London to make a report on this inspection, including but not limited to the exploration of overseas British assets, the stability of the pound zone, and the sustainable development report of the colonies. After Sudan entered the independence schedule, in the short term, at least for the colonies in East Africa, Britain will not allow the colonies to be independent, but will strengthen them. After Sudan's independence, Britain's colonies in Africa will all be composed of Black Africa, mainly divided into two parts, the Gold Coast and Niger interests in British West Africa, and the East African colonies that are connected. The latter is larger in area, including Botswana, North and South Rhodesia, Zambia, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda and other places. These connected colonies still have 4.4 million square kilometers. The Gold Coast and Nigeria in British Africa still have an area of 1.2 million square kilometers under the current British rule. Together with these two large colonies, Britain still has more than 5 million square kilometers of African colonies. It doesn't look as large as French Africa, but the land conditions are much better than French Africa. More than half of the Sahara Desert is in French Africa. Africa is the last large colony in the hands of Britain. Together with the Malayan colony in Southern Asia and the Protectorate in the Middle East, there are still more than 6 million square kilometers of land in the world, either under direct British rule, or as a British protectorate. If the wave of independence fails to be contained, Alan Wilson will adopt the approach of going west first and east later in his report, pushing out Nigeria and the Gold Coast, which have the largest populations, to buy time. With the report of this inspection, Alan Wilson returned to London and demonstrated with practical actions that Anna's ridicule that his second brother was busier than him was pure nonsense. Go home first when you return to London, and you can see the cabinet secretary later, but your wife should still pay more attention to it. Pamela Mountbatten has been very happy recently. Her business road is very smooth. The three major oil companies have reached an agreement with the cabinet and jointly invested with the country to develop North Sea oil. For the country, the benefit is that Britain can get rid of its dependence on Middle East oil to a certain extent. If something like the Iranian oil crisis occurs again, Britain's potential losses will be reduced a lot. And it can also be tougher, relying on its own oil resources to fight, instead of only choosing to force it. In the Iranian oil crisis, Britain's strong pressure was superficial, and bullying was too obvious. But in fact, it is because apart from the military, there are not many trump cards in hand. With North Sea oil, it is completely different. When similar things happen, Britain does not need to fight against 1 against 3, but directly put out 2 kings. Military pressure looks extremely strong, but it gives people the feeling of 1 against 3 and 2 kings. Pulling hatred may not work. In fact, making money is not the most important thing. Britain is an industrial country with accumulated technology. Oil has a wider range of uses. Once integrated into our industrial system, the value created far exceeds the price of oil itself. After listening to his wife's words, Alan Wilson pointed to his thigh and asked Pamela Mountbatten to sit down, and then said, "When you have a wide influence in the oil field, we can start the next stage of arrangement." Alan Wilson has always wanted to follow the Formosa Plastics route and establish a chemical group in Malaya to block the road to the fraud island in advance. This is what he is about to start in his second term. After the London smog incident, highly polluting companies like Formosa Plastics are no longer correct in the UK. If you really succeed, if Malaya becomes independent in the future, the loss caused by that government will be immeasurable. Pamela Mountbatten smiled with a frightened face. Once it is formed, the Malayan colony will be too important. With our 50 million people in our homeland, it is impossible to continue to maintain the current international influence, even if we risk our lives. This is a fact. If there is a strong homeland, will it be the turn of the United States and the Soviet Union to show off their power again? Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "But this is life. A country can't have all the blessings. A country wants a large population, rich resources, and high income for everyone. The public security is not like the human world. In theory, it is possible, but in reality, only the United States is close. In fact, the public security in the United States is very poor. Britain cannot maintain its current status by relying on its homeland. Sooner or later, it will be forced to eat shit with a smile on its face by the United States. With Britain's diplomatic accumulation, it will not do anything to offend a big player. But Britain can do something shocking in the future, and it has to do it. It can only listen to Washington's arrangements. Although the UK still has a lot of buffer space compared to Canada and Australia, in the eyes of Americans, it is just a slightly stronger follower. How much status does it have in the Five Eyes? The UK may think it has, but in fact it really doesn't. With the current industrial layout of Malaya, plus a group along the Formosa Plastics route, it should be enough. If we really prop up the facade of the Asian lighthouse, we believe that we can establish an economic influence that radiates Southeast Asia. By that time, Britain can be said to have reversed the heavy damage caused by the World War. Now, if it is only from a financial point of view, Britain is no longer dependent on American aid. It is just not dependent, and Britain is still unwilling to fall out with the United States. The United States is as important to Britain as Europe is to Britain. The development of Malaya still depends on the help of Pamela Mountbatten, a star in the British business community. Let me come again. Pamela Mountbatten pouted and muttered, "It's all your political achievement." You can't say that, dear. The kingdom of Sarawak is your kingdom. Alan Wilson said with a clear conscience. How can a family say two things? The development of Malaya will eventually provide a solid foundation for your career. The small Xinjiang can support the four major families, so can't the entire Malayan colony support the Mountbatten group? The Formosa Plastics route can divide the group's business. If India is willing, the Mountbatten group can completely put those highly polluting production links in India, and the Malayan part can be used for laboratories and management. The two parts of the division of labor do not interfere with each other. Anyway, India will have this status in the future. The bottle gas leak in India was too tragic and too dangerous. Alan Wilson was unwilling to put it in the colony he managed. Chemical industry is a large industry that can manufacture chemical preparations and can also refine and shape plastic products from petroleum. The former is given to India and the latter is kept by Malaya. Oh, by the way, I went to Northern Rhodesia this time and discussed with Grace and others about the development of Northern Rhodesia. Those Slavs have laid a good foundation. Now we need a very powerful group to bring them into the market. For a long time, a large part of agricultural products has been supplied by Spain. This part can be saved. Alan Wilson took out a letter of intent and said, find the professionals in your company to have a look. If there are any adjustments, talk to Grace and others yourself. My dear, you have worked hard. You don't forget to run around for me when you are on a business trip. Pamela Mountbatten hugged her husband's neck. Alan Wilson looked up and wanted to say something. I can't breathe. Hold it in. Pamela Mountbatten saw what her husband was thinking. The second phase of the Malayan colony, or the second 5-year plan, requires the continued help of the Mountbatten group, but the most important thing is the recognition of Whitehall. Chapter 834. All the pressure is on France. After the completion of the second 5-year plan, Alan Wilson could leave Malaya with peace of mind and move on to the next stage of her life. First of all, this still requires the approval of Whitehall. After the London smog incident, Britain's tolerance for highly polluting industries has been greatly reduced. During this period, the chemical industry is not a low-end industry. If you want to transfer, you must also consider the reliability of Malaya. That was the next day. On the first day back in London, Alan Wilson invited Lord Sheffield for a drink and congratulated the London City Hall on its great victory in case law. Thank you, but this storm is really scary. But the judicial system still withstood the pressure of public opinion and made a just judgment. Maggins held the wine glass and kept sighing to Alan Wilson, who was on a business trip. The respected lord didn't know this. Although Alan Wilson was on a business trip, he was well aware of the development of the subway incident in China. If it weren't for Pamela Mountbatten, who happened to be in the country to discuss business, would the women's movement have the courage? The reason why he encouraged his wife to support the women's movement and get hurt was because Alan Wilson had personally experienced the subway incident and knew that if the incident got out of hand, the women's movement would have a high probability of losing and might be hit hard by the imperialist civil service system. If he was sure to win the lawsuit, he would have asked his wife to put out the fire and settle the matter, so why would he let the women's movement make trouble? In short, the result was good. Now local civil servants think that the women's movement is unreasonable and have developed aversion. Even among some conservative groups, it has left a bad impression. In general, this subway incident is still beneficial. It provides a positive precedent that can provide a way to deal with similar incidents in the future. This is also the benefit of a country that implements case law. Although the process was tortuous, the result was good. Alan Wilson followed Magin's words with a double entendre, which was to congratulate Maggins for maintaining the legal system and to be happy for the women's movement hitting a wall. It was just a woman who made trouble, and she was not sacrificed. Pamela Mountbatten had instructed donations to help the convicted woman pay the fine. She did not suffer any financial losses, but she was definitely socially dead. After discussing for a while, Alan Wilson exclaimed, "How important is a positive precedent?" He even wanted to plan a case of whether to help or not, but it is highly unlikely that this will happen in the UK. The soil for the Penghu case does not completely exist in the UK, but it basically does not exist either. This classic case in Alan Wilson's mind is not without benefits. Everything has two sides. In fact, it just pointed out the unspoken rules and made the long-term family teachings known to the whole society. Before the Penghu case, many families also taught their children not to meddle in other people's affairs when educating their children. Helping people and being blackmailed has long existed. The biggest role of the Penghu case is to make it clear, providing an excuse for people not to teach in private. How did you gain this time? After Mackins finished talking about his own affairs, he asked Alan Wilson about his trip to Africa. "I'm going to report to Whitehall tomorrow. I've already prepared the report." Alan Wilson clinked glasses with his friend and said calmly, "The wave of colonial independence will be suspended. On the one hand, we will see whether France can win the military operation. On the other hand, we must also promote the failure of the newly independent Sudan. Sudan is a test field, which is perfect for deterrence." After the friends got together and exchanged greetings, Alan Wilson went home. He couldn't let his wife stay alone in the house. There were bright lights and a virtuous wife at home. 5 minutes after returning home, he came out again and sent out his beautiful sister-in-law. "Dear princess, go to bed early." Alan Wilson maintained his usual gentle attitude. His subtle expression told Princess Margaret that "I knew what your purpose was and was grateful. Then I'll leave first, Mr. Wilson." Princess Margaret responded resentfully. The royal driver outside the door was already waiting, fulfilling his due obligations. "I'll watch you get in the car." Alan Wilson was not targeting anyone in terms of surface engineering. He followed Princess Margaret into the car, then watched the car leave his sight, and stood for a while, before walking home again. The lost look of a man standing by the road watching his beloved go away also caught the eyes of the princess, who kept looking back. Now it is proper to make the time between them feel like a long time, since they have not seen each other for a day. There is no other way because of work. Pamela Mountbatten can understand that, but they must be passionate when they meet, otherwise it will be harmful to the relationship between husband and wife. The effect is still very obvious. Pamela Mountbatten hugged her husband happily. "I can't stand your collision, it's great." After a simple breakfast of milk and eggs in the morning, Alan Wilson began to prepare the report documents and calculated the time to go to Whitehall for the report. He had already booked a meeting with Norman Brooke in advance. It's not easy to convince the cabinet secretary. You have no problem yourself. The key is that the officials in Malaya must also be credible. You have already started your second term. It would not be good if something happened after you left Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten was dressing up. She wanted to drive her husband to Whitehall in person. "What do you think of your subordinates?" "It's okay, at least better than the officials in China," Alan Wilson replied after a pause. Fortunately, he really had no problems in execution and was able to implement his ideas. This was enough for the current Malayan colony. If Alan Wilson had 100 Sun Lianshengs, the district chiefs of the universe, he would have absolute confidence in running the Malayan colony into an iron bucket, and the Soviet Union, China and Indonesia would not be able to interfere. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. In his eyes, if Sun Liansheng had to say anything bad, the immediate boss of the district chief of the universe was not a human being. He was always in trouble and pushed his colleagues and subordinates to take the blame. The fundamental reason why Sun Lian-cheng later had a heart for the universe was that his immediate boss pushed him to take the blame again, and he found out. Alan Wilson felt that at least so far, he had never sacrificed his subordinates to take the blame, but just let a subordinate who didn't pay him sit on the bench. He was even prepared to fight for a dense position for his friend this time. The Rolls-Royce Silver Soul stopped at 70 Whitehall. Pamela Mountbatten waved to her husband, "I'll wait for you at home." Then she left in a cloud of envy. A few minutes later, Alan Wilson was already in the cabinet secretary's office. Norman Brooke, holding a newspaper in one hand, picked up the phone and said, "If there are any guests, please ask them to wait for a while. Alan, thank you for your hard work in helping John deal with the Sudanese affairs again." Norman Brooke put down the phone and said with a smile on his face, "Colleagues in Whitehall, appreciate your work very much, and I also know that your second term has begun. In fact, some voices were reluctant for you to continue your second term in Malaya. After all, this is not a special period of war. A commissioner stationed abroad for too long may cause some trouble and will not help to establish a clean image. But due to the importance of the Malayan colony to Britain, a commissioner is needed to shape it into a reliable one. I also agreed to your second term with hesitation. Now it seems that Malaya has made up for the original contribution of British India, and the development of the colonies has been taken into account at the same time. This is very gratifying. Thanks to the trust of Whitehall and the cabinet, although I'm an Asia, I dare not forget the imperial responsibility, and I deeply realize the expectations of the Lord and the Prime Minister for me and the Malaya colony. Now I have achieved some results. The indicators can shoulder the responsibilities of British India, and the credit also belongs to the former commissioner. Many basic things are done by Gerard." Alan Wilson expressed loyalty on the one hand and humility on the other hand. "I personally think that, based on the foundation of Malaya, modern management and capital injection are far from the upper limit of the local area. After all, in the original British India, we did not control a lot of land, and the population of British India was not mobilized. Although British India is known as 10 million industrial workers, in fact, they are not called industrial workers at all, but handicraftsmen. Take steel production for example. India reached 1.7 million tons last year, while the steel production of the Malaya colony supported by Kuching, the capital of Sarawak, was the same as that of the British mainland, reaching 18 million tons. In this indicator, the Malayan colony reached 10 times that of India, which was caused by a variety of factors, including the support of high-quality iron ore in Australia, the steel equipment transferred from Britain, the market provided by the Commonwealth and the European Community, etc. Your achievements in your first term are very surprising, and my colleagues and I have seen it." Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and said, "Alan, where do you think the upper limit of Malaya is? Of course, per capita is no worse than Japan." Alan Wilson opened his mouth and said uncertainly, "Portugal should not be a problem." Norman Brooke nodded. This standard was actually not bad. He continued to ask, if the standard is achieved, can it calm London's concerns and prevent local independence? At least it can make more than half of the Chinese uninterested in independence. Alan Wilson said firmly, "From the situation in Africa, local Indians generally do not like colonial independence, because to local blacks, Indians themselves are outsiders. A similar mentality also exists among the Chinese. I have been strengthening this mentality of the Chinese. The textbooks of the two major ethnic groups are different. The entire content of the Chinese textbooks has nothing to do with Malaya. The Malay textbooks teach about the origin of the Malays. 10,000 years ago, the Malayans moved south from ancient China and wiped out the local indigenous people. This arrangement is very interesting." Norman Brooke smiled and emphasized, "This is also true, right?" Alan Wilson nodded. Under the shining of supreme authority, this was of course true. The two talked about the process of Sudan's independence, and Alan Wilson made a conclusion in the form of a report. "At this stage, if Algeria does not produce a result, it is best for Britain to terminate the independence of its African colonies and wait and see for a while." Chapter 835 Alan's Grand Blueprint. Whitehall has discussed this point, and it can be relieved. The financial pressure is not great now. The operation of the imperial preferential system and the European community have initially helped us get rid of the most difficult days. Norman Brooke nodded in agreement. Now we don't have to consider giving up colonies to save costs, at least in principle. In principle, the only difficult empire territory now is Nigeria. If our statistics are correct, Nigeria should be the most densely populated place in Africa. We certainly don't want any colony to be independent easily, but we should come up with a plan to deal with it to prevent being caught off guard at that time. While speaking, Alan Wilson took out a survey report on Nigeria, which included Nigeria's response plan. Britain's remaining colonies in Africa are mainly on the east coast, and West Africa is Britain's weak link. That is the world of the French. The Gold Coast and Nigeria are surrounded by the surrounding French colonies, who made Germany lose the war. German Cameroon was divided between Britain and France, and 80% of the land became French Cameroon. So on the map, Britain's Nigeria and Gold Coast in West Africa appear very lonely. However, the natural conditions of the two colonies in British West Africa are not bad. Otherwise they would not be able to support the more than 200 million people in Nigeria in the future. Population is also the greatest value of Nigeria. The reason why Nigeria has a high status in Africa and is treated with courtesy by the 5 major powers is not unrelated to its huge population. In fact, when China entered Africa during the Cold War, it invested in 3 key areas, including Nigeria and Tanzania, 1 in West Africa, and 1 in East Africa, and the remaining 1 was Angola, which later caused a melee. The reason why Nigeria was chosen was because of its population size, which is useful even in modern society. In addition to China, Nigeria also maintains good relations with other major powers, which of course includes Britain. In fact, other countries generally send diplomats to new countries after the independence of British colonies, which are called ambassadors. But in many Commonwealth African countries, British diplomats in the local area are not called ambassadors, but high commissioners, which is the same name as Alan Wilson's position in Malaya. These ambassadors called high commissioners are distributed among, but not limited to, Commonwealth African member states. The main content of Nigeria's filing is how to maintain Britain's influence in Nigeria in case independence cannot be prevented. Alan Wilson was already very familiar with this set of business. He had personally experienced it in India and Sudan. He knew what Britain needed. In later generations, Nigeria was also a country where Britain maintained a good influence. In fact, after the revolutionary wave faded, African countries were in a mess, and Britain's influence was restored. Norman Brooke just flipped through it casually and asked, does it only involve the West African colonies? West Africa is surrounded by French Africa. Even if we don't continue to invest, we won't be able to get rid of our dependence on Britain in a short time. East Africa is different. We need the British Army to continue to be stationed overseas. Alan Wilson's meaning is not difficult to understand. West Africa can shrink. Even if Britain shrinks, France will still insist. And Britain in East Africa can't borrow the power of France and needs to maintain British interests by itself. Fortunately, before Alan Wilson came back, he went to Northern Rhodesia and believed that Northern Rhodesia could be used as a base for Britain to interfere in Africa in the future. Moreover, the location of Northern Rhodesia can also be borrowed. This borrowing is the power of Rhodesia and the white people in South Africa. Times are changing, and maintaining colonies requires more and more investment. Compared with Nigeria, which has a large population, East Africa is relatively easy to deal with. Alan Wilson certainly notes that a new player will enter the market. The main dangerous area is Tanzania, but he has previously supported the Sultan of Zanzibar to expel the blacks. The Zanzibar Islands have been turned into an offshore balance base. There are currently garrisons from 2 countries in Zanzibar. One is the British Army, and the other is the Egyptian garrison. Yes, after the end of the Anglo-Egyptian condominium in Sudan, Britain and Egypt appeared in the same country again, which is Zanzibar, which is responsible for keeping an eye on East Africa. Once Tanganyika shows an unfriendly turn towards Britain, Zanzibar will block the Tanganyika coastline. British West Africa will borrow strength from France, the sovereign of French Africa, while British East Africa, with Northern Rhodesia as its core, needs the help of South Africa and Rhodesia. The weak point is Tanganyika. cut off the connection between Zanzibar and Tanganyika in advance, so that it can respond in time, if there is a change. As for the colonies where the British directly stationed troops, they were mainly in South Sudan and Kenya, which was also the original arrangement of British East Africa. It seems that after Sudan's independence, African colonies will usher in a period of stability. Norman Brooke was very satisfied with this blueprint. All the places where we can borrow strength have been mentioned. He gained a lot from Alan Wilson's trip to Africa. He also made a similar judgment that the first stage of post-war contraction has been completed. This may not be the end, but it is a half-time break. In the 10 years after the war, the power center of Britain has already understood that the United States wants all colonies to be independent, but it will not use military means to grab them in the environment where the Soviet Union is eyeing them. It is impossible for Britain to be comprehensive in the European front against the Soviet Union, and in the remaining colonies. There may be more colonies that are independent in the future. This is a general trend, but London still has the right to decide when to be independent. Norman Brooke believes that Prime Minister Attlee will also be happy about the news that the colonies will usher in a period of stability. Do you have anything else to say? Seeing that Alan Wilson was hesitant to speak, the cabinet secretary, in a good mood, took the initiative to ask, if you need any support, just say it directly. Dear Sir, Sudan's independence has entered the process. John, the High Commissioner, has directly switched to diplomatic work, and it seems that he cannot give full play to his abilities. Alan Wilson has not forgotten the purpose of coming to Whitehall, which is to find a comfortable next home for his colleague. Our old boss, Sir Baron, is tired of the heavy work, but Aden's work is very important. Norman Brooke stared at Alan Wilson with a smile, and said with a smile, so it's this matter. Baron's position is indeed very important, and he needs a tolerant, open-minded, and capable successor, especially reliable. Alan Wilson continued with the words of the cabinet secretary, with the current colonial position, compared to Africa, where there are colonies of various countries to rely on, the Asian direction is much more isolated. Malaya, which I manage, and the Persian Gulf, where Commissioner Aden is located, need to support each other. I don't deny that John is my colleague. We used to be commissioners of local states. We have many similar ideas, and it is easy to communicate. After explaining his reasons, Alan Wilson kept silent. He knew that the final decision was still in the hands of Norman Brooke. After a long time, Norman Brooke had finished thinking. Trust and reliability are mutual. I hope you will live up to the trust of Whitehall. We never dare to forget the imperial responsibility we shoulder. Alan Wilson was overjoyed. Did they agree? Baron has been working for so many years. It shouldn't be a problem to stick to it for a few months. At that time, the Sudanese commissioner will be transferred to the Aden commissioner, responsible for the empire's work in the Arab world. Norman Brooke made the final decision. Of course, Norman Brooke was still concerned about whether the Malayan colony had the potential to surpass British India in shouldering the imperial responsibility. I will prepare some orders. Alan Wilson thought about it and used the fiscal surplus of this year to develop the chemical industry. He had not forgotten to follow the Formosa Plastics route. It was a very appropriate way to use wealth to buy the chemical industry in the UK. Do you want to develop the chemical industry? Norman Brooke hesitated and said irrelevantly, it seems that the local garrison needs to be strengthened, otherwise it will be difficult to ensure local security. Sir, I will use 5 to 10 years to establish the chemical industry. Of course, no one can find fault with the legal trade. Alan Wilson said that his boss had misunderstood him. It was impossible for him to hollow out the British chemical industry in 1 year. This was unrealistic. The British government was not the Soviet government. It would not support the development of a place without money. Britain would never do the stupid support of the Soviet Union. 10 years later, Malaya will, together with Hong Kong, create an economic radiation belt for the entire Southeast Asia. This will be used by Britain to jointly control with Australia and New Zealand, and it can also bring the Commonwealth closer. If it succeeds, it will be so gratifying. Norman Brooke listened to Alan Wilson's grand blueprint. Even though this matter has just started, he couldn't help but feel excited. At that time, one of the important wings of the 2 wings will be completed, right? This trip to Whitehall was fruitful. Norman Brooke did not object to Malaya's development of the chemical industry. He also approved the candidate who would take charge of it then after Sir Baron left office. Then he went to the Treasury and looked for Edward Bridges, the permanent secretary. Although Edward Bridges had a delicate relationship with Norman Brooke, Alan Wilson did not avoid him. Britain's finances had improved greatly, but the Labour Party still hoped to find a way to increase military spending, at least not to increase it further. The countermeasure of Mountbatten, the first Sea Lord, was to reduce the number of British troops stationed in the UK and increase the number of British troops stationed in Germany. No one knew better than Edward Bridges whether it was feasible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836, The Future of the Vanguard. In fact, Mountbatten was only the head of the navy. Paying attention to the affairs of the British troops stationed in Germany was, in a sense, an overstepping of authority. But when did he not overstep his authority? When he was the fourth Sea Lord, he did the work of several Sea Lords. Now that he is the first Sea Lord, he naturally takes care of the affairs of the British military. Alan, are you interested in the military? Edward Bridges was very happy. After hearing Alan Wilson's question, he replied, "It is credible in theory, and the cost will be transferred back to the Germans, but it cannot be seen from the accounts." So that's the case. Alan Wilson nodded. In fact, for countries like Germany and Japan, which have a good foundation, garrisons are definitely profitable. The investment in garrisons is visible, but the benefits are invisible. Once the investment is not as good as the benefits, France may not back down, but Britain will most likely abandon its colonies. This is why Alan Wilson feels that among the colonies currently in his hands, Nigeria is likely to be the next one to be abandoned. There are too many people and the benefits are not great. The evacuated garrisons can also strengthen the military strength of other colonies. Edward Bridges, like the delicate cabinet secretary, asked about the trip to Africa. Alan Wilson could only repeat most of the content, but there were new complaints. People in northern Rhodesia complained to me that there were problems with the local border and asked if I could talk to the Belgians. They really overestimated me. Mihajlovic's Slavs were dissatisfied with the border between northern Rhodesia and Belgian Congo. There is a salient in the south of Belgian Congo inserted into northern Rhodesia. This salient is 50,000 square kilometers in size. Because of the existence of this salient, northern Rhodesia was almost divided into two parts, east and west. If the British had thought before, the merger of North and South Rhodesia would not be obvious. But the merger of North and South Rhodesia has become a scrap case. Northern Rhodesia has developed on its own, and this salient is very uncomfortable. Mihajlovic hopes to assign the area south of Lubumbashi and the Belgian Congo to Northern Rhodesia. Although it seems to occupy a small part of the Belgian Congo, Lubumbashi is very important. There are two famous copper mines, Kipashi and Ruash, in the suburbs. They are rich in copper, zinc, lead, cadmium, germanium, actinium, tantalum and other metals, and have large metallurgical enterprises. Alan Wilson did not have the face to ask Belgium for it. Alan Wilson could only tell Mihajlovic that there was only one chance, that is, the end of the colonization of the Belgian Congo, to have a chance to get the salient deep into northern Rhodesia. Don't even think about it at this stage. Those Slavs are quite greedy. Edward Bridges laughed after hearing this, and then he was silent for a moment and said, "This matter can mobilize the Belgian expatriates in the Belgian Congo. Lubumbashi is the mining center of the Belgian Congo. It must be a paradise for many gold diggers. Once the colony can no longer be maintained, those people will not be reconciled. They can instigate the local white people to occupy that place and merge it with northern Rhodesia. What if that is not enough?" Edward Bridges continued without waiting for Alan Wilson to speak. "You must know that the official language of Belgium is French, and many French people believe that the Belgian Congo in Belgium is a French cultural area. If you have this understanding, and then look at the spheres of influence of African countries, you will have a different understanding." Alan Wilson was stunned. If Edward Bridges hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten that the official language of Belgium is French, and there is no cultural barrier between Belgian Congo and French Africa. From this perspective, plus the more than 2 million square kilometers of Belgian Congo, the French culture in Africa occupies half of the land in Africa. France alone occupies half of the 30 million square kilometers of Africa. No wonder the French culture in Africa is the mainstream and has an overwhelming advantage over English culture. Seeing Alan Wilson lost in thought, Edward Bridges said, "Now you understand that the French influence in Africa and the Belgian colonies are just nominally not French. Sir, I actually fell into a misunderstanding and forgot that Belgians speak French." Alan Wilson slapped his head and was very embarrassed. He had the memory of the Rwandan genocide in his mind and knew that there was a shadow of France in it. But he did not connect the memory with reality and ignored that Belgium is a French culture. Otherwise, how could France exert influence on Rwanda across the independent Congo of the Belgian colony? So in this matter, the French can help in a certain sense. Edward Bridges was happy to be able to give Alan Wilson advice. Doesn't this young official know everything? Thank you, sir. I think I still have many shortcomings. After Alan Wilson regarded the Belgian Congo as a French colony, he suddenly became much more enlightened. He was not completely happy. France's roots in Africa are indeed much larger than those of Britain. After chatting for a while, he left Whitehall. In fact, Mountbatten was not idle. NATO's North Atlantic exercise had just ended. At that time, he was still in northern Rhodesia, chatting and laughing with Mihajlovic. At present, Mountbatten is making maneuvers to save military spending. Within the scope of optimization, he tries not to let the cabinet tighten military spending and affect the combat effectiveness of the Royal Navy. Thinking about avoiding disarmament and freeing up some funds, it is natural to send domestic garrisons to Germany. And that's not all. After arriving home, Pamela Mountbatten was already busy preparing food. Alan Wilson naturally couldn't let his wife do it alone, so he went into the kitchen to help. "Don't make my wife too busy." "It wasn't very busy. I just met a few organizers of the women's movement," Pamela Mountbatten said while boiling water. "Are you interested in listening? Those people have caused a lot of trouble for Maggins. What is there to listen to? Are you still not convinced?" Alan Wilson was very interested and asked his wife what was going on. "That's not the case." Pamela Mountbatten pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe they feel a little wronged. By the way, dear, what do you think of them? Are you really not allowed to contact them? In the long run, it is harmful, no matter how justified the ideas put forward are." Alan Wilson answered without thinking. In his eyes, there is no such thing as women's rights. It is 100% women's boxing, and women's rights and women's boxing are two sides of the same coin. Women's boxing is responsible for making trouble, and women's rights will not stop it. This is similar to the radicals and moderates in religious groups. The radicals make trouble, and the moderates pretend to be good people, and the ultimate beneficiaries are the whole. Women themselves have little ability, and their power is based on men's tolerance. Once men don't want to tolerate it anymore, the foundation will collapse. European and American societies can just break up, while Eastern societies choose to lie flat, and religious societies choose to suppress women's rights. These are all different ways of dealing with it. But whether it is Europe and the United States or Japan and South Korea, breaking up or lying flat is based on a certain economic strength. In other words, the living standards are high, Europe and the United States are higher, and Japan and South Korea are a little worse. For a certain big country, it may not be easy to lie flat, because there is no such foundation. It can even be said that from the income data, it is between the world of peace religions in Japan and South Korea, so it is possible to choose any route. Once it is found that there is no economic foundation, and it is intolerable, maybe the Taliban will have more and more fans. If you choose to be a fan of the Taliban, then it will not be a matter of women's rights not taking advantage in the future. Indeed, it's useless to talk without an economic foundation. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband when she said this. "Especially in front of you. You must have some tricks to deal with them, right? Tell me about it." "Of course I do, but I didn't deal with them. This time it was just a small containment. If I really acted as an enemy, I would definitely contact the newspapers and intensively report on women's serious crimes in the past year. creating an image of hatred for men, and then linking it to the Soviet Union. Pamela Mountbatten narrowed her eyes slightly and asked in confusion, "What's the use of this?" "Dear, the force is mutual. Once intensive reporting causes disgust. Do you know Jack the Ripper?" Alan Wilson mentioned the murderer who may be the most famous in history. Once emotions are incited, they may appear in batches. Pamela Mountbatten swallowed her saliva, as if the name Jack the Ripper scared her very much. "Fortunately you didn't do that. I'm just saying this casually. Doing this will scare British women." Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "So ordinary homicide cases cannot appear in the media. Men are much more dangerous than women. Once intensively reported, there will be a demonstration effect. If not many people know about it, no one will imitate it. Once there is a long period of negative news about women against men, it will be dangerous for women." "You scared me, idiot." Pamela Mountbatten had a tense face and kept punching Alan Wilson. She suppressed her complaints for fear of disturbing her daughter who was left alone upstairs. "You're the one who asked me this. I really shouldn't be too honest." Alan Wilson looked helpless and bowed his head decisively in front of his unreasonable wife. "I was wrong. It was still early, and there was no need for after-meal exercise." Alan Wilson held his wife in his arms and talked about something to divert attention. "The discussion just now was just a fart. Jack the Ripper didn't exist. The Admiralty intends to get rid of the Vanguard battleship to save high logistics costs. My father means to transfer the Vanguard battleship to the Pacific Fleet. If possible, can Malaya afford the cost of this battleship?" Pamela Mountbatten mentioned the latest measures of the First Sea Lord to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. "I have no problem. That's the newest battleship." Alan Wilson was ready to accept it with confidence when he heard it. "It can still serve for a long time, which is good for the safety of the Malayan colony." The computer crashed once at 11 o'clock. Damn it. Chapter 837, the world's first uranium mine. Apart from firepower, Alan Wilson did not think there was anything wrong with the Vanguard. This battleship was the last class of British battleships, and all indicators were top-notch. The small firepower problem was already the least important option in the current era. It was not a war with the United States, and it was enough to shock the third world countries. In the visible future, there would be no more battleships. It was certainly worth being happy that the afterglow of the era of cannons and giant ships could have the opportunity to fall into the hands of Alan Wilson. Originally, the retirement of the Vanguard marked the end of an era. The Royal Navy, with battleships as the core, had fought for Britain's sea power for 400 years. The sailing battleships witnessed the rise of the British Empire, and the Vanguard witnessed the decline of this empire. When the gun barrel of the Vanguard was cut off, and the mast was knocked down, it marked that Britain handed over the sea power it had held for 4 centuries to the emerging United States. Although it was not perfect, the Vanguard still put a perfect end to the grand and long history of the development of British battleships. But now the Admiralty is trying to preserve the size of the Royal Navy, which shows that Britain has not given up sea power, even though the current size of the US Navy has surpassed that of the Royal Navy. As for whether the battleship can still keep up with the times, Alan Wilson thinks there is no problem. There are not only the United States and the Soviet Union in this world, but also a large number of less powerful countries waiting for the Vanguard to play its residual heat. There is another thing. The commander of the Far East Joint Operations Command may be replaced. Lieutenant General Bilton may join NATO. Pamela Mountbatten then mentioned another thing, which is more important to the Malayan colony. Is that so? Alan Wilson said he was surprised, but he was not particularly surprised. Lieutenant General Bilton was the garrison commander before he took office. It is normal to change positions after such a long time. Who is the successor? If he sits in Malaya and never moves again, doesn't it mean that Lieutenant General Bilton will be on the bench? Lieutenant General Scones, David Scones. Pamela Mountbatten knew that her husband was interested and immediately said it like a treasure. Alan Wilson was startled and said uncertainly, "Marshal Slim's subordinate, the division commander of the British Indian Army?" Pamela Mountbatten nodded. "This has also been approved by Marshal Slim. Lieutenant General Scones has served in Asia and has some understanding of the local situation. He also went to Malaya when Singapore surrendered." "That's really good." Alan Wilson sighed. Since he had served in the British Indian Army, it means that he was his father-in-law's former subordinate, and there is no problem in cooperating. As for the former garrison commander Bilton, it can be regarded as a promotion. He was sent back to Europe to join the British Army in Germany and become a part of NATO. It is also a good thing for him. The military also recognizes the importance of the Malayan colony. After all, although you never feel dangerous, but the threat is objectively present. Pamela Mountbatten implicitly expressed the military's concern about the Malayan colony. Alan Wilson had nothing to say. He could understand the so-called concern of the military and who they were worried about. Bamboo curtain. Although he was not worried and felt that London was making a fuss, he would not object to such an arrangement. Once the Vanguard joined the Pacific Fleet, the temperament of the entire Pacific Fleet was completely like that of the last era. The Pacific Fleet, with 8 battleships as a core, would be more interesting if the Reputation-class battlecruisers had not been dismantled after the war. Looking at the fleet west of the Suez Canal, with heavy aircraft carriers as a core, it is hard to imagine that the two belong to the navy of the same country. This is just like modern Britain, which is in the same contradiction. Economically, post-war Britain started a healing journey under the leadership of the Attlee cabinet, but it was obviously not as good as the United States. Although Britain withstood the US Golden Dollar offensive, other European countries did not. The power of the Marshall Plan is still considerable, allowing the US economy to continue to advance by leaps and bounds after the war. After Eisenhower came to power, the United States started large-scale infrastructure construction, and now the whole country is really thriving. In finance, Britain, which first established the financial market and played the role of the world's financial center for a long time, deserves more talents in this regard. The United States, which has made great progress in the economy in the past century and gradually replaced Britain's position in the world financial world, also has a large number of outstanding talents. It is no wonder that some voices believe that Britain is like Greece and Rome in front of the United States. It is inevitable to give up its long-standing world hegemony. Alan Wilson also knows that with the current situation in Britain, only God can do it to put the United States under his feet again. What he is asking for now is just independence. It is a bit ridiculous to say that the former empire on which the sun never sets has to work harder to achieve its goal of independence. At least compared with the current France, isn't it acceptable? The Algerian War is no longer a small fight. After only a few months, the French garrison in Algeria has doubled to 400,000. Paris has shown with practical actions that the French government is absolutely serious about suppressing the colonies. According to the characteristics of guerrilla warfare, that is both dispersed and concealed, the French army has determined the tactics of focusing on encirclement and suppression, mobile search, and airborne assault. At the same time, in view of the fact that the equipment of the National Liberation Army mainly came from abroad, the border blockade was strengthened. Several land and sea blockades were established on the borders between Algeria and Morocco and Tunisia, as well as the Mediterranean coast of Algeria, with heavy troops deployed to guard them, and motorized troops and aircraft were sent to patrol day and night. For the security of the whole of Africa, Britain also began to help secretly. To a certain extent, the Mediterranean fleet was responsible for cutting off other countries' aid to Algeria from the sea. Although it had nothing to do with Britain on the surface, Britain was actually very concerned about France's suppression of Algeria. In turn, France's attention to North Africa also stemmed from Britain and the United States entering North Africa during the World War, which led to France seeing the power of other countries in North Africa for the first time. Britain was still okay, but the role of the United States made France very vigilant. The area of activity of French monopoly capital was shrinking, but on the other hand, France's capital was becoming more and more concentrated, and it needed a way out. It is not difficult to understand why the French government tried its best to maintain and consolidate its colonial rule in various places and actively carried out development. In particular, the 3 colonies in the rich North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, were increasingly seen as its lifeblood. Now that oil has been discovered in Algeria, France cannot give up. Compared with Britain's influence in the Persian Gulf and the news of the discovery of North Sea oil, France has become more eager for Algeria's oil resources. Although France's land has the best agricultural basic conditions in Europe, it does not have many resources. It is for this reason that France fought desperately with Germany for Alsace and Lorraine. In modern society, oil resources are becoming more and more important. France has no influence in the Persian Gulf, so it is naturally impossible to let go now. Maybe the oil we found has exacerbated the suffering of the Algerians to some extent. Alan Wilson joked with his wife when talking about this. There is no way. Pamela Mountbatten didn't care. Anyway, she got the money, and the French had the final say on the rest. Alan Wilson smiled and felt that Malaya's oil resources should be put on the agenda. This further increased the importance of the Malayan colony in London's eyes. Compared with a carpet search in the North Sea for several years, Malaya's oil resources should not be difficult to find. Just search around Brunei, and the range is much easier than the blind man touching the elephant in the North Sea. But there is no hurry. Malaya's military strength needs to be strengthened, at least until the vanguard arrives. As for when to go back, it won't be possible in the next few days. Alan Wilson still needs to be a good father for a few days. He found that his daughter is a little strange to him now, which is not a good thing. Pamela Mountbatten now has a problem, similar to Anna's problem, that is, the discussion about the second child plan. Sometimes there is no way to be too charming. Excellent genes are remembered. Alan Wilson said narcissistically. One hand accurately grasped the man's ear, and Pamela Mountbatten smiled coldly. I would like to hear how many people are thinking about your excellent genes. I'm talking about you, dear. Following his wife's hand, Alan Wilson was not panicked at all, and kissed his wife's red lips directly, and his hand was placed where it should be placed with ease. Pamela Mountbatten is a very hygienic woman, very smooth. In this situation, the Imperial Commissioner wanted to sing out loud, "Ride on my beloved ocean horse." Sometimes it's not that Alan Wilson has no resistance to beauty, but there are bad people among the masses, always attacking his weak points. Among those who want to corrupt excellent officials, there are even princesses of the current dynasty. Alan Wilson actually has a lot of ideas to promote, but his current position is in the colonies. If he can return to Whitehall one day, these ideas can be realized. After all, the content of Flying with Two Wings can be enriched. A telegram was sent from Perth, and Pamela Mountbatten immediately shared it with her husband. My exploration team has discovered a large uranium mine in Australia. This is very important to the country. If the Australian government is still unaware of it, block the news and ask the cabinet for its opinion. Alan Wilson sighed secretly. The world's largest uranium mine was discovered. Australia's mineral resources are completely God's gift, but the configuration is the opposite of France, and the agricultural conditions are really poor. Chapter 838. Good idea. There are many countries with short legs in the world. We must admit that the world is not so fair. The problem with Australia is that its agricultural foundation is a little short, but its mining foundation is too long enough to cover up its shortcomings in agriculture. In theory, no country lacks minerals, but the difference between 100 meters underground and 1000 meters underground is so big that no existing minerals can be found. The powerful thing about Australia's minerals is that it has all kinds of minerals, and they are buried very shallowly, including uranium. One of the main reasons why the British alloy tube plan progressed slowly was that high-quality uranium mines had not made any progress at that time. Uranium mines are only useful in the military industry. Pamela Mountbatten didn't care much about the discovery of uranium mines. Wrong, since nuclear reactors can be used as power, isn't it natural to use them to generate electricity? Alan Wilson corrected his wife's words. Australia doesn't even have a perennial river, so it can't just burn coal to generate electricity. If a nuclear power plant is built to supply nuclear power, it will be good for Australia. Pamela Mountbatten nodded frequently, but as if she remembered something, she asked directly, would you be so kind? Use Australia to verify nuclear power. After all, the United States and the Soviet Union are also researching it. Alan Wilson answered in a high-sounding manner. What if something goes wrong? Even if nothing goes wrong, it's better to let Australia bear the risk of British technology verification. In fact, Britain is a pioneer in nuclear power. It was not until the 1970s that the United States nuclear power installed capacity surpassed Britain and became the world's number one. In nuclear power, Britain, like other pioneering technologies, has maintained an excellent style of getting up early and catching up late. Just like the Comet airline lost to Boeing, the Royal Navy was surpassed by the US Navy, and a series of traditions. In nuclear power, they were eventually surpassed by the United States, and once again, it became the most backward pioneer. After the UK built the Calder Hall plutonium-producing and power-generating dual-purpose graphite gas-cooled reactor nuclear power plant in 1956, it successively built a number of graphite gas-cooled reactor nuclear power plants, which were called Magnox reactors, because they used magnesium alloy as cladding. The UK was once the country with the largest total installed capacity of nuclear power in the world. Now that the UK has this technical reserve, and Australia has discovered the largest and best quality uranium mine, the problem is simple. What is needed now is that Pamela Mountbatten, the second generation of the British Empire, will bring the UK's nuclear power technology to loyal Australia. Australia is anti-nuclear power in later generations because Australia has no shortage of coal, oil and natural gas, and the cost is low. It is the same whether there is a nuclear power plant or not, and they are more interested in solar power generation than nuclear power. However, Alan Wilson believes that with Australia's loyalty to the UK, it is definitely not a problem to build a nuclear power plant at this time, and this country will not reject the UK. Alan Wilson even wants to deploy British strategic bombers in Australia, but it is a pity that such an important weapon will definitely not be placed in a secondary direction by the UK. Perhaps after the nuclear submarines are put into service, the status of bombers will be reduced, and it will be possible to do it. After all, compared with the United States, Britain still likes to share weapons technology, especially with countries like Australia and Canada. As long as Australia pays, everything is not a problem. Australia does not lack energy at all. Why do this? Pamela Mountbatten didn't understand. The reason for doing this is that they don't lack energy. Alan Wilson explained, Australia's power generation energy is too easy to get, so we must find a way to increase the difficulty. Anything that guarantees Britain's influence on Australia must be done, let alone nuclear power. If Australia likes nuclear bombs, it should be sold to them. Alan Wilson doesn't understand Australians yet. If Australia's agricultural conditions are better and can support a population of 100 million, let alone Britain, Australians dare to treat Americans' words as farts. Australians will not object to anything related to Australia's security, and the most secure thing in the world today is the nuclear side. It just so happens that Australia has discovered uranium mines, and the timing is very suitable. There is too much competition in Europe. According to the Asian monster house decades later, Europe is the real monster house. Moreover, the size of each country is similar, and it is impossible to crush it. This explains why Britain is much softer than France, and is equally unwilling to give up its colonies. Once the colonies are given up, what is the difference between Britain, France, and Germany? With their own size, they even have trouble dealing with Italy. After discussing with his wife, Alan Wilson decided to see if he could get the government's support on the uranium issue. In fact, with the contract that Pamela Mountbatten had signed with Australia before, the Mountbatten Group could completely get rid of Britain and talk to Australia in the name of the group. But if they got rid of the country, if the United States also joined in, it might be a mess. The Mountbatten Group previously claimed that the iron ore reserves were 2 billion tons, reducing the prying eyes of American counterparts from the reserves. This is useful for iron ore, but uranium ore is different from iron ore, and its importance is completely different. This kind of deadly thing cannot be done without the backing of a country. Soon, Alan Wilson arrived in Whitehall and informed the Mountbatten Group of the news of the discovery of uranium ore, and also bluntly stated that the government was needed as a backing. Uranium mine? How big? Norman Brooke was shocked after hearing this. This was a big deal, so he asked hurriedly. The reserves exceed all the uranium mines that have been discovered, and the quality is also better. Alan Wilson answered without hiding anything. There is no point in hiding it. Compared with the reserves of billions of tons of iron ore, the reserves of uranium mines are too small and too easy to calculate. There are not many samples. After traveling around the world and blurring the vision is simply an insult to the IQ of other countries. It is better to be honest than to be evasive and directly express the need for national support. Are you afraid that your wife's group will be pressured by national power in the mining of uranium? Norman Brooke, the head of a civil service system, immediately understood Alan Wilson's intention. The Mountbatten Group is staking its claim in Australia, constantly looking for minerals that can be mined, including but not limited to coal, iron, natural gas, gold, and copper mines. These are all commercial minerals, but uranium mines are different. The key is that the empire also needs uranium mines, and it is better to have the influence of the country. Alan Wilson made no secret of his determination to hand over his share of uranium mines. At least in the matter of uranium mines, he was willing to bring the country into the partnership. Alan Wilson not only contacted the British nobles to invest in Australia, but also wanted to introduce state capital. So after communicating with the cabinet secretary, this time, the candidate who would represent Britain and Australia in negotiating uranium mines has been announced. Alan Wilson himself is the most suitable choice. This of course requires the approval of the cabinet. After Prime Minister Attlee learned about this, he agreed without saying a word. Britain is promoting the research of nuclear power technology, and it is at this time that high quality uranium mines are needed. This time, there is one more task to return to Malaya. Walking out of number 70 Whitehall, Alan Wilson counted the current tasks on his fingers, negotiating uranium mines with Australia, and advertising nuclear power, establishing a chemical industry in the Malayan colony, developing Sarawak soil, and solving the cost of the Vanguard battleship. Of course, the last point is that the military is still worried about the threat of the bamboo curtain. Britain still has a levy against a certain big country. Alan Wilson did not regard the threat of the bamboo curtain as non-existent, but he had some understanding of the inside story and was not very afraid. The same thing will have different views from different angles, and fear is largely due to lack of understanding. He will not believe all one-sided words. The Soviet Union also said that communism will surely win. Should we just listen to the Soviet Union and surrender the free world? The biggest achievement of returning to London this time is that Alan Wilson and Whitehall have reached a consensus. The key to defeating the enemies of the free world is to split the relationship between a certain big country and the Soviet Union. Whitehall also deeply recognizes this point, but has no idea how to do it. At this time, an Orientalist expert is needed to answer. Alan Wilson can even write Chinese characters. No one knows what the East is better than him. It took an hour to come up with a report that is nonsense, half of which is hydrology, but the conclusion is that China and the Soviet Union will split sooner or later. The content is not important, but the conclusion is important. The content is not all useless. At least what China wants, and the Soviet Union cannot give, is still recognized by Whitehall. When that day comes, this will be an important basis for Alan Wilson to be promoted to cabinet secretary. After returning home, Pamela Mountbatten heard from her husband about the visit to Whitehall, so she asked, "So what are you going to do? How can you get Australia to cooperate unconditionally?" "That's simple. Talk more about the threat of the bamboo curtain." Alan Wilson replied with a relaxed look. Security is Australia's biggest need, which has been proven many times. He himself was not impressed by the so-called bamboo curtain threat, but he knew that this set of threats worked on many people, especially for Australia, a former colony that was once frightened by Japan's southward advance. "You are my husband, representing the country to help my company and talk to the Australian government." Pamela Mountbatten thought for a while and asked, "Will it affect you?" Alan Wilson was a professional bureaucrat and accepted this task. It was originally nothing, but the company involved was his wife's industry, and Pamela Mountbatten was a little worried. "Nothing. We are all family. We and the Australians are all subjects of the Queen. If you feel that the emotional card is not enough, you can consider bringing the princess. The chances of victory have increased again," Alan Wilson said nonchalantly. "Good idea." Pamela Mountbatten agreed that the positive influence of the royal family could make things easier. Why did I spend so much time on this chapter? Chapter 839, 2 Development Strategies. Then this time, I will help you communicate with the Australian government as a public official. Alan Wilson expressed his opinion. Although it was a bit inappropriate to say it, what could he do? This might be life. Who else can you help, if you don't help me? Pamela Mountbatten glanced at the big hand pressed against her chest and said sarcastically, then things are simple. Summon Comet number 1, and the family of 3 plus Her Royal Highness will go to Australia. After the launch of the Comet airliner, it is no longer the same as the early version. The improvements are mainly to increase the number of passengers and use mature technology to share the cost. The embassies and high commissioners of the major colonies and Commonwealth countries have each distributed tasks to increase the market share of the Comet airliner. So far, the Comet airliner has not had a historical crash, and sales have greatly increased compared with the same period in history. At the meeting of the Committee on Overseas Assets Management, Alan Wilson turned into a salesman and said that he would promote Comet number 1 in major colonies to exchange colonial resources. The Comet has become the main tool for Britain to exploit its colonies. As long as the production line of de Havilland can keep up, he and his colleagues can ensure that they can be sold and grab as much market share as possible before the Boeing airliner interviews. Now there are more than 500 Comet airliners of various types in operation all over the world. Australia, Canada, India and other former colonies, but now independent countries, have also seen the Comet airliner. From the promotion of the Comet airliner, Alan Wilson has already used public tools for private purposes. Malayan Airlines has replaced all its routes with Comet airliners. He also hopes that colleagues from all over the world will follow suit and fill the local market in influential places in Britain before the Boeing airliner appears. There is no hurry, because the Boeing 707 airliner has been developed, but it has not yet entered commercial operation. Once the reliability is confirmed, the Washington government will definitely promote the use of Boeing airliners. The opponent of the Comet airliner has already appeared. For the Comet airliner, the advantage is that the Comet airliner has been commercialized for several years and has sold more than 500 airliners, which has proved its reliability. In the current aviation market, the market share of Comet airliners is almost 100%. The current Comet airliners have already spread the cost through the sold airliners, while Boeing airliners have not yet entered commercialization, and the cost will certainly not be reduced at the beginning, but this is not insurmountable, and the US government will definitely use national power to help. It's too early to talk about this now, but Boeing's new airliners will definitely get support from Washington. Since the launch of the Comet airliner, major American airlines have not even had the intention to buy it. One airline can understand it, but every airline is like this, and they must have been warned. On his own private plane, Alan Wilson and his wife talked about Boeing airliners, which may become a competitor to the Comet airliner. So what should we do? Is there any way to deal with it? Pamela Mountbatten looked like a curious baby and asked her husband to explain. The aviation industry is extremely important to the country. If the strength of the United Kingdom declines again, it will definitely affect the aviation industry. So we still hope that our country can stop the decline. This is more useful than anything else. The good news is that now the United Kingdom does not have to be inferior to the Americans because of debt. The couple enjoyed the fun of keyboard politics. They only had to trouble Her Royal Highness to take care of their daughter as an aunt. At present, it is okay. Her Royal Highness does not reject this role. After the transfer of DB in Colombo, Comet 1 landed in Perth, the capital of Western Australia. This is the first choice for British immigrants in recent years. It can't be said to be the first choice. The whole Western Australia occupies 1/3 of Australia's area. It is not much smaller than India. Only the area near Perth can be the director. In terms of climate, there is no good place in the whole country of Australia. The area near Perth is already good. At least the climate is stable, and there is no need to think about the birds singing and the flowers blooming. It is a weakened version of Punjab in India. In many places, stable climate is the biggest advantage. Perth and Punjab are like this. Compared with the changeable climate, at least people here can enjoy some good basic conditions. There are not many places in Australia that can be used for agricultural development. Of the 7.6 million square kilometers of land, less than 500,000 square kilometers are used for agricultural purposes, and Perth is one of them. Compared with the 3 major cities in the southeast corner of Australia that have been developed long ago, Perth has long been a small transparent city. But with the discovery of iron, or in Western Australia, the status of Western Australia has risen, and its political status and financial strength are rising. The advantage of being a latecomer is that the area near Perth has not been overdeveloped, and many lessons from the East Coast can be avoided in Perth. The president of the Mountbatten Group and the Royal Princess arrived in Perth, and Governor Ross McGlarty immediately appeared to welcome the distinguished local guests. After paying respects to the president of the Mountbatten Group and Her Royal Highness the Princess, it was the turn of the son-in-law. Mr. Wilson, welcome to Western Australia. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be strengthened here? Education can be added. If I have the ability, I will try to let Oxford and Cambridge help Western Australia develop education. Alan Wilson responded friendly. In fact, given the current conditions in Western Australia, it is only a matter of time before it becomes the richest place in Australia. When it becomes a developed place, relevant conditions must keep up. Alan Wilson expressed his intention to use the education industry to cut leaks in Western Australia with very considerate words. It's okay as long as the trick is old and effective, and Western Australia has the conditions for this. It's great that Mr. Wilson is optimistic about the development here. Ross McGlarty was very happy. After the various minerals contained in Western Australia were discovered one by the major exploration teams of the Mountbatten Group, Western Australia, with its fiscal revenue soaring, changed its previous admiration for the East Coast. With money in hand, the Western Australian government has more ideas and is determined to build Perth into a city that surpasses the East Coast. Alan Wilson is very familiar with this mentality. The source of many regional conflicts lies in comparison. In the past, there was a clear gap between Western Australia and the East Coast. At that time, people on the East Coast did not look down on other places, nor did they pay much attention to them. In later generations, Western Australia has long been the richest state in Australia, and there are some voices of dissatisfaction with the Australian government. This is normal. The whole of Australia is built on the sales of Western Australian iron ore, while the poor people on the East Coast always point fingers at Western Australia, so they feel annoyed. There are many such things, and the Magic City always feels that the Imperial City is too controlling, which is quite similar to the current mentality of Western Australia. The difference is nothing more than one is standing on the geographical advantage, and the other occupies the resources. The foundation is different. What do you think? Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband, what do you think of Ross McGlarty's attitude? Yes, the necessary centrifugalism of Western Australia will help maintain Britain's influence in Australia. We don't necessarily have to point fingers at Australia, but some necessary contradictions will help make things simple. Alan Wilson smiled quite happily, but it seems that Ross McGlarty is still very contented. Princess Margaret also spoke up. People are like this. If you don't live well, it's God's fault. If you live well, it's the result of my personal efforts. It's too normal. Alan Wilson chuckled and sneered. It's just a place that sells resources. Do you really think you are so great? Throwing the people here into the inland desert, it can still develop so well. Besides, it's not too late to say that they are great. Several people decided to rest in Perth for a few days, mainly because the domineering female president and Her Royal Highness the Princess needed to do something close to the people. As for Alan Wilson, he also had tasks. First of all, he had to take care of the children, and also to plan the development of the British Malaya colony. Now that the foundation laying stage has passed, the future development of the Malaya colony must be well planned. Alan Wilson started to plan the development of an unrelated place in the capital of Western Australia. From the memory of the previous life, there were only two development ideas for the provinces of a certain big country. There was no plan in the early stage of opening up, and going to the coast to work was the way out. But as time passed, the provinces began to come back to their senses and tried to build a development route. The fundamental reason is that without a development route, local talent will be lost. There are generally two main plans. One is the wolf pack tactics, and the other is a strong provincial capital strategy. Not all the initial plans are completely suitable. For example, Jiangsu and Shandong both used the wolf pack tactics at the beginning, but Jiangsu was fine, while Shandong was not very successful, and had already changed to the strong provincial capital strategy. The main purpose of the strong provincial capital is to prevent the outflow of local talents. If the basic conditions are not so good, the province's strength will be used to concentrate on developing the provincial capital to lock the trend of talent outflow. The strong provincial capital strategy was implemented earlier in the southwest, but was soon imitated by other provinces. After all, the objective conditions of Jiangsu are not available in most places, and even Shandong has turned to it. Alan Wilson thinks that West Malaysia can use the wolf pack tactics. Penang, Malacca, Kuala Lumpur and Singapore can develop simultaneously, but East Malaysia cannot follow suit. Sarawak and Sabah in East Malaysia can only choose the strong provincial capital strategy. The population of East Malaysia is only 1/5 of the entire Malayan colony. It is already good to have built two core cities. It is purely overthinking to want to keep pace with West Malaysia. It seems that my second term is not yet ready for the final stretch. Alan Wilson looked at the two-legged walking plan that had just been completed. By the time his term as Imperial Commissioner was over, the Prime Minister would not be as good at governing the country as he was. Chapter 840, Economic and Trade Changes into Arms Sales. The uranium mine was discovered in the Northern Territory of Australia, which covers an area of less than 1.5 million square kilometers. The entire Northern Territory has less than 100,000 permanent residents. The most important port and city is Darwin. Although Australia is vast and sparsely populated, the Northern Territory has obviously reached another level. It is a question whether the local population is larger than the number of residents saltwater crocodiles. With such a sparse population, the Northern Territory is a direct territory of the Australian government. Alan Wilson cannot talk to a local governor, but can only talk to Canberra, unlike in Western Australia, where he can talk to Governor Ross McClarty. Perth's local newspapers and radio stations pay a lot of attention to the news of Princess Margaret's arrival in Perth. There is no doubt that Princess Margaret's royal princess status and unique temperament attract the attention of Perth people. Many residents of Perth were British citizens just a few years ago. They came here with the dream of finding a relaxed place to live. They still regard themselves as British in their hearts. The image of Princess Margaret was played on TV, and her charming demeanor was very eye-catching. Facing the TV, Alan Wilson was arguing with Her Royal Highness, and one hand had already occupied the high ground. He was blaspheming Her Royal Highness, who was very popular in Perth. After a long time, the two people separated with a little shortness of breath. On the screen, Princess Margaret was saying something, like she liked Perth very much. Your Royal Highness is so popular in Australia. Even if the dirty hands did not stop for a moment, Alan Wilson did not forget to point out the princess on the screen. You bad thing. Princess Margaret looked at the man tenderly. If people know that you treat me like this, you are finished, and your life will be extremely dark. So, Your Royal Highness will let this happen? Pulling Her Royal Highness into his arms, Alan Wilson's questioning seemed a bit aggressive under the close gaze. Of course. No, it won't. Princess Margaret stammered out a satisfactory answer. Very good. This is a fascinating reaction. Alan Wilson was very happy. He felt that there might be a breakthrough this year, although he didn't dare to do anything to Her Royal Highness in the UK. But in this free world, it is not difficult to find a safe place to fill the princess's emotional emptiness. Judging from the princess's reaction now, she absolutely does not reject the filling of her emotional emptiness. She is completely in love with her husband. Alan Wilson was satisfied with testing the bottom line of Her Royal Highness. In a good mood, he felt that there was no reason why this trip to Australia would not be a complete success. A few days later, the family of 3 plus Her Royal Highness flew to Canberra, the capital of Australia. On Comet 1, looking through the window at the endless Gobi below, Australia is incompatible with other places on the Earth. Even from the satellite photos of later generations, the colors are completely different. It is almost like an alien land attached to the Earth. Billions of years of wind and sun have made this land very different from other continents. The biggest advantage of this desolate land is that all minerals are buried very shallowly. God is still kind to Australia. Alan Wilson finally understood why the 3 borders arranged humans here. It's really strange. Australia seems to be the flattest continent. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head and said, even the mountains are very short. Maybe many billions of years ago, the mountains in Australia were also very high. It's just that they became shorter due to wind and Sunday. Alan Wilson answered his wife's question. He remembered that the oldest rocks on the surface of the earth were in the Murchison Mountains in Western Australia, which were about 4 billion years old. It was not until they arrived not far above Canberra that a little green appeared on the earthy yellow ground. No one needed to say that this was another place in Australia where it was acceptable. Canberra was located in the southeast corner of Australia. After getting off the Comet 1, the group went directly to find William Joseph Slim, the current Governor-General of Australia. Regarding the issue of Malaya, you can also talk to the Marshal. The incoming Lieutenant General David Scones was once a subordinate of Marshal Slim. For Marshal Slim, everyone who came was his own. At the same time, Marshal Slim also saluted the visit of Her Royal Highness the Princess. The matter of uranium mines involved confidential information. Although Marshal Slim was an important general of the British military, he should not know about this matter. It was just that on some issues, the Governor-General and the Prime Minister of Australia needed to communicate. Marshal Slim felt that there was no problem with this. Since he became the Governor-General of Australia, there had been no friction between Britain and Australia. Moreover, I also found that Australians attach great importance to security issues. Marshal Slim recounted his findings. That's easy. Alan Wilson was full of confidence. He was ready to start with the threat of the bamboo curtain and explain from a security perspective to let Australia understand the importance of helping Britain stay in the British Malaya colony. It depends on what Australia wants. Anyway, Alan Wilson thinks that no matter what Australia wants, as long as it pays, there is nothing that Britain cannot sell, even nuclear bombs. Don't forget that Britain is still using Australia's space centre to test blow-light missiles. Although short-range missiles have been successful, short-range missiles are not enough for Britain. Britain needs intercontinental missiles. Even the original Blue-ray missiles in history were not enough because Britain could not place missile silos on its own territory. And in Australia, it is obvious that the original range in history was not enough because of the high requirements on the range. Although the Blue-ray missile project has received greater attention, the progress has not improved at all, and it is still under research. The current Australian Prime Minister is still Robert Gordon Menzies, the Prime Minister who has always admired the Queen. Alan Wilson thinks that this may be a benefit that the Queen has brought to Britain. Who doesn't like a Queen like this in Britain? Although the Queen doesn't come often, doesn't the Princess come from time to time? It helps to maintain Australia's centripetal force towards Britain. The next day, Alan Wilson took Princess Margaret, who looks similar to the Queen, to the Prime Minister's office as a business card. He was ready to have a good talk with Australia about military cooperation, including but not limited to uranium mines. A few years ago, Prime Minister Menzies did something, but it was unsuccessful, which was to legislate to ban the activities of the Australian Communist Party. Through this incident, we can understand what kind of political outlook this Prime Minister has. Alan Wilson talked about the bamboo curtain threat and hinted that close cooperation between Australia and Britain is extremely important to the free world. Many people in the country believe that Australia's uniqueness makes it impossible for us to ignore the danger of Australia. Although many European countries believe that Britain should choose between the Commonwealth and Europe, so far, Britain has withstood this pressure. Alan Wilson, with a face full of national sentiment, tried to bring the two sides closer in front of Menzies. He was absolutely not lying. It has been 10 years since the war. If other European countries could not see it at the beginning, who can't see today that Britain has become a big sieve of the European community? How did the textiles from the Malayan colony get sold to the European market? Wasn't it the goalkeeper of the European community, Britain, who let them in? Although Britain raised the price again in this process and sold it, after raising the price, it was still lower than the price of European textiles. Britain's actions were much more despicable than the United States' support for the Japanese textile industry. The United States opened its own market. Although Britain also opened its own market, it opened more markets in the European community countries, serving as a part-time referee and goalkeeper. The first country to complain was France, but since the war, France has been fighting in various colonies, so it needs Britain's support for the solidarity of old imperialism, so it has been forbearing. There are only a few countries in Europe that can say no to Britain. If France does not speak out after the defeat of Germany and Italy, it means that there is no opposition. Britain has been selling its skin twice, otherwise how could it get rid of the debt vortex so quickly? France has more important things to do. It does not make trouble with the European community and the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is dedicated to the Commonwealth and the European community. The beneficiaries of course include Australia, which is also a member of the Commonwealth. Since the discovery of iron, or in Western Australia, the economic and trade relationship between Australia and the United Kingdom should have been replaced by the United States. It has transformed into another form. Britain's investment in Australia is increasing, and at the same time, part of the close economic and trade ties between Australia and the United Kingdom has begun to be replaced by the British Malaya colony. On the surface, the dependence between Britain and Australia is declining, but in fact it is just a change of form, from a bilateral relationship to a trilateral relationship. Since this relationship exists, Australia should naturally meet some of Britain's requirements, and this is not an underestimate. Obviously, Prime Minister Menzies also thought so, because of the influx of British immigrants into Perth, plus he himself is a loyal supporter of the Queen. Plus the role of economic and trade relations, he agrees with Alan Wilson's views. After a few years, Australia also realized the importance of British Malaya. Australia itself is not suitable for industrial development. Now many daily necessities in Australia are already supplied by British Malaya. London believes that in the field of security cooperation, Britain and Australia still have a lot of common language. The two sides jointly maintain the prosperity of the Malayan colony and must strengthen cooperation. Alan Wilson said with a pro-Australian look, even if the French are dissatisfied, we must persist. Menzies was silent for a while and suddenly asked, we believe in the importance of Britain in security issues. Security has always been our core concern. I wonder if the Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier can be sold to us. Alan Wilson was startled. The Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier is actually the current name of the Malta-class aircraft carrier. Chapter 841 CVA-01 aircraft carrier project. If I had the power to decide, I would agree immediately. Alan Wilson glanced at the accompanying Princess Royal and agreed without hesitation. But I don't have the power to decide. But it doesn't matter. I'm willing to work hard for this and strive for a good result. I will communicate with the country immediately. Agree. Why not agree? Although the Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier is the newest aircraft carrier in the UK, but the family knows their own business. The renewal of the Royal Navy has already had problems. The Labour government does not have to worry about the debt owed to the United States, but it is still not interested in increasing military spending. The military expenditure to maintain the scale has not flowed into the Navy, because the status of the Navy has been replaced by the Royal Air Force. Once the third Queen-class ship is started, it can even directly design a larger heavy aircraft carrier. Just for the accumulation of shipbuilding for the British Royal Navy, it is good news. It is completely possible to do what the Russians did, use India's money to do Russia's business, and rebuild an aircraft carrier, to get the cost back, not to mention doing this to Australia. What military purchase of fat meat? India is just having fun. The real fat meat is Australia, whose blood is thicker than water. Are there any difficulties? Menzies saw that Alan Wilson did not speak for a long time, and asked again with doubt. No, I will communicate with the country about this immediately. Alan Wilson's eyes were burning. He couldn't let that India. The Australian ran away, and the hope of the Royal Navy's renewal was placed on the Australians. Not to mention a Queen-class aircraft carrier. If the distinguished guests need it, Britain can completely redesign a larger one, and use practical actions to prove that blood is thicker than water. It was unexpectedly smooth. Prime Minister Menzies didn't know why, but it was a little too easy. He made such a request, of course, out of practical considerations. Australia is vast and sparsely populated, and it can't really wait for potential enemies to come to the door. It is a better choice to keep the enemy out of the country. Otherwise, how many soldiers would be needed to defend such a long coastline in northern Australia? Australia simply doesn't have this manpower. Alan Wilson understands this mentality very well, and he would not have a second choice if he were in his place. At this time, the royal princess needs to speak up and explain the facts of the relationship between Britain and Australia. Princess Margaret first opened with "I'm just a personal opinion," then angrily denounced Churchill's selfish behavior during World War II, and then said in an unprovable tone that London politicians did feel guilty about some of their actions during World War II. "Your Highness, that was Churchill's personal mistake," Prime Minister Menzies said with respect. "Admittedly, it certainly hurts Australia's feelings, but what more can we say?" Alan Wilson watched coldly. The joke that Churchill was the culprit of Britain's decline, starting with the father of the Soviet Union, was spread by him through his wife Pamela Mountbatten. He was still restrained in the UK, but he was so polite among the Commonwealth countries, especially for countries like Australia and New Zealand, that already had grievances against Churchill. It was right to let him take the blame. Today, the country with the worst reputation for Churchill is not Britain, but Australia and New Zealand. Leaving the Prime Minister's office, he let his sister-in-law, who was of noble status, walk in front. If it weren't for Princess Margaret, he, as a colonial commissioner, did not do anything different from the Prime Minister of a country, but he could not meet Prime Minister Menzies casually. Her Royal Highness became Alan Wilson's stepping stone this time, but she was not opposed to it in her heart. "Australians want the latest aircraft carrier?" Princess Margaret asked. "Why? The land is vast and the population is sparse, so we take the initiative to contain. The bamboo curtain in the eyes of Americans is in East Asia, and the bamboo curtain in the eyes of Australians is Sukarno, who is shouting about greater Indonesianism. Limited by the presence of Me-5 in the car, Alan Wilson could not give a victory kiss to Her Royal Highness. Although it was a bit regretful, Alan Wilson was still very happy. As long as this matter was done, he believed that the benefits to Britain would be huge, and there would be no complications. This was simply a pleasant surprise. If Australia could be brought in, wouldn't there be another reason to start the construction of a heavy aircraft carrier? At present, the only aircraft carriers that can be used in the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom are 4 Centaur class, 3 Illustrious class, 2 Grudge class, 2 Eagle class, 2 former Malta class, and now Queen class aircraft carriers. In addition to these 13 aircraft carriers, there are also Colossus class aircraft carriers. This level of aircraft carriers has been sold to France, the Netherlands, Brazil, Canada, and Argentina, among the potential countries that are still looking for buyers. In fact, the United Kingdom also intends to sell one of them to Australia. However, because of the discovery of iron, or in the past 2 years, Australia, which has been rich, may no longer look down on the Colossus class. But this is still not a way. You can buy one and get one free. For example, the United Kingdom is willing to start construction of a new heavy aircraft carrier and give Australia an aircraft carrier to use first, but the modification fee must be collected. Didn't the Gorshkov aircraft carrier sold by Russia to India make money from the modification fee in the name of giving it away? Returning to the property Pamela Mountbatten purchased in Canberra, Alan Wilson was all smiles, as if he had taken the princess's virginity. Pamela Mountbatten asked, and found out the reason. "What's there to be happy about? You don't understand. The Navy definitely wants to continue to follow up with larger aircraft carriers, but the cabinet won't give the money. Since Australia wants better aircraft carriers, this is the key to solving the Navy's dilemma." Alan Wilson whistled. "Father should be very happy about this." Pamela Mountbatten understood immediately and knew why her husband was happy. "My wife is really smart." Alan Wilson praised her generously, including but not limited to aircraft carriers with tonnage below the Centaur class. The modification potential is limited, which means that the aircraft carriers that Britain can use for more than 20 years can only be larger than it, and the Illustrious class in the Pacific Fleet is also dangerous. That is to say, only 6 30,000-ton aircraft carriers will appear in 10 years. Even among these 6, the 2 enemy class have just exceeded 30,000 tons of displacement. As the carrier-based aircraft become larger and larger, they will become more and more powerless. In other words, in 10 years, only 6 of the British aircraft carriers that will be rampant in the oceans will have the potential for modification. it is more likely that only 2 Eagle class and 2 Queen class will be left to support the scene. Most of the 20 aircraft carriers that are still available will either be sold or dismantled. You can't let the Malayan colony raise so many battleships while raising aircraft carriers that are no less than battleships, right? Let's quickly see which country has stupid people and a lot of money, which is more suitable to be the receiver, and can also earn a modification fee. What are you going to do? Pamela Mountbatten knew her husband's character very well. Could she resist if something good happened? Although it's a little hard to say, it's for the sake of the country's interests and the dream of Admiral Mountbatten. I'm going back to England right away. Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed that his plan didn't change quickly and emphasized, we can't let the simple Australians down. I must get this done. Pamela Mountbatten sighed faintly. Well, that's how you are. It seems that nothing can be done without you. As a British official, this is what I should do. Alan Wilson had the spirit of a master who could not do without a Zantang. He was just short of bowing 3 times and 9 times in the direction of London to perform a loyal act. Although he was the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony, he had always worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Many ambassadors of African countries in later generations were originally called High Commissioners. People who didn't know thought that the British Empire was still there. What's the First Sea Lord? He's just having fun. If you really want to promote the construction of aircraft carriers, you have to look up to me. With the farewell of his wife, daughter and sister-in-law, Alan Wilson boarded Comet 1. Just a few days after arriving, he started his return journey. But before that, he had not forgotten to follow the list in his diary and ask about the well-being of his confidants in various places. The respected First Sea Lord received a telegram from his son-in-law long before Alan Wilson boarded the plane. The telegram said that there was good news to be announced, which made Mountbatten restless. He didn't know what good news his son-in-law had, and what did it have to do with him? 24 hours later, Alan Wilson flew from Paris to London. He was exhausted and arrived in London with a woodpecker-like breath. It was shameful to waste time. He never wasted even a minute, especially in logistics support. The double reasons of jet lag and physical fatigue made Alan Wilson drowsy and light-footed, but he did not regret it. In this state, he appeared in front of General Mountbatten and told him all about the communication with Australia. Since the construction of the 2 Queen class ships was completed, the Royal Navy has not built any warships, not even a frigate. The lack of new warship construction for a long time will cause the talent to age. If there is a new project one day, the cost will rise due to the lack of talent. However, this cannot convince the cabinet. The Royal Navy's inventory is too large. Without a legitimate reason, the cabinet will only see an increase in military spending. The son-in-law didn't need to say this. General Mountbatten had learned from it. Aircraft carriers that lack potential should either be sold or dismantled. The Malayan colony can't always keep all the old warships of the Royal Navy, right? Does the Admiralty have a plan to build a new aircraft carrier? Alan Wilson asked, after mentioning Australia's needs. Of course there is. Whether the cabinet approves it is another matter, Mountbatten said firmly. He remembered the CVA-01 plan, and the cabinet is going to sell an aircraft carrier to India. Chapter 842 No business is difficult. Oh. Alan Wilson said inexplicably, do we have to sell another ship to Portugal? You know, Goa is still in the hands of the Portuguese. In fact, if Pakistan has enough financial resources, it is okay to sell one ship to Pakistan to balance it out. East Pakistan is not independent now. When East Pakistan was not independent, the economic summary of Pakistan was that West Pakistan spent money and East Pakistan earned foreign exchange. From this point, we can see why this country will split sooner or later. The two places that do not border each other are not financially balanced. No wonder East Pakistan is making trouble. No one can control this matter. Mountbatten in front of Alan Wilson warned Jinnah that once India and Pakistan are divided, Pakistan will split sooner or later. The words have been said, and no one can do anything if Ali Jinnah does not listen. However, judging from the current economic level, although India was seriously moving towards a powerful country during Nehru's period, but Pakistanis are generally richer than Indians, and this trend is getting bigger and bigger. Indians are richer than Pakistanis, that is a thing in the 21st century. We'll talk about this later. Mountbatten obviously didn't care about India and Pakistan. The Indian viceroy was a thing of the past. He was now the British Sea Lord. He picked up the phone and called the Admiralty, asking it to send the CVA-01 plan documents. Regardless of whether the cabinet would pass the budget and support the Navy's shipbuilding, it was the Admiralty's responsibility to plan the design of the new aircraft carrier. If it didn't do it, it would only mean that Mountbatten, the head of the Navy, was derelict in his duty. Half an hour later, an officer from the Admiralty arrived at Mountbatten's home in military uniform, bringing with him the CVA-01 plan documents and sketches. Mountbatten asked the officer to go back. He was the Sea Lord of the Admiralty, and he didn't need to rely on others to introduce the CVA-01 plan to his son-in-law. That's it. Mountbatten took out the sketch and introduced it. The estimated cost is £30 million. Alan Wilson took a breath of cold air when he saw it. He didn't know what was so particular about the sketch of the aircraft carrier, but he could still understand the numerical units marked next to it. It's bigger than the American Forrestal class aircraft carrier? That's right, that's the idea. Mountbatten didn't think it was radical at all. After all, he was the admiral who proposed the ice aircraft carrier. British shipbuilding has always focused on innovation. This is a consistent design concept. Alan Wilson was using his basic mathematical knowledge at this time. After some calculations, it was easy to draw a conclusion. The tonnage should be at the same level as the Kitty Hawk class aircraft carrier, an improved version of the Forrestal class aircraft carrier. The problem is that the Kitty Hawk class is now a blueprint, and the construction sequence of the Forrestal class aircraft carrier has not been completed. It was also after the Forrestal class aircraft carrier was put into service that the United States improved it, and then the Kitty Hawk class was born. Now the Kitty Hawk class is definitely a concept, and the CVA-01 plan in Mountbatten's hands is also a concept. Mountbatten told Alan Wilson what old-fashioned imperialism was, and began, although we cannot be sure, we can already judge from the 10 years since the war that the philosophy of the US Navy is to make rapid and gradual improvements, small steps and fast progress. Alan Wilson described it with a more appropriate word. Small steps and fast progress? Almost, but in larger batches. Mountbatten nodded and continued, but based on our observations of American aircraft carriers, the combat effectiveness of an aircraft carrier itself is mainly determined by its air traffic control capability, and the air traffic control capability of an aircraft carrier is mainly determined by its deck design. On the Forrestal class aircraft carrier, the Americans were the first to try to add outboard flares to both sides of the aircraft carrier to stretch the deck area. The angle of inclination of the angled deck of the aircraft carrier is too large, which means that when approaching for landing, carrier-based aircraft cannot approach from the rear of the aircraft carrier. Instead, they must turn right about 5 kilometers away from the aircraft carrier and fly to the extension line of the angled deck of the aircraft carrier, then turn left to aim at the angled deck itself, and then concentrate on controlling the aircraft to land on the deck that is constantly moving to the right. As long as there is a slight mistake in the above process, the landing carrier-based aircraft may collide with the aircraft in the rear port and front starboard preparation areas of the aircraft carrier. The entire landing process is very dangerous. The angled deck with too large an angle also naturally divides the flight deck into two independent areas, the right front and the left rear. Such a messy division will inevitably lead to poor traffic between the maintenance areas and affect the maintenance and takeoff and landing efficiency of carrier-based aircraft. It will further lead to embarrassment on the left rear deck and the right rear deck of the aircraft carrier. Although Alan Wilson did not understand a word, he frowned and nodded thoughtfully and asked as if this was the case, then how to solve it? The Americans should have discovered it too. Whether they have discovered it or not will depend on the improvements to the next batch after the construction of this batch is completed, Mountbatten explained. However, when we were meeting at the Admiralty, we thought that we could improve efficiency by integrating the landing decks and changing the angles. This is a way to maximize the use of tonnage. The takeoff and landing efficiency of aircraft carriers of the same tonnage will be improved, but the installation of steam catapults must also be considered. If the United States continues to expand its tonnage, we may only be able to guarantee that a 60,000-ton aircraft carrier can do the work of an 80,000-ton carrier. Optimizing the design cannot solve all problems. That's enough. Alan Wilson thought to himself that this could save 20,000 tons, so what else do you want? Using a 40,000-ton aircraft carrier to do what a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier can do. Just modify the Eagle-class aircraft carrier. Is there any need to build a new one? The deck layout of the CVA-01 plan can be divided into 3 parts: the takeoff deck in the middle front of the flight deck, the landing deck on the left, and the maintenance deck extending from the starboard side of the boat to the middle of the stern. Alan Wilson thought for a long time and asked the question in his mind. It is impossible that there is no shackles at all, right? You asked the key question. If you want this design to be realized, the standard displacement must be at least 60,000 tons. Mountbatten said this with a wry smile and shook his head. The 2 current queens seem a little small. No wonder this sketch is larger than the Forrestal class aircraft carrier. Alan Wilson understood that this design must have enough space, and even the 2 current queens are not enough. That's the problem. Mountbatten shrugged and said, we have to spend £1.5 billion a year on military expenditures and maintain the current size of the army. We are far from being as rich as the Americans, who can build an aircraft carrier for $200 million. Alan Wilson agreed. Although the exchange rate between the pound and the dollar is stable at 1:2.8, the cost of the CVA-01 plan of £30 million is really very conscientious compared to the cost of the Forrestal class aircraft carrier of nearly $200 million. According to the principle of doubling military expenditures, it should not be excessive to sell it to Australia for £60 million per ship. The iron ore in Western Australia has been discovered for so many years and has been sold for several years. Now Australia's finances are very healthy. When I think of Australia in the future, it will spend $90 billion in one go to buy submarines. It simply does not take the powerful countries seriously. Even if it is reduced by £10 million for the sake of blood, it is completely fine for Britain to squeeze in everywhere and build 2 and keep 1 for itself. Besides, hasn't it been decided to buy 1 and get 1 free and charge the modification fee for a giant class submarine? In theory, Britain can start construction of 3 ships at the same time, using Australia's money to do Australia's business, not to mention preparing to plunder India. Alan Wilson's face was uncertain, and he was thinking about how to make business easier. General Mountbatten frowned slightly. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to make Australia feel that it has picked up a big bargain. Alan Wilson said faintly, Father, the current information is not enough. At the critical moment, we still need the support of Whitehall and the Cabinet. The Admiralty must produce evidence that construction is about to begin, so that I can sell Britain's most advanced aircraft carrier to Australia. Things are not easy. The Colossus is being discussed with the Indian government. Once the arms sale with Australia is leaked, the Indians may regret it. I know Indians best. They always want to use the price of 1 rupee to do 1 pound. The confidentiality work must be done well. Indians have never known what humility is. They have always been confident that they are right. But India must not be found out, otherwise the Colossus will not be sold. At this moment, Alan Wilson felt the heavy responsibility of the empire on his shoulders. How could he, a colonial commissioner, start working for the Navy? Mountbatten certainly hoped that the CVA-01 plan, which was almost unacceptable to the cabinet, would turn around, but he still had some doubts. Is Australia really rich now? Australia's mineral resources are amazing, including gold. Alan Wilson answered nonchalantly. In this era, gold is money, and there is no need to explore the ranking, because South Africa is still at its peak in this era, and there is no difference between the 2nd and the 10th. It will be decades later that Australia's gold mining will reach its peak, and South Africa's gold mines have long since lost their glory. Australia has discovered large gold mines, which are mined at a rate of 400 tons of gold per year. If Australia's gold has been fully discovered in this era of the gold standard, it would be amazing. Otherwise, why is the exploration team of the Mountbatten Group still wandering around the land of Australia like ghosts until today? The Admiralty is no longer a problem, relying on the relationship between the father-in-law and the son-in-law, and Mountbatten's obsession with the Royal Navy. It is better than anything else to make the CVA-01 plan come true. Mountbatten didn't care who the machine was sold to. Alan Wilson put away the CVA-01 plan and headed to number 70, Whitehall. If the respected Sir Norman Brooke could help, the chances of success would definitely increase. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843 PPT builds aircraft carrier. It was all about money, and he understood that better than anyone, and that would not change just because Britain was out of debt. When the CVA-01 plan was placed in front of the cabinet secretary, a trace of helplessness flashed across Norman Brooke's face. I even suspect that it was the First Sea Lord who called you back specifically. Absolutely not, Your Excellency. I discovered a business opportunity, Alan Wilson said solemnly. Although I should have nothing to do with this matter within the scope of the Colonial Commissioner's work, as a British citizen, I have a deep patriotic heart, the integrity of a member of Whitehall, and the spirit of ownership of the country, so I cannot turn a blind eye to it. When the country is in trouble, individuals need to maintain keen insight and not miss any clues, including but not limited to overall coordination. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs you. Norman Brooke listened to the words without changing his expression, picked up the CVA-01 plan and shook his head. No matter which of the Army, Navy, or Air Force, there are countless armament plans, but it costs money to implement them. What about this government in this regard? Alan Wilson thought to himself that this was not a problem of the Labour government. It was also because the Conservatives did not come up this time. Otherwise, in the next 3 years, the original time and space would have seen a big move to cut the British Army from 700,000 to 375,000, almost halving it. Only by making good use of the soft power accumulated over the past 100 years can we implement the plan of two-wing development. Only in this way can we gain enough operating space. Dear Sir, this time I went to Canberra. Australia intends to form an aircraft carrier formation. Of course, it is not the current Royal Navy's active warships, but more advanced ones, such as the Queen class. Seeing that Norman Brooke was interested, Alan Wilson continued, since the discovery of Australian iron ore, the United States has formed a win-win relationship with the Malayan colony, because of its rich resources and low demand due to distance. Mineral exports have made Australia rich, and steel processed from Malaya has come to Europe. Entering the big cycle, the Sir must understand this. What I mean is that Australia's finances are unprecedentedly abundant, and it is very normal to want to arm moderately. Is that so? Norman Brooke squinted his eyes and savored it carefully, and suddenly smiled. Tell me what you think. In fact, we all know that normal renewal is necessary, and we have no intention of accusing the cabinet of trying to control military spending. But there are many models for arms sales, and sometimes innovation can be made. The key lies in sincerity. From a national perspective, Australia is a reliable target for the UK. It is alone in the southern hemisphere and urgently needs the support of its motherland. It has sufficient finances, and will never be hostile to the UK. It is difficult to find such an excellent arms sales target. Since Australia has taken the initiative, the UK should of course do its best to help. What I mean is, Alan Wilson talked about Russia's aircraft carrier operations against India, and then added, of course, there is one thing. I don't want to harm Australia. This is a win-win situation. The UK also needs to upgrade. Australia has security needs, and the UK has the need to maintain the vitality of the shipbuilding industry. It's a very novel idea. In fact, we are also helping. It was Australia who took the initiative to request it. Norman Brooke's eyes lit up. If it involves an increase in military spending, it will definitely not pass the cabinet. But if it only increases a small amount of spending, he believes that the cabinet will not be too unkind. Norman Brooke also hopes to stabilize the normal replacement of the Royal Navy. Although selling old aircraft carriers seems to be more worry-free, But as Alan Wilson said, building new aircraft carriers has benefits that cannot be reflected in numbers. Norman Brook left the CVA-01 plan and said, if you can make a deal, I don't think it will be a big problem for the cabinet to approve it. Dear sir, I can't take a draft to Canberra. At least I need documents from relevant departments. If anyone thinks this is a plan that will inevitably appear in the UK, Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed to speak. He couldn't make Australia pay for it with just a mouthful of white teeth. At least it needs the official approval of the Ministry of Defence. It needs the approval of the cabinet. He doesn't have the ability of General Jaya to build a car with PPT. No problem. Norman Brook agreed very happily. Formal approval of the project? Cabinet approval seems difficult. What's wrong with the country's formal project? It can be cancelled at any time. It looks like a joke, but it is actually a joke. The rest belongs to Norman Brook. All Alan Wilson can do is wait. At 10 Downing Street, Norman Brook and Attlee had an in-depth discussion about this matter. Norman, I'm certainly not hostile to the military, you know that, but the project of the new aircraft carrier has been approved. What if the thing cannot be done? If it cannot be done, cancel it. We have cancelled quite a number of military projects since the war, and announced to the outside world that the technology is not mature enough. Norman Brook said without thinking, it's just a problem that can be solved by a spokesperson. Everyone in Whitehall can do it. And in essence, this arms sale has two lines, the open line or the hidden line. On the surface, we give people the impression that we are selling or giving away an aircraft carrier, earning a sum of money for the modification to ensure that the shipyard starts construction. As for getting Australia to join in to jointly manufacture the next generation of aircraft carriers, it is an agreement in the dark. Attlee listened to Norman Brook's words and asked, is there any problem with Alan? He always does this kind of thing. There is absolutely no problem, and we won't lose anything if the negotiation fails. But in order to ensure the government's support for this, we'd better come up with a complete set of documents to prove that this is a formal project. Norman Brook gestured and talked, and then brought the topic to the approval rating. In fact, judging from the recovery momentum of the opposition party in the most recent general election, some voters may prefer the opposition party's propositions on some foreign policy. Is that so? Attlee was attracted by the approval rating and asked after a while, Norman, do you think the cabinet lost points in diplomacy? From the polls, the public is generally satisfied with the cabinet's economic policies. They also recognize the diplomatic achievements of avoiding joining the Korean War. But in terms of overseas interests, the opposition party always has some advantages. It is easy for those conservatives to do nothing but talk. Prime Minister Attlee said sarcastically, the position of the military must always be taken into consideration. 800,000 soldiers is also a great public opinion. The Royal Navy is still protecting the stability of the colonies to a certain extent. The Malayan colony proves this. Okay. Prime Minister Attlee nodded. Just like Norman Brook said, if it doesn't work, then cancel it. The cabinet also cancelled many military projects after the war, and similar operations have been very skilled. In this arms sale, Britain showed the flexibility of old imperialism. Alan Wilson's PPT aircraft carrier suddenly changed from a sketch that could be held in one hand to a formal project covering all relevant departments and requiring a suitcase. It was so efficient that it was hard to imagine that this was something that an electoral country could do. It was even more skilled than pitting France. At this time, Alan Wilson was not fighting alone. Jack Ma, Mr. Jaya and countless other business tycoons, as well as the earnest hopes of the entire cabinet, inspired his innate identity as a public servant. A day later, carrying the formal Project PPT aircraft carrier file, Alan Wilson had arrived in Rome. Audrey Hepburn was filming War and Peace, and of course he would not let her, and spent a night filming the live-action version. You are willing to leave after just one night? Hepburn's index finger drew circles on the man's chest, with an unknown complaint on her dignified face. My dear, I can't stay too long, because it involves state secrets. Alan Wilson looked distressed, and his complaints were no less than Hepburn's. Sometimes, I really want to give up everything and live a peaceful life with you. When I see the male actors you work with, I'm always afraid that you will fall in love with them because of the drama. Really? My assistants don't contact you often. Hepburn whispered with a gleam of wisdom in her eyes. Don't think I don't know who found these assistants. I'm not that stupid. I'm worried too. Alan Wilson decisively admitted that he was afraid of losing Hepburn and showed his possessiveness when necessary. Hepburn was very happy. This man was still very honest. Although he was a little busy, he would come as long as he had time. Then he went to the southern hemisphere with the affection of the ballflower. This round trip made him dizzy. It was completely by willpower that he overcame the time difference of crossing half the world in a short time. Arriving in Canberra, Alan Wilson handed the task of sorting out the documents to his wife and fell asleep. He had to adjust himself. We ran back and forth in such a short time. Pamela Mountbatten could only shake her head and sigh, helping her husband to sort out the PPT aircraft carrier documents. Now it seems that her husband needs to rest for 2 days. It is better to communicate with the Australian Prime Minister through the Governor-General. Princess Margaret looked at her unconscious brother-in-law and whispered, "This is more appropriate, and Marshal Slim is a soldier. Although the military is different, it can increase authority." 2 days later, the time management master corrected the time difference and returned to his lively state, holding an aircraft carrier project that was only an internal draft of the Admiralty just a few days ago. Although the documents of various departments are complete, it is still a PPT. Alan Wilson appeared in front of Australian Prime Minister Robert Gordon Menzies. At this time, Alan Wilson was confident, as if his innate confidence made him impeccable. As one document after another from various British departments was placed in front of Menzies, Alan Wilson said with a look of contempt, "It can be said that the sale of such weapons platforms has caused quite a bit of controversy. But those in favour believe that Australia is different after all and cannot be compared with ordinary countries. I'm not very productive today, so I'll take my time writing the second chapter." Chapter 844 Munich Expert. Then, there was a lot of blood is thicker than water rhetoric, and Australians believed this and were willing to work hard for it. Holding the PPT aircraft carrier plan, Alan Wilson began to introduce it emphatically and also linked the basic facts of its blockade of Indonesia, saying that Britain very much hopes that Australia can shoulder the responsibility of the protector of the South Pacific. Menzies nodded frequently. This is also the general public opinion in Australia. The British still understand Australia very well. The person who doesn't understand has just stepped down as the leader of the Conservative Party and left. Menzies is of course very willing to accept Britain's latest aircraft carrier. First of all, Australia really needs it. Australia, which occupies a continent, is actually similar to the geographical environment of Britain. It can even be said to be worse. The population of European countries is similar to that of Britain, while the population of Indonesia is almost 10 times that of Australia. The two sides are so close that Australia wants to sleep with one eye open and stare at Jakarta. Just as Alan Wilson said, the bamboo curtain in the eyes of the United States and the bamboo curtain in the eyes of Australia are not the same country at all. Australia is also very worried about the spread of the bamboo curtain. Menzies said with a double meaning. Just like the minister who supports arms sales in the cabinet said, Australia should have enough maritime power to protect itself. Alan Wilson did not bother about who the bamboo curtain was in the other party's eyes, and continued, "But respected Prime Minister, there are some reasons why the Foreign Minister and the Permanent Undersecretary did not come this time, but entrusted me to talk." "Oh, Commissioner Wilson can speak directly?" Menzies was very interested. In fact, it was not in line with common sense for Alan Wilson to come to talk. The reason why Menzies was willing to meet was really for the sake of Governor Slim and Princess Margaret. That's right, because the UK currently has a plan to sell aircraft carriers to India. Alan Wilson began to explain that if the latest aircraft carrier to be built was sold to Australia publicly, it might affect the sale of aircraft carriers to India. Then he began to promote the buy one get one free deal. The UK will select a Glorious class aircraft carrier to sell to Australia on the surface. Of course, it is only a nominal sale. In fact, as long as Australia pays for the modification fee, the UK will send the Glorious class aircraft carrier over. Although the Illustrious class aircraft carrier is larger than the Goliath class aircraft carrier to be sold to India, it is not enough to cause a gap in Indians. In essence, it is an aircraft carrier of the same generation, just larger. The CVA-01 aircraft carrier, which is almost a PPT now, is hidden under the illustrious class aircraft carrier and is being carried out in secret. Britain and Australia must keep the sale plan of the new aircraft carrier confidential. Dear Prime Minister, the Royal Navy has a large number of aircraft carriers that have not yet found sellers. Once the potential sellers feel that the UK is partial to one over the other, it may affect the sales plan. Alan Wilson explained solemnly, and the new aircraft carrier must have a construction cycle, and it will naturally be delivered after the construction is completed. So that's the case. Menzies accepted this explanation. Britain has indeed been constantly looking for sellers to sell its aircraft carriers after the war. This is not the first time Britain has done this. At the end of World War I, Britain was selling battleships. Now Britain certainly wants to sell its battleships with huge maintenance costs, but the key is that no one buys them. Now everyone knows that the era of battleships has passed. The role of battleships in Britain is limited to threatening colonies and coastal island countries, and it is even more useless to other countries. Menzies promised to keep this arms sale as top secret, and it is worth it. Australia can sing a different tune to other countries, but it will never do so to Britain and the United States, and Britain is Australia's largest investor. In fact, since 1945, Britain has been the world's largest investor every year. It is true that the British government has no money, but it does not mean that there are no beneficiaries of the world's hegemony for hundreds of years in Britain. Pamela Mountbatten went to sea and dug up a large iron ore in Australia. She became a billionaire overnight, and then it was out of control. The Mountbatten Group, which rose like a comet, naturally attracted a large influx of British capital into Australia, which seemed to be a desolate and barren land. American capital has reaped such a huge dividend from World War II, and the US economy has been bullish since the war. Staying in the United States is the biggest benefit, so naturally there is no interest in going abroad. Now Eisenhower has started a large-scale infrastructure construction. American capital will not go abroad in large numbers until this wave of dividends is exhausted. With the endorsement of Britain's actions after World War II, Menzies certainly believes that Britain wants to sell aircraft carriers to India. The first logical chain is established, and the rest is naturally believed. Moreover, compared with India, Britain wants to sell the new aircraft carrier that is about to be built, which is enough to satisfy him. Happiness is all about comparison. As far as Menzies is concerned, this arms sale has been approved, but it needs to be funded by Parliament. Fortunately, Alan Wilson has proposed a solution to cover the actual arms sale in the name of the modification of the glorious class aircraft carrier. Dear Prime Minister, there is also the matter of uranium mines. It is entrusted by the cabinet in the relationship with my wife Pamela. Regarding the mining and ownership of uranium mines. Alan Wilson paused here, waiting for Menzies' answer. He has not forgotten the original purpose of coming to Australia. The exploration contract signed between the government and the Mountbatten Group is of course valid. And Britain needs uranium to strengthen the power of the free world, so we certainly won't object. Menzies reiterated that he would not set up obstacles on the uranium issue, especially for Britain, and the two sides could sign a contract immediately. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. As for arms sales, he certainly knew that such arms sales were not decided by Menzies alone, and Australia was not his own, so he kept his composure and left the Prime Minister's residence to wait for good news. He felt that it was not a problem. Australians were a poor version of American thinking, and the external threat was greater. They especially needed the support of countries with the same culture and culture. Today, Britain still has Asian colonies, which Australia wants to hold on to. It looks like the talk went well. Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband coming back and immediately asked about the progress. When the bamboo curtain threat was mentioned, Menzies' attitude loosened. Alan Wilson laughed. Security issues are what Australia attaches the most importance to, especially when many minerals are discovered one after another. Bamboo curtain China can't reach Australia at all. Princess Margaret joined the topic and wanted to talk to her brother-in-law. The bamboo curtain in the eyes of Australians is not the country you mentioned. There are closer ones. Alan Wilson corrected and then emphasized. Also, it is best for us not to conflict with China. I don't want the Malayan colony to be unstable. Australians think that blood is thicker than water. Don't think that the Chinese don't have similar ideas. I know. Princess Margaret replied in a low voice, for the stability of Malaya. You seem to be very afraid of China. Alan Wilson answered this question from the side. Our conflict with China is not as simple as it seems. Don't think that the Expeditionary Force held an armed parade in the war 100 years ago. According to British statistics, the Expeditionary Force fought with the King Army for more than a dozen times and won the entire war with the death of 60 or 70 people. They left East Asia almost without any damage. But the British Army had an undamaged armed parade in the Opium War, so why did they keep actively asking the Qing dynasty for negotiations? They all crossed the sea to fight and went from one victory to another. How could they be more proactive in seeking peace than the Qing dynasty? The British casualties were indeed only 60 or 70, but the Expeditionary Force reported a loss of more than 2,000 people in the category of death from illness and shipwreck. This is very clever. The British Expeditionary Force did not go deep into the inland at all. The battle sites were either Guangzhou or Zhenhe. There was no small place. Was it possible that the plague broke out in all the major cities of the Qing dynasty at that time? Or was it that the Qing dynasty had biological and chemical weapons per capita? Take the US military as a comparison. The US military has very strict standards for soldiers killed in action. First of all, the identity of the soldiers killed in action must be confirmed, such as corpses, important items marked with their names, etc. This has led many US soldiers to engrave their names on helmets, boots, or rifles to avoid being treated as missing. In addition, the soldier must die on the spot. If he dies in a field hospital, it is considered an accidental death or death after injury, which has nothing to do with death in action. So naturally he cannot get a full pension. In the US military, only those who die in action will receive a pension issued by the military, and the remaining dead can only receive compensation provided by commercial insurance companies. Lieutenant General Walker of the US Army died in a car overturn on the road during the retreat. In the end, he was not counted in the US military's list of deaths, but was counted as a traffic accident death separately. The son of US General Van Fleet was shot down in an air battle and was eventually counted as missing. There is no doubt that the British Army won the Opium War, but 60 deaths and more than 2,000 deaths from disease went to the tropical rainforests of Africa. However, in front of Princess Margaret, Alan Wilson did not question the glorious record of Great Britain and regarded them all as deaths from disease. It may be that the Europeans who carried the virus and infected the Indians encountered an indescribable virus in East Asia. After waiting for 2 days, the uranium mine was first seen. This was originally his purpose of coming to Australia, to find the cheapest uranium mine for Britain, so that Britain could save costs to the greatest extent when expanding its nuclear arsenal. However, before the uranium mine was discussed in depth, the sale of aircraft carriers was extended, and he hurried back to London. When he returned to London, Pamela Mountbatten had been communicating with the Australian government. When Alan Wilson came back, he just represented the British government, together with the Mountbatten Group and the Australian government to settle the matter, and his original purpose of coming to Australia was achieved. Chapter 845 Regional Aircraft. After a short period of back and forth between London and Canberra, the original exploration contract was restored, although there was no mention of uranium, a strategic material different from ordinary minerals. The PPT aircraft carrier was destined not to be completely completed in a short time. A large-scale arms sale like this, even if it was done behind the scenes, could not be completed in a short time. Even if both parties were promoting it, it would take at least a year or two. Because this arms sale was a standard behind-the-scenes operation and could not be made public, the Foreign Secretary and the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could not come to Canberra. The person sent by Whitehall to work with Alan Wilson was an official from the Treasury. It was not Edward Bridges, whose goal was too big, but Edward Bridges' deputy Frank. It was Frank's job to work out the specific amount of arms sales with the Australians. The second in command of the Treasury brought his wife Chris to Australia in the name of vacation. The couple arrived in Canberra, and the car sent by Pamela Mountbatten went to the airport to greet them. Alan Wilson was holding up a copy of the former Han Dynasty, pretending that no one knew the East better than him, and he was full of complacency. However, this move was speechless in the eyes of Pamela Mountbatten. To her, Chinese characters were like heavenly books. "You are in Canberra now, not Kuala Lumpur." Pamela Mountbatten complained in a low voice. "What is there to read? Another novel? Historical novel?" Alan Wilson said without raising his head, "It is a novel about the most powerful period in Chinese history. It is very interesting. Dynasty fans have their own supporters, but Alan Wilson has not found anyone who dares to bite the Han Dynasty. There is no other reason. The Han Dynasty is really strong. Let's not count the Qing Dynasty, which has borders recognized by all countries. Other dynasties have more or less expanded their territory on maps. The Yuan and Ming dynasties added millions of square kilometers with a stroke of the pen, and they didn't even know it. The peak of the Tang dynasty was brilliant, but it was always switching between beating others like dogs and being beaten like dogs by others. The peak territory only lasted for a moment before it was recorded in history textbooks. So is there a dynasty that is not worse than the Tang dynasty in terms of peak, and is not worse than the Ming and Qing dynasties in terms of stability? The Han dynasty was actually like this. The territory of the Han dynasty was not expanded. The territory of the two Han dynasties was almost the same, which shows that the territory was stable and was not lost during the alternation of the two Han dynasties. The Han dynasty was no worse than the peak Tang dynasty in terms of military strength, and its ability to bully weaklings was comparable to that of the Qing dynasty, the king of bullying weaklings. It was strong and stable. Putting down the novel, Alan Wilson was about to show off his knowledge in front of his wife, but seeing that Pamela Mountbatten was unhappy, Alan Wilson decisively gave up the immature idea and decided to keep in touch. Before the Franks appeared, Pamela Mountbatten's blush had not subsided, and she had just experienced the eloquence of the Imperial Commissioner. "Oh, Frank, Chris, you are here." Alan Wilson stood up with a smile and greeted his partner. Pamela Mountbatten also greeted Frank's wife, and they were already familiar with each other after a few words. Alan Wilson had previously expressed his desire to cooperate with Prime Minister Menzies in principle. But in the case of arms sales, desire is not a problem. The problem has always been money. Alan Wilson could not produce a logically self-consistent written document to prove how much money the new aircraft carrier plan and the modification cost of the Glorious class would cost. This matter can only be explained by officials from the Ministry of Finance to the Australians to prove that the cost is reasonable. Whether the replacement funds for the Royal Navy's new aircraft carrier can be obtained from Australia depends entirely on Frank. Since the completion of the Queen class ships, the Royal Navy has not launched a warship. Although the inventory is sufficient, the livelihood of shipbuilding and the expectations of the Royal Navy, it depends on you, Frank. The pressure is all on Frank, but Alan Wilson has no time to comfort his colleagues, but increases the pressure as soon as he opens his mouth. Don't think that there is no military-industrial complex in the UK. At least in this period of time, the UK also exists. The Royal Air Force project alone supports more than a dozen airlines, including de Havilland. The degree of internal circulation of major shipyards must be no less than that of airlines. The Labour government was scared by the Conservatives in the recent general election, and also knows that economic development and welfare construction alone cannot solve all problems. At present, there are still many citizens in the UK who have imperial ambitions. Once the construction of a new aircraft carrier is launched, it may be able to boost the support rate of the Labour Party. It depends on whether Frank can get enough funds to make the Labour government feel that it can be started. Pamela Mountbatten has prepared a sumptuous dinner for the arrival of Frank and his wife, helping her husband to consolidate the harmonious relationship between colleagues, which makes Frank and his wife flattered. The next stage of arms sales has been transferred from Alan Wilson to Frank. Alan Wilson, who has not returned to Kuala Lumpur for a long time, is no longer in a hurry, but is calculating how to shear wool. At present, Malaya plays a role of the original British India, still under the framework of the imperial preferential system, by buying technology and bulk goods, and through processing industry, to help Britain stabilize the pound area. This is not impossible, but it is not mature enough, although it is the most basic advanced version of colonial exploitation. But it is still worrying over time. As the commissioner of Malaya, he has to establish an efficient but unobtrusive way to shear wool. Real estate is definitely not possible, because he has already determined the development direction of the Malayan colony. West Malaysia is the wolf pack model and East Malaysia is a strong provincial capital model. West Malaysia has 80% of the population of the Malayan colony, but at least Penang, Kuala Lumpur, Malacca, and Singapore all need to be developed at the same time. Even in West Malaysia, there is no population pressure, and the direction of the wolf pack's development has been determined. Real estate shearing has automatically ceased to exist. The strong provinces in East Malaysia do develop real estate in this way, but the population of East Malaysia is small. It is not that the Malayan colony cannot extract wealth from real estate, but it is impossible to rely on real estate to support the colonial government. The development of the Malayan colony is still based on the processing industry to do imports and exports, while taking into account the route of agriculture. The degree of shearing also needs to be carefully considered. Alan Wilson directly put the concept of GDP on it and started to calculate. He is not familiar with this set of calculations, so it is easier to calculate. Per capita GDP and per capita income are not the same concept. Per capita GDP is the gross personal product. You produce so much value does not mean that you can get so much. Various taxes and insurance, as well as the exploitation of bosses and companies, and the operating costs of the government must be deducted here. Generally speaking, the per capita income of developed countries in later generations is 50% of per capita GDP. The latter is the income in hand. Some European and American countries have a GDP of 50% or more, but not Eastern European countries. Different countries have different proportions of income to GDP per capita, which is the so-called water content of GDP. Therefore, many countries that seem to have high incomes, when Chinese go there, although they feel relatively wealthy, they cannot feel the 3 or 4 times difference on paper. A typical example in Europe and later generations is Ireland, where the GDP per capita is $80,000. The UK is 40,000, but the per capita income of the UK is not much worse than that of Ireland. For example, Vietnam and Thailand in later generations can get 1/3 of the GDP per capita. There is also Mexico, which is catching up with Southeast Asia in this regard, but only has a proportion of 30%. Mexico, with a GDP per capita of $10,000, only has $3,000 a year, while the United States next door has a per capita of $60,000, and the income exceeds 50% of the GDP per capita, which is a tenfold difference. The smaller the ratio of per capita income to GDP per capita, the greater the degree of exploitation. Alan Wilson remembers that China's per capita income ratio is 44%, which is not low in developing countries. If the manufacturing industry is developed, prices can be lowered. This is also the reason why Japan and South Korea, although not as relaxed as some European and American countries, have a relatively prosperous living standard. After some calculations, Malaya's current proportion is 35%. In addition, Malaya's current industrial and agricultural output values are rising. Alan Wilson feels that the light of the Asian beacon has been initially lit. In the early stages of development, you always have to work hard, and there will be no pie in the sky. Alan Wilson's bottom line is to increase this proportion to 40% in 10 years. Such a slow concession can ease Malaya's resistance. As for wool plucking, on the basis of industrial transfer, we can only find a way from the education industry. He thinks it should be no problem. Oxford and Cambridge in the UK are so famous in the world that it would be a waste if they are not used. Pamela Mountbatten only saw her husband gesticulating with a pen like a lunatic, and then showing a meaningful smile, hugging her daughter and thinking, "Don't be like this, father, when your daughter grows up." Now that Malaya has exploited Chengdu, it can give Alan Wilson more financial space. Of course he is happy. As for Pamela Mountbatten's incomprehension, a woman, Dad. Pamela's babyish call finally brought the Imperial Commissioner, who was having an orgasm, back to his senses. After taking over his daughter, Alan Wilson also noticed his wife's dissatisfaction. With his daughter here, he couldn't argue with her. He said, "There is a problem with De Havilland Company's products. In fact, I have thought a lot about your business problems." "Really?" Pamela Mountbatten immediately became serious. She didn't dare to take her husband seriously on this. The biggest foundation of the current momentum of the Mountbatten Group is this man. The Comet airliner is getting bigger and bigger. With the advancement of technology, it is not suitable for all routes from a cost perspective. At present, in terms of product strength, de Havilland needs a regional airliner to be used in the domestic aviation market. Not only do we need it, but many European countries also need it. Alan Wilson's face was serious. On such occasions, he was full of majesty in front of his wife. Recommended. Title: Make France Great Again. Introduction. The Vienna system, which is on the verge of collapse, can no longer stop the rise of France, and the emperor's nephew is about to come to Paris. Protector of the Apennines, honorary president of the Rhine Confederation, close comrade in arms of the Kingdom of Spain, Augustus Jerome Bonaparte of the French Empire, I will make France great again. Chapter 846. Brazilian iron ore. If Alan Wilson remembers correctly, the UK was the first country to start in the field of regional jets, about 5 years earlier than the US Boeing regional jets. Of course, it is no surprise that the UK once again produced a second-rate product made with first-rate technology. This regional jet is very famous in China and is called the Trident. Compared with the Boeing regional jets that have sold thousands of units, the Trident has China as its largest market, in addition to the UK's own use. The total production is only 1/10 of Boeing's. After the Comet lost to Boeing, the UK lost again in the field of regional jets. Now, compared with the newly launched Boeing 707, the Comet has sold 500 units, establishing a huge advantage. Now it is time to consider differentiated products. Is there a market? Pamela Mountbatten asked cautiously. I'm not doubting anything, I'm just asking casually. The distance between East Malaysia and West Malaysia makes it a waste to use Comet airliners. It's just that I had no choice at the time. You have shares in de Havilland. Even if it's to help you, I'll bite the bullet and help you increase sales. Alan Wilson's tone was quite helpless. He had to help Britain's own products to gain a foothold. In fact, domestic routes in Australia are also suitable for regional airliners. The market for regional airliners is definitely not as good as that for trunk airliners, but because of different positioning, the market demand is also there. After all, there are not many people like China who use trunk airliners as regional airliners, resulting in a rare 5% share. Regional airliners generally have a usage ratio of 20 to 30%, and this ratio cannot be ignored. Unknowingly, a small notebook has appeared in Pamela Mountbatten's hand. The couple still have similar habits. It's just that Pamela Mountbatten used it to record business affairs, while Alan Wilson was used to recording which actress was about to have a birthday, what she liked to eat, etc. This time, Pamela Mountbatten felt it necessary to record her husband's insights on the aviation market segmentation. She would discuss with de Havilland for implementation. It's another good project to make the colonies pay. With Alan Wilson's words, Pamela Mountbatten became more serious. I've written it down. After writing it down, Pamela Mountbatten asked, will it cause chaos in the company's business to take the lead in developing the regional airliner market? The competitors of the Comet airliner have already appeared. We must develop the market, otherwise it will be really difficult to deal with. Alan Wilson said to his wife with worry, has a Comet airliner entered American Airlines? No, Boeing is a powerful enemy. He also wanted de Havilland to be on par with Boeing, but how could it be so simple? Now the Comet airliners that Britain has stuffed into the major colonies have filled the market. In addition, Britain itself, together with France, Canada, Germany, India, the Netherlands, and Portugal, have only sold nearly 500. Anyone who has a little knowledge of the international aviation market in later generations knows that Boeing has a considerable advantage in the battle against Airbus. The fundamental reason is that there are nearly 9,000 passenger planes in the hands of major American airlines. China ranks second with 4,000. Russia, Canada, Britain, and Germany all have 1,000 planes, and Air France has only 500. In other words, these countries, including Britain, are comparable in size to American airlines. China's purchasing power is negligible now. There is no Russia, but only the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union must leave the market for its own passenger planes. The entire Eastern European market cannot be counted on. Even if Canada is balanced between Britain and the United States, it will at least give up half of the market to the United States. After all, the two countries are too close. Australia can be counted on. As for the remaining countries, India has no more purchasing power than China, and Japan is basically the private land of the United States. It is purely overthinking that British passenger planes squeeze out Boeing in Japan. Indonesia is also an archipelago country with a large potential market. Indonesia wants to annex the Malayan colony and is an enemy. It is better to count on these countries than to count on the Middle East tycoons to become rich and become the market for Comet passenger planes. After all the calculations, the Comet airliner, including all the places where Britain still retains influence, plus the markets of various European countries, cannot catch up with the size of the American market. De Havilland can compete with Boeing on equal terms, which is an extraordinary performance. One bad thing is that Airbus will always be the second. This will not change just because 500 Comet airliners have been sold and Boeing has not sold a single one. De Havilland must be under great pressure facing Boeing, so it can only open another track and take the lead in grabbing the regional airliner market dominated by Canada and Brazil in the future. There may still be hope of victory. After all, the United States has not been sensitive to regional airliners for a long time, but has been in a wait-and-see state. It seems that Boeing will indeed compete with the Comet in a few years. After listening to it, Pamela Mountbatten also agreed with her husband's analysis, not as relaxed as at the beginning. At present, after integrating the four major families in Hong Kong, the Mountbatten Group has a very wide range of business. But the most valuable wealth is still Australia's minerals and oil production in Libya, the Middle East and the North Sea. Cash flow, as well as the Commonwealth lottery business and offshore centre business centered on Newfoundland, are quite powerful, even if we look at the whole world. Although the military industry has just been involved, I believe that with huge capital as a backing, it will eventually gain a foothold in it. However, there are hidden dangers. Minerals and oil need military protection, and the UK can still do it at present. But can it still be done in the future? Maybe we should take the initiative to divert the trouble to the east, and this period of time is just the right time. So far, the United States has been a steel exporter, whether it is steel export or iron ore export. The quality of American iron ore is not low. Although it is not as good as Australia, it is much closer to Europe than Australia. Australia sends iron ore to Malaya for rough processing before shipping it to Europe. Even so, the cost is higher than that of American iron ore. The reason why Britain has been taking it is because of the existence of the imperial preferential system, which leaves a part of the share for Australia. Most of Australia's iron ore is made into steel for export through Malaya. Such a model, once the United States ends its history of exporting steel, it will become a country importing iron ore. You will find the value of Australian iron ore. Alan Wilson asked his wife to lower the potential reserves to prevent being targeted. It will be safe only when British capital has formed enough influence and formed a positive cycle. So far, it is still not enough. A better raw material supplier than Australian iron ore is needed to attract the attention of the United States. Such a raw material supplier also exists, that is, Brazil, which will be the same as Australia in iron ore exports in the future. Brazil's total reserves and quality are slightly worse than Australia, but they are basically at the same level. And now, there are many mines in Brazil that have not been discovered, although Vale has been established for more than 10 years. Brazil's Carajás iron mine is the largest iron ore in Brazil in the future. The iron ore reserves in the entire region have reached 7.2 billion tons, and the purity of the iron ore is also the world's top level. The iron ore has the characteristics of high grade, low alumina content, few harmful impurities, and good sintering performance. It is the world's best quality iron ore resource and the biggest basis for Brazil to become the world's iron ore exporter. If the Carajás iron ore was first discovered by the Mountbatten Group's exploration team, the Mountbatten Group could do the opposite of what it did in Australia, where the potential iron ore reserves were suppressed, and in Brazil, the potential reserves could be exaggerated. At that time, it would attract the attention of Americans who regard America as their backyard. If the quality is consistent, the reserves will be even greater. Given the location of South America, it will definitely attract the attention of American capital. Compared with Brazil, Australia is still farther away from the United States. But the risks are also different. In the political environment of Brazil, there may be a military coup. If a military government appears, foreign capital will definitely not be allowed to take the lead. Considering the potential political risks, Alan Wilson decided to point out a clear path for his wife, bringing her talent for finding minerals to the warm South America, and once the United States wants to form a joint venture or merger, she will offer a high price to cash out. Pamela Mountbatten did not question it. In this regard, she has shown blind obedience to her husband. Since Alan Wilson analyzed the geological structure of Brazil, and felt that there would be a large iron ore, it must exist. Pamela Mountbatten agreed with almost no persuasion, and just asked reflexively, is Brazil as shameless as Argentina? Anything can happen in the magical continent of South America. But we will see how the United States reacts after signing the contract, and be prepared to evacuate at any time, so nothing should go wrong. Alan Wilson certainly knew what Argentina's Perón did after he came to power. The Perón government adopted an economic policy of economic independence and nationalization, and also formulated 2 5-year plans for the development of industry and agriculture. Doesn't it look good? However, the money for independence and nationalization was based on the confiscation of British and American capital. Moreover, after Perón came to power, he had been arguing with Britain over the ownership of the Falkland Islands. In this case, it would be strange for Pamela Mountbatten to have a good impression of South American countries. In the end, her trust in her husband surpassed her dislike for the Perón government. Pamela Mountbatten called her assistant Zakharova and began to arrange the exploration mission to enter the Americas. Every American should elect me as president. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart, thinking that he had made another contribution to the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Chapter 847 £. Settlement and demarcation. Having said that, after implementing 2 of the world's most failed 5-year plans, Perón should be driven out soon. It's not that there is no common language with Britain. Juan Perón, like Prime Minister Attlee, claimed to combine the advantages of capitalism and socialism, but he clearly combined the shortcomings of the two systems. In fact, with Argentina's foundation, it is good to be a wealthy country that does not care about worldly affairs. It is obviously too much to want to be a big country. It must be admitted that the territory occupied by Spain in the colonial era was a wealthy area with a large amount of precious metals and excellent agricultural conditions. The British colonies were basically a bitter and cold land. If the Indians also divided into nomadic farming, Britain occupied a lot of nomadic people's territory, and the Spanish Empire did not look down on it. But North America, where the conditions are not so good, has the coal and iron resources most needed for the Industrial Revolution. Can the gold and silver in Latin America be used to make steel? The coal mines in Latin America as a whole only account for 0.4% of the world's total. With such a foundation, Argentina cannot fight Britain. The dispute over the Falkland Islands evolved into a war. To a large extent, this is because, after allowing the independence of its colonies, Britain did not have a very tough attitude towards the Falkland Islands, and even proposed the idea of co-managing the Falkland Islands. In Argentina's eyes, Britain has allowed so many colonies to become independent, and will not make a big fuss over a small island where only sheep can be raised, and is willing to co-manage the islands. It is believed that, even if Argentina occupies the Falkland Islands, Britain will not go to war. But it happened that Mrs. Thatcher enjoyed the results of the fishing law enforcement of the previous prime ministers, and also needed support, so the war broke out. Alan Wilson is an honest man. He hopes that Britain will continue to maintain an attitude of not firmly defending the Falkland Islands. Maybe Argentina will take risks. Britain always needs a stepping stone to maintain its status as a world power. The interweaving of interests in Eurasia is too dangerous, and Argentina is really suitable. Pamela Mountbatten entered the working state again, busy with the establishment of a South American exploration team and a plan for a regional airliner. The former only needs one sentence to ensure the treatment of the exploration team. The latter is more brain-consuming. Alan Wilson also gave his wife some suggestions, which are nothing more than differentiation and improvement of mature solutions. The regional passenger aircraft is set to the range of 70 to 90 seats, which is also the approximate standard of later generations. Britain is obviously a country with a conservative atmosphere, but it is always extremely bold in new technologies. It always makes some fancy things, which finally prove to be useless, increasing costs and being unsafe. It is not impossible to do this in weapons and equipment. The military can bite the bullet and adapt. Other countries don't know. But if you do this in commodities, it is not a problem that can be solved by overcoming it yourself. Compared with the busy wife, the sister-in-law has nothing to do. In addition to helping to take care of the children, she always uses physical fatigue as an excuse to let Alan Wilson work hard to correct her bones. Faced with the unreasonable demands of important members of the royal family, the Imperial Commissioner dared not say anything and could only do it. The princess is getting more and more excessive. I'm an official of the country. Princess Margaret hummed and clenched her big hands, protesting in a low voice. I don't know what you are talking about. I have helped you take care of your daughter. Then she took the initiative to offer her red lips. After a verbal dispute, Alan Wilson relaxed and resumed his gentlemanly demeanor, thinking about when to make the matter a done deal. The relationship had evolved to this point, and it would be a shame to God if there was no further progress. The British national motto inspired him at this time: God has the right, and he certainly has the right to do what he likes. Frank was still negotiating the price of arms sales with Australia. Arms sales were not for ordinary business. Everyone knew that arms business was profitable, and the profit generally started at 50%, and 100% was not uncommon. It was far from a normal processing industry, earning that hard-earned money. The arms market was also a winner-takes-all market. It was precisely because of the importance of arms sales that the cabinet and Whitehall were so concerned and took out their old business of operating in secret. It can be seen how much importance they attached to this arms sale. Otherwise, how could Alan Wilson summon Comet 1 and return directly to London as soon as he heard that Australia had this intention? Even if the price was not mentioned, being able to leverage the renewal of British aircraft carriers was a huge gain. Even in the 21st century, Britain has long been the top 3 in arms sales. France, which seems to be strong, has not made much progress in arms sales most of the time. So once there is a big order, it will attach great importance to it. Although Alan Wilson can't help, he also hopes that Frank can get things done. Once successful, the credit will be shared by both of them. At least there is no need to do useless work. If it weren't for Her Royal Highness the Princess, who always came to ease his mood, he would have wanted Frank to talk to him about what he talked about every day. In fact, without emerging, Frank also knew very well what kind of rewards he would get in the future after negotiating this significant arms sale. This may be the most dedicated moment he has never had since he worked for the Empire, and he may never work so hard again in the future. His wife, who was busy with regional airliners and exploration in America, brought a piece of news about the demarcation of the North Sea. We have already negotiated the demarcation with the relevant countries in the North Sea. The demarcation is based on the median line principle. Pamela Mountbatten just sat down and told the whole thing. No, why don't you strive for a more favorable demarcation? Alan Wilson was shocked after hearing this. It was unreasonable that Britain did not strive for even a little bit when oil and gas in the North Sea had been discovered. After thinking for a while, he asked, is it because of the pressure from the Americans? He couldn't think of any other reason. If there were anyone in the world who could exert diplomatic pressure on Britain, it would be the United States and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had no reason to do so, but the United States might do so to maintain the so-called NATO unity. No. Although the specific situation is unknown, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said it is not a problem of the United States. Pamela Mountbatten explained, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strived for a condition, that is, the oil revenues of the relevant countries in the North Sea must be settled in pounds. With this premise, the median line principle agreement was reached. So that's it, for the settlement of the share in pounds. Alan Wilson understood. Have the Netherlands, Germany, and Norway agreed? Pamela Mountbatten nodded, and Alan Wilson figured it out. In the foreseeable future, North Sea oil will be the only reliable source of oil and gas in Europe. Of course, Britain wants to take the lion's share by relying on its strength, but if it takes a step back, the benefits of letting neighboring countries settle North Sea oil in pounds are also huge. The currencies of ordinary countries can only circulate in their own countries, and the currencies of these countries themselves have little influence. At this time, except for the US dollar, the currencies of many countries are not internationally recognized. In fact, there are only 3 European countries whose currencies can circulate across borders, namely the pound, the franc and the mark. North Sea oil is the safest oil resource in Europe, and it is very close. If it is settled in pound sterling, the value of pound sterling will be greatly stabilized. In the context of the United States always wanting to dismantle the sterling zone after the war and replace the pound sterling with the US dollar, North Sea oil, the most recent and most reliable source of oil, can supply traditional European powers such as France and Germany. It can allow the pound sterling to be bound to a certain extent. The benefits to the United Kingdom are huge. Therefore, in order to obtain the international settlement share of the pound sterling, the United Kingdom gave the Netherlands and Norway a break and exchanged the conditions for settling North Sea oil in pound sterling with fair demarcation. If there is another country in the world besides the United States that knows the power of currency, it is the United Kingdom. In the negotiations with the United States, facing the Bretton Woods system, the United Kingdom once proposed to create a World Bank and issue a super sovereign currency. Keynes was very familiar with the international financial and monetary system. He designed to establish a real World Bank in the future international monetary system. The World Bank managed by each participating country would issue a unified world currency. Of course, he proposed such a plan to protect the interests of Britain, because he had seen that it was impossible for Britain to maintain the hegemony of the pound sterling in the past, so he took the initiative to propose the creation of a unified currency. At that time, the stock of the pound sterling in the world far exceeded that of the US dollar. Once this plan was passed, Britain would have a greater advantage in terms of stock. Naturally, the United States would oppose it and finally pass the Bretton Woods system. The government is really worried about the pound sterling. What can Alan Wilson say? If it is for this purpose, he can only do this. It seems that you also agree that there are benefits. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and said, can we still move the currency status back? It's hard to say, but it's right to keep working on it. Alan Wilson didn't dare to talk nonsense on this issue. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by personal choice. But under the Bretton Woods system, it can still compete with the US dollar. It is even more difficult to compete with other commodities. There is a limited amount of gold in the world. If the United States wants to overissue currency, other countries will easily find it. If it is really changed to petrodollars, other countries will have a harder time. So it doesn't matter if the African colonies want to make a profit and leave, but the British garrison in the Persian Gulf must not be withdrawn. Pamela Mountbatten began to micromanage again. After the demarcation of the North Sea was completed, the surrounding countries naturally began to explore the North Sea. She also wanted to fight for her own share. For the overall exploration of the North Sea, equipment is always needed, right? Nothing comes for nothing. The Mountbatten Oil Group can win-win with the surrounding countries. The eldest lady is busy with her career, and the Mir son-in-law has started to take care of her daughter again. Using telegrams to communicate with various places has become a seasoning of life. It's not that nothing happened. There were faint calls from the British treasures and the little dragoons, hoping that he would return to the Malayan colony as soon as possible and shoulder the responsibilities of a man. Chapter 848 Malaya needs me. Of course, he was very willing to go back immediately, but he still wanted to know what Frank was talking about before leaving. At this point, Alan Wilson could no longer suppress his curiosity and took the initiative to ask what step had been taken. In response, Frank, who appeared again, also gave an answer. London's bottom line is that, including the cost of the new aircraft carrier and the modification of the Glorious class aircraft carrier, 75 million to 80 million pounds is more appropriate. The cost of the new aircraft carrier is estimated to be 30 million pounds. If 3 ships are built at the same time, it will be 100 million pounds. Alan Wilson nodded and calculated, about 200 million Australian dollars. This figure is affordable for Australia. Australia's monetary policy is the same as that of the United Kingdom. It is a strong monetary policy. In this era, $1 cannot be exchanged for $1 Australian. The cost of shipbuilding in the United Kingdom has always been lower than that of the United States. During World War II, the cost of building a British battleship was equivalent to that of an American heavy cruiser. Take the Forrestal class aircraft carrier, which is the benchmark for the new aircraft carrier, for example. The cost of the Forrestal class aircraft carrier is $170 million. The price the Admiralty offered for the new aircraft carrier was £30 million, slightly more than half of the cost of the Forrestal class aircraft carrier. Because of the discovery of iron ore in Australia, the living standards of Australians are now slightly higher than those of the British. This is all due to the fact that Britain's two wings are flying together. If it were the original history, Britain would have been lucky to have half the living standards of Australia for a long time after the war. But while Britain's two wings were flying together, Australia discovered iron ore. The final result is that Australia's living standards are still higher than those of Britain today. Alan Wilson has no way to deal with this. They are a country lying on the mines. As long as the population of a top resource country does not explode, it is really not something that ordinary countries can catch up with. With Australia's current economy, £70 to £80 million is affordable. Even with this number, Britain has made a lot of money. If Alan Wilson remembers correctly, the original Melbourne aircraft carrier was sold by Britain at a symbolic price of £10, but the modification fee was charged. With the current economic scale of Australia, according to the lowest military expenditure of 2%, there is also enough energy to achieve arms sales, not to mention that the proportion of military expenditure is far more than 2%. Frank nodded and agreed with this very much. Actually, compared with the military expenditure of the United Kingdom, Australia's military expenditure is not high at all. This arms sale will not cause financial pressure. You are an official of the Ministry of Finance. You must be very professional. Alan Wilson heard that Frank also agreed and continued. I just don't know what the Australians think. Did they feel that there was financial pressure during the negotiation? I don't think so. Frank thought about it and said, but they asked about the construction time of the aircraft carrier, which seemed quite urgent. Oh, it seems that there is no big problem. Alan Wilson felt relieved when he heard it and smiled. Everyone knows that our naval technology content is at least not inferior to that of the United States. This is not an excuse at all. If nothing unexpected happens, I want to congratulate you on reaching such an extremely important arms sale to the United Kingdom. Frank was also happy when he heard it. Alan, if it can really succeed, the credit will go to both of us. If this arms sale is successful, even if it is achieved at the bottom line of London, the United Kingdom will have the money to replace aircraft carriers, build 3 ships, give 1 to Australia, and equip 2 for itself. The cost of building a Forrestal class aircraft carrier in the United States is almost $200 million. Is the price offered by the United Kingdom too high? In this world, apart from the United Kingdom and the United States, no country has experience in building large aircraft carriers. The United States will not sell such a national treasure, but the United Kingdom can. So for Australia, as long as it really wants it, this is a multiple choice question with only one option. Australia can definitely afford it, because the current Australian government is definitely much richer than the original historical time and space. The reason is that in the exploration contract signed by Pamela Mountbatten, in addition to her own share, the Australian government and the Western Australian government both occupy a lot of shares, but the total is not as much as the Mountbatten group. What is the difference? This difference is huge. For every ton of iron ore sold, the Australian government and the Western Australian government can share the money. This is different from the sale of iron ore in Australia in later generations. In a sense, Australia's iron ore has now become a semi-state-owned enterprise model, and the half that is not a state-owned enterprise is mostly the Mountbatten Group. In the iron ore layout of Australia in later generations, Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton's rights and interests in major iron mines are either 100% or 85%. The mining contract between Pamela Mountbatten and the Australian government is actually similar to the future Vale model of Brazil. The Brazilian government requires 51% of the shares of domestic iron ore to gain control. But the future Australia is not like that. Australia in the future could not get so much money from the astronomical iron ore export volume, but now it can. The reason for Pamela Mountbatten to do this is to exclude other competitors. Now it seems that the effect is very good. In the field of Australian exploration, the Mountbatten Group now has no rivals. The biggest beneficiaries are the Australian government and the Western Australian government. Frank, I'm going back to Kuala Lumpur. Before I leave, I'll tell you one thing. Last year, Malaya imported 33 million tons of iron ore from Australia at a purchase price of £5 a ton. It cost £150 million. The Australian government and the Western Australian government received at least £70 million in revenue. Alan Wilson decided to tell Frank that the iron ore export data created by the Malayan colony under his management for Australia would make Frank more confident during the negotiations, not to mention the freight of £0.40. The value of this part of freight is mainly created for major shipyards in the UK, building larger ships, because the use of large special ships reduces the sea freight, can obtain resources that are farther away. Now from the average sea freight per mile, it can be seen that the reduction in its freight rate is very large. Focusing on the use of special ore ships and seeking to reduce freight costs is good for the Malayan colony, and it is also of great benefit to the shipbuilding industry, which is a major pillar of Britain itself. This part of the shipbuilding industry is also related to Frank's arms sales negotiations. Without a prosperous shipbuilding industry, Britain cannot lower the cost of building warships. From the United States and later generations, we know that if civilian shipbuilding collapses, it cannot be saved by warship orders alone, and the cost of military procurement will definitely skyrocket. The two of them almost took a pen and listed Australia's public fiscal revenue one by one. I want to find out where Australia's fiscal bottom line is. This time, Britain has taken out the latest even new aircraft carriers for arms sales. It is definitely worth the money, and it is not excessive to want to get a little more money. After leaving Alan Wilson, Frank was even more confident. Before leaving, he said, I wonder if the deal with India can go more smoothly. Well, let's make this deal first. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. India's economy is 1/5 larger than Australia's, but India has 400 million people, while Australia has only 10 million. The difficulty of making money cannot be compared. He knew the inefficiency of India's tax collection. After independence, India's tax collection level may be even lower than that of British India. I should go back and plan Malaya for my second term. Alan Wilson stretched lazily, rubbing his head that was a little swollen due to various calculations, and muttered to himself. The most important thing is that the National Treasure and the Little Dragoon have already called him for love. If you think about it carefully, they should show up. You can't let a woman wait. He kissed the princess's red lips fiercely, and finally suppressed his desire to be the current prince consort. He also revealed his idea of leaving Australia. I'm leaving now? Princess Margaret was a little unhappy, thinking about what name to go to the Malayan colony. I'm the senior commissioner there. Is it right to keep disappearing? Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, and suddenly smiled evilly. You don't want me to leave, so why don't you let me kiss you quickly? Otherwise, I'll have to wait. Huh. Princess Margaret was embarrassed when she heard it. Alan Wilson was struck by lightning, and a look of suspicion flashed across his face for a long time. He asked uncertainly, Your Highness, your requirements for me are not ordinary low. Although he wanted to clarify the results of the arms sale, Alan Wilson could not continue to be idle. After Pamela Mountbatten came back, he said that he would return to Kuala Lumpur. You are really needed there. Pamela Mountbatten didn't say much, but asked to pay the public grain before leaving. Alan Wilson would definitely have no problem. At most, he would stay in the administrative office for 2 days, after returning to Kuala Lumpur to establish the persona of an imperial servant. As Comet 1 landed in Kuala Lumpur, the High Commissioner who left the colony before the Bandung Conference brought his talent to the warm Malayan beach again. He actually lived in the administrative office for the first 2 days, and asked Richard to submit a report on the reactions of various countries after the Bandung Conference. This round has gone from Africa and Europe to Australia. Now it is time to take good care of your own jurisdiction. You can't always have lice and have time to tickle others. All nations and countries have awakened from centuries of slumber. The old white world, that burned the earth with war, is struggling to survive, and a better world is rising. This world will eliminate the Cold War and establish a multi-ethnic and multi-religious society, because all great religions are consistent in the doctrine of tolerance, and the colored races will establish new moral standards. Putting down Sukarno's speech at the Bandung conference, Alan Wilson said with a weird look on his face, "It's not that I don't have the qualifications to speak so arrogantly, but Indonesia is obviously not in a good position now. Do you need to prepare a calculator to write a novel? In the future, you should talk less about exchange rates and shipping costs." Chapter 849. Indonesia is the top priority. It must be said that Sukarno was very courageous, daring to point the finger at the so-called white old world. Few countries would claim this. If the world is simply divided into the white world and the non-white world, the white world has an overwhelming advantage in any aspect, even in terms of population. I wonder if Sukarno thought that the Soviet Union was also in the so-called white world when he said this. It is not possible for ordinary countries to fire such a big cannon, but when you think about Indonesia's withdrawal from the United Nations, Alan Wilson didn't say anything about such remarks. Commissioner, the reports from China and India are here. Elisa took out the statements of the participating countries after the Bandung conference. There were only a few countries that could be called fellow travelers at the Bandung conference. Although Pharaoh Kai of Egypt allowed Egyptian representatives to attend, they were obviously not fellow travelers. As for the others, such as the Philippines, Japan, Jordan, and Iraq, they all had supporters behind them. The statements of these countries certainly had no tendency, that is, they regarded the Bandung conference as a general international conference. The platform for promoting cooperation among countries, which really elevated the significance of the Bandung Conference. China, North Vietnam, India, and Indonesia. The North Vietnam issue has nothing to do with Britain, so it doesn't matter how Britain expresses its views, but the views of several other countries are very important. China, India, and Indonesia are not small countries. Indonesia is already the weakest among them, but it can still make Australia run easy. It's not just Australia that is uneasy. Britain, which occupies the Malayan colony, is not blind to this potential threat. Who made Sukarno keep talking about establishing a greater Indonesia? These countries may pose a threat to us, and one of them is in the Soviet camp, and the other two have this tendency. Richard also gave his own evaluation when his boss was reading the documents. It is indeed possible. Alan Wilson thought it was not that simple, but considering the British position, he recognized Richard's analysis. This is the official opinion of the Malayan colonial government. For the long-term stability of British Malaya, it is better for Indonesia to stand on the side of the Soviet camp. Although the free world may suffer some losses, Britain will gain. If the Strait of Malacca is calm, what reason does Britain have to continue to stockpile heavy troops here? Colonies are easy to withdraw, but it is difficult to take them back. The statements of China and India are quite official. Alan Wilson put down the documents and said, they are not as arrogant as Sukarno. These two countries are not as arrogant as Indonesia. Elisa said, maybe they are not speaking from their heart. Hey, of course, I know both countries. They have a very wishful dream, thinking that Europe only occupied the mainstream of the world for a short time after a round of industrial revolution, and their countries have always been ahead of the world for hundreds or thousands of years. Alan Wilson looked confident. He worked in British India, and he had read the history textbooks of later generations. There were contents everywhere about how many years ahead of Europe at the same time. No way. Richard was not like Elisa, and he really didn't understand similar ideas. Elisa smiled but said nothing. Alan Wilson explained, this is true. India is more blatant. China's blockade is relatively strict, and most people may not understand it. I just don't know who will be the leader of ancient civilization when a Chinese and an Indian meet. Fortunately, Europe has strangled the great country that teaches the world peace, otherwise it would be lively. You are almost too poor to eat, and you still think a lot. Richard smiled contemptuously and sneered at this idea. It is understandable to increase national cohesion. Alan Wilson was quite calm. Sooner or later, he would pass the stage of finding pride in history. In the 21st century, China no longer mentioned the sprouts of capitalism that never appeared, and many sayings that value the past over the present have begun to be revised in textbooks. But India has obviously not passed this stage yet, and is still in the dream that Indian civilization is the source of mankind. Another difference is that the Chinese internet is closed, and nonsense is not easy to spread. The remarks of Indian netizens can easily spread around the world and become a source of happiness in the eyes of netizens from all over the world. A too open network environment is not good either. The 5 permanent members of YouTube can make a great name for themselves in the internet world because of the glorification of their own history and the similar glorification of the history of other countries. Increase national cohesion. I wonder if the Greeks would have thought of successfully applying the mathematical knowledge of ancient Greece 2000 years ago to create the Industrial Revolution and then conquer the world. Alyssa also joined the discussion. Hearing this kind of brainhole that can be published on Kiddy, and Alan Wilson thought about it and answered along this line of thought. Greece is still a little small. We should imagine the Roman Empire conquering the world through the Industrial Revolution. The downside is that in this world, Britain should be the first to be hit by the iron fist of the Roman Empire. Clapping his hands ended the brain-opening discussion. This kind of imagination has nothing to do with the current interests of Britain. The discussion should also return to the main topic. Alan Wilson said with a gloomy face, "There is no result for the Indonesian issue. Even if I leave office, I will not feel at ease." Richard and Alyssa both nodded, but the two subordinates who were worried that India and Indonesia would surrender to the Communist Party did not know. The boss was worried that Indonesia must not surrender to the Communist Party due to the fact that, unlike the original historical time and space, the Netherlands in this world took away Kalimantan and half of New Guinea when evacuating Indonesia, causing the area of Indonesia's 2 million square kilometers to shrink by half. After an adjustment by the British and Dutch governors of Kalimantan, the 740,000 square kilometers of Kalimantan became 1/3 occupied by Britain and 2/3 taken by the Netherlands. The Netherlands occupied 320,000 square kilometers of New Guinea Island, which is 780,000 square kilometers. Before the adjustment, the Dutch territory of Kalimantan was 550,000 square kilometers, and now it has become 500,000 square kilometers. Together with the 320,000 square kilometers of Dutch New Guinea, Indonesia, which originally had 2 million square kilometers, successfully slimmed down to a country of less than 1.2 million square kilometers. For this reason, Sukarno hated the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, which contributed to this process. Alan Wilson understood Sukarno's anger very well. No country would be able to remain calm if 40% of its territory was divided out. Don't forget that Indonesia's Greater Indonesiaism also includes British Malaya. According to the Indonesian territory of the Greater Indonesians, plus the Malayan colony, the territory of Indonesia should be 2.4 million. Now Indonesia only has half of it, and the remaining half is occupied by the imperialists. With this premise, the evolution to today, Greater Indonesianism must be higher than the original history. In Indonesia, which has lost half of its land, whoever does not take back the land maliciously divided by imperialism is a traitor. The original Sukarno hated European and American countries, and this world has taken it to a higher level. Alan Wilson could have adopted a defensive strategy and just ignored the anger of Jakarta. But when I think of the CIA's peak work during the Cold War, killing nearly 3 million members of the Indonesian Communist Party, this big move is really not reassuring. If the United States did this and stopped Indonesia from joining the Communist Party, what reason would Britain have to stay by the Strait of Malacca, the Golden Waterway? Wouldn't the Imperial Army come in vain? It was not easy to pull up the economy of Malaya, and it was waiting to return to its peak. In the end, it had to leave after such a large investment. The existence of the British Malaya colony requires an enemy. This enemy must have a certain strength, but it cannot be too strong. Now there are only 1.2 million square kilometers of land left, but Indonesia, which is under the military blockade of Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Australia, and New Zealand, is very suitable. Neither too strong nor too weak is good. The Malayan colonial government has decided that Indonesia will be the enemy. The top priority for maintaining British interests is to deal with Indonesia, the enemy of the free world. It is not only good for us, but also for Australia. Alan Wilson said in a deep voice, we need a spokesperson in the Indonesian Communist Party. Check the list of senior leaders of the Indonesian Communist Party one by one and find the people we need. We will try our best. Ellison nodded after listening. It may not be easy. It is impossible for a party with millions of people to be impeccable. Alan Wilson knew that, although they were all communists, this communist party was not that communist party. Those who had been through the flames of war were completely different from those who had not been through the flames of war. Richard and Elisa both nodded, and Alan Wilson continued to remind them, this is related to British interests. It must be kept secret from anyone. There are no allies in this matter. We will handle this matter independently. The CIA instigated the Indonesian military, and Alan Wilson would of course do the same, but he had to be doubly prepared. Speaking of allies, the American Military Advisory Group has officially entered Saigon. When Alan Wilson went to Sudan, Elisa kept in touch with her immediate superior. Emperor Bayode and his family are ready to settle in Malaya. Would the commission like to meet them? And the new commander of the Far East Joint Operations Command, Lieutenant General Scones, has arrived. I will, but there is no need to worry too much now. Alan Wilson said, Elisa, you pay personal attention to the Indonesian Communist Party. Report to me separately once there are results. Emperor Bayode can increase the reactionary forces in Malaya, and the arrival of the new commander of the British Army in Malaysia is also a big deal, but none of them is as important as Indonesia. Indonesia is the foundation for the long-term stability of the Malayan colony. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 850, Thickened Iron Rod. After giving some unimportant instructions, Alan Wilson stretched and ended the communication. He was taking one step at a time to see how this 500,000 square kilometer colony would develop in the future. Not all ideas could be realized in the end. On this day, he had recovered his spirits and finally walked out of the administrative office, where he had rested for 2 days. He asked Radwich to take him to the designated location, stood in front of the familiar door, and rang the doorbell. The door opened, and Vivienne Leigh's surprised face appeared. She immediately pulled the smiling man in. The door closed, and almost immediately, a man and a woman hugged each other, and talked to each other. You've been running for so long, have you forgotten me? Vivienne Leigh punched the man's chest with a rather resentful tone. I dare not. Not daring to forget any woman he had had an affair with, Alan Wilson hugged the body of the national treasure and whispered, who dares to ignore the charm of the national treasure? Anyway, I can't do it. This is the motivation for my hard work. You just say nice things. All the resentment in Vivienne Leigh's heart disappeared without a trace at this moment, and then she broke free from the man's arms. Although she missed him very much after not seeing him for a long time, the child was more important. After a while, Vivienne Leigh brought her son out. David, call Daddy. Daddy is on a business trip and just came back. The little guy was still quite shy. In his memory, there was no one called father. Vivienne Leigh talked for a long time before she timidly greeted Alan Wilson. Faced with Vivienne Leigh's apology, Alan Wilson was very open-minded and laughed at himself. I'm indeed not qualified. There is no father like me who is gone for a long time from time to time. You are busy, and the child will understand in the future. Vivienne Leigh comforted her. She didn't want to listen to the man's reflection. It's not for any other reason. Even if he reflects on himself, he won't change. It's meaningless to just listen to the man's own murderous words. Anyway, the family of 3 together makes Vivienne Leigh very happy, and the whole person becomes sunny. Naturally, after finishing the trivial matters in the administrative office, Alan Wilson talked about business with Vivienne Leigh in the evening. Vivienne, your body has become much stronger, but don't exercise too much. In the end, you have 8 abdominal muscles. How can I deal with it? Touching the smooth back of the national treasure, Alan Wilson made a comment, based on his personal experience. You said that necessary exercise can delay aging. Vivienne Leigh has not recovered from the storm, like a comfortable kitten, curled up in the man's arms. Alan Wilson's words are of course reasonable, but some side effects of exercise are that it will make a woman's lines become tough. Although the impact on the face is not obvious, the change is there, and the face becomes angular. You've got the benefit, and now you're talking about this again. Vivienne Leigh grumbled in dissatisfaction. She was clearly satisfied with her splits just now, but now she's talking about combining work and rest. How hypocritical. If Alan Wilson knew Vivian Leigh's complaints, he would be dissatisfied. A ballerina with ballet skills is not targeting anyone in this regard. She is more talented than all the ladies of the same status as his wife. The Imperial Commissioner, who was thinking this, was caught off guard again. He lowered his head in confusion and looked at each other. Vivian. Vivian Leigh greeted Alan Wilson's gaze with a smile and shook her head slightly. The meaning was self-evident. Once was not enough. Sometimes I think I'm busier than the President of the United States. The next day, Alan Wilson, who was having breakfast with his wife and children, told his personal experience earnestly. Really? Time is such a wonderful thing. In just one night, the British treasure was radiant, and a smile appeared on her face from time to time, like a blooming rose. Yes, maybe this is the price that a person who needs to benefit society needs to pay. Alan Wilson sighed, with a kind of demeanor of drawing a sword, and looking around in confusion. So many people need him, which makes him shoulder a heavy responsibility. Gio Bayo can still understand the little commissioner. Like a virtuous wife, he sent him to the door and waved to watch the man leave. Now there is not only one Gio Bayo in Kuala Lumpur, but also a spy lurking in our side, who is plotting to capture another imperialist hostage. As a result, Alan Wilson was catching up on sleep all the way to the Far East Operations Command in Singapore. Until he met the new garrison commander, he was still in a state of poor spirit. Alan, I heard before I came that the High Commissioner of Malaya is very busy. Now it seems to be true. Seeing Alan Wilson, who was led up by the staff, with a tired face, Lieutenant General Scones took the initiative to greet him. I'm obviously not as busy as my second brother. Although he thought so in his heart, Alan Wilson still spoke. It's all for the welfare of Great Britain. Even if we are working 10,000 kilometers away, we dare not slack off in the slightest. I and all the Imperial civil servants in Malaya are very happy to learn that Lieutenant General Scones is coming to the Far East to serve. Pamela also mentioned to me that she recognizes the General's ability. With you in charge in the Malayan colony, security here will definitely not be a problem. When I came, Admiral Mountbatten and Marshal Slim had already greeted us. The situation in the Far East is more complicated. Only by cooperating with each other can we ensure the security here. Lieutenant General Scones said generously. Of course, the bamboo curtain threat is a matter of great concern to London. Alan has been working here for a long time, and there are some issues that still need your help. Bamboo curtain threat. Alan Wilson muttered with a smile and nodded. Okay, just treat it as a threat. Why? Alan doesn't think the threat is big enough. Lieutenant General Scones was very surprised. He didn't know that the Malayan High Commissioner was like this when his predecessor Lieutenant General Bilton was here. Unless they swim over, the route they want to take from land has been blocked by the United States. Alan Wilson looked relaxed. Compared to that invisible threat, Jakarta, which keeps saying that the Malayan colony is part of Indonesia, is a more obvious threat. If Alan Wilson were to objectively evaluate the bamboo curtain offensive, it would be that there were not many results. The only result, Vietnam, eventually followed the Soviet Union. In his eyes, the country that should be guarded against is the Soviet Union, and in his heart he should also be wary of the United States. There is no third candidate at all. Insufficient national strength is insufficient national strength. The result of going ahead with it is the end of the Indonesian Communist Party being purged. Even Indonesia, which has a huge foundation, cannot be moved. What do you want to do to Malaya? Isn't that a joke? When mentioning Indonesia, people grit their teeth, but when mentioning the United States, which actually instigated the action, they don't have such great hatred. The most fundamental reason is that Indonesia is easy to bully. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is a common problem in any country, and there is no exception. General Mountbatten said you were a very modest man. Lieutenant General Scones asked back in disbelief. Now it seems that's not the case. I won't exaggerate unfounded threats, Alan Wilson replied calmly. Official statements do not represent the facts of policy making. Sometimes we follow the same propaganda, not because it makes sense, but because we follow the unified voice of the free world. He felt that the threat from Indonesia was much greater. After all, it was much easier to infiltrate Malaya than across the South China Sea, and even the hidden threat from the United States was greater. It seems that Whitehall has a different view. Lieutenant General Scone smiled and said, "Maybe I don't understand the situation yet. To be honest, there are different views. We don't think that the entire Soviet camp is an extremely united camp as Moscow says." Alan Wilson opened his mouth to explain. "The Prime Minister's judgment is consistent with that of Whitehall, and we are waiting for the opportunity for the enemy to be united in appearance, but divided in spirit. If you calculate it, Alan Wilson should see the enemy split before his second term." This discussion ends here. When Alan Wilson was in Sudan, he heard that Indonesian warships were expelled by the Royal Navy. He was very dissatisfied with this. The distance between the Malayan colony and Indonesia was too close. If he didn't give Jakarta a lesson, wouldn't the Malayan colony be regarded as a paper tiger with so many warships? Unfortunately, he was in Africa at that time, and the Bandung Conference had just ended. He was afraid of the impact, and took a tough attitude, which would easily attract attention. But now he is back, and can no longer tolerate Indonesia's cross-border actions. It happened that the commander of the Far East Operations Command had also been replaced, and the new commander had to have a good talk about this. Given the distance between the Malayan colony and Indonesia, there is not much time to react. Over the years, Jakarta has been infiltrating our and the Dutch territories, and a strong response must be given. Dear General Skans, if something similar happens in June, I hope that the garrison will not expel, but sink the Indonesian warships, to teach Jakarta a lesson. Dang dang. Lieutenant General Skans tapped the table in front of him a few times with his fingers, nodded and smiled. "I don't object, but I just took office, and now I need to adapt to the affairs of the garrison. I plan to go to the barracks in a few days, and then I will inform you of the combat readiness. It seems that the long-term defensive posture against Indonesian infiltration will change." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. In fact, it is not difficult to contain Indonesia. With the strength of the Pacific Fleet, it is entirely possible to prevent anything that can float from Indonesia from going out to sea. Alan Wilson could not understand why the defensive posture was taken towards Indonesia for a long time, but now it seems that there will be changes. Together with the newly appointed Lieutenant General Skane, Alan Wilson's return to Kuala Lumpur this time will be a complete change in the strategy facing Indonesia. What should we do when facing a country that unites the people with nationalism? We should increase resistance and thicken the iron rod. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.